What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. It's another installation of the Siege Double Shot coming at you. I am the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run, and we got a special one for you today.
That's right. Welcome back, everyone, to the Six Invitational Last Chance Qualifiers. And this time, it is the playoffs. We are down to 8. The final teams, 4 invited, and then the 4 that won the open qualifiers we saw back in December. And it's going to come down to 4 again. 4 teams are going to make it through this bracket into the finals that are going to be taking place next weekend. So, real quick, I want to show you that bracket if you haven't had a chance to take a look at it. These are the 8 teams. Cruelty and Friendship team, that XLG roster. Sintenegra and Loyalty is Scarce. Wildcard and Core, that one's going to be streamed over on Jesse J's stream. And then for us, hanging on to Oxygen, taking on the Washington Wizards down at the bottom of the bracket, my friend. And this is a game of all time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're bringing to the table a tier 1 taking on a team that we have known from our Siege Double Shot days, like since our very beginning, right? Basically, friends taking on some T1 talent. This is going to be so freaking amazing, Whiskey. I am so excited for this best of 3.
Yeah, and when we look back, these two teams sort of played each other to make it to Montreal, the major. CL4L taking on Oxygen, and it was CL4L that won that spot. Most of that roster, though, got picked up by pro teams. Bino left and restarted this roster, so really the second coming of the CL4L here, now branded as the Washington Wizards, taking on, I mean, a perennial favorite, one of my personal favorite teams as well, Oxygen here in this match. And it is a best of 3 as we move on today. There's going to be 3 best of 3s, and it's time to figure out where we're going.
That's
That is the
right. Map
greatest
bands, baby.
moment
What
in my
is
life,
going to
bro.
be going through today? You can see quickly that Chalet and Consulate are off the board, Lair and Skyscraper to follow, which means our very first map is going to be Clubhouse. It will be followed up with Cafe, and then at the very end, the Decider. My absolute favorite map. We're bringing to you Nighthaven Labs.
What a lineup. I was wondering whether or not we were going to see Lair make it through. Lair was one of those maps that CL4L loved to play. We saw it several times during the NA open qualifiers that CL4L eventually won, but not going to make it through this time, not wanting to take what I would definitely call a seasoned T1 team through to that map because it brings a lot of challenges and a lot of maybe risk in this case. But Clubhouse Cafe, those are maps that have been in the pool a long time, and I think both teams can feel very confident in. The good news is, though, my friend, we've been waiting a long time for this. The game is here.
Yep, and since it is such a special cast for us, we thought we'd bring another special treat out for you guys. Introducing yet again back to the Siege Double Shot, it is going to be High Bear joining us for the TriCast. What's up, High Bear?
Hey, is this thing on? You
Yeah,
guys hear me all
yo.
right? Looking forward to it, guys. This is exciting for me as well. My first time ever casting T1 players. So, beyond excited to be on the cast with you guys. Feeling honored that I was invited on. And I mean, I just can't wait to get into it. Looking at these bands here, I'm seeing a very standard default map. So I wouldn't be surprised seeing some very standard default bans. Players like this Monty, players like maybe the Blackbeard here being taken off the board by Oxygen. On defense, I'd expect some other things, maybe the Mira, maybe a anti-Heartbreach like a Bandit or a Cade, just some things that will be used to be able to make the walls a little easier to open. That even more the case now that we've seen Maverick be taken off the board. Because of the fact that walls will be so difficult to open, expect to see that Bandit, some of that electrification taken away so that there is at least a hope in hell of getting some of those walls open.
Ooh, and the Tubarão to follow up with it. So, I mean, these are bands that we, of course, completely agree with and have seen before, but a little bit off for what we normally get to see. And there it is, your breach denial, High Bear. It's Cade off the board. So those hatches, they're going to be droppable.
And it's possible. So, getting into round 1 here. Things I expect to see from these teams, some aggression, some trick plays being pulled out by Wizards, just trying to hit some rushes and catch OXG off guard. OXG on their attack, I expect these guys to be methodical. They know that these Wizards, they're talented players, but the thing is, OXG are organized. They're together. They've been a team for a lot longer than this Wizards team has been. So expect more coordination out of OXG and a little bit more aggression out of Wizards throughout this entire game.
Ooh, Whiskey, that's the play. Aggression versus organization, controlled chaos versus the anarchy that can be. I'm so excited for it, and we take it down to the Church Arsenal to start us off. And what do we notice immediately about what they're bringing to the table, the Wizards bringing to the table here on their defense? They know that they've got to slow it down.
Yeah, that combination of the Azami and the Castle. And interestingly, we don't typically see, I feel like, the Bandit played very often on the basement site, but I mean, try and hold on to that church wall, make sure it stays closed. The mutes, I think they're expecting that OXG being a T1 team. We know that the pros significantly better at droning than and intel gathering than most of the casual players. So focusing on piece of this defensive lineup to deny that. I think a great call. They've covered a lot of bases here, but interesting. I mean, that's a ton of utility being used on the second floor for a basement defense. They're really going all out against this team.
One of my favorite things about Clubhouse is that 2-floor extension that has now become the standard, right? When you're holding Church Arsenal, somebody, at the very least, you got a mute up top playing and stopping that intel and forcing you to look into every door and window or room up there to suss out where that flank is. But it's become the norm, and now they've got it spread out to the second floor. They've got an extension onto the first with Woos playing onto that castle, holding on to the bar stage area with the hatches open. So plans for fallback, a plan B. Waste time, try to get your pick, fall back, and then just keep adding those layers of to the defense there. And already you're going to see it is going to be Blackbeard pushing in, and he is going to get the down on the mute, but he is going to lose his life in the process as well as Gomez gets taken out. That's going to be the man advantage over to the Wizards here early on as the Blitz Shield trying to play a little bit fast and loose with the person sitting on bar stage. Newers is going to find the next kill, and it's going to get traded out onto Yaga. Takes half to answer back onto Bino, now puts us into a 3-3 as they just start to rotate back down to site, right? Damage done. They've wasted half their round, and now it's tied up for the last half of it.
This is a lot of hatches open, right? We saw part of this game plan here for the Washington Wizards defense was have the hatches open and work the site backwards and down, falling back into sight, really leaving only a couple of those hatches closed, using the castle barricades there to try and shut off access, but they had all of their re-entry points into sight defined. And to me, definitely interesting that Blackbeard engagement up top. Hybrid talked about, was he going to be banned? We've seen so many teams ban Blackbeard to start off, this new operator. And I think Oxygen played him maybe a little too aggressively, jumping right in the window. Yeah, he gets one, but then sacrifices himself very quickly. So it's the two shields that are down, leaving the rest of this team to fight the last 40 seconds.
And a quick run through the kitchen doorway, and they're not going to find the kill. A little bit of damage. His hat is reduced to a very low HP for the last 30 seconds of this push. Going for some vertical play here, Whiskey, as they start to open up some of these rotates, maybe try to get a little bit of a fish in a barrel situation, start to put some of that oppression on to the people sitting down. And that's dirt going to be opened up. It's going to be the next swing potentially onto this Azami here. They get that kill, and that is going to put him in a place to get the plant, but it gets traded out immediately as Newers gets his head ripped off. 7 seconds left as the last bit of the push starts to come through. A double kill for Diaz now spells trouble for Woos as it's a post-plant scenario in a 2v1. Couple of shots ringing out from the back of the hatch drop, and they're going to just pinch him, right? Crossfire set up, ready to go.
OXG getting away with a little bit of a round that I didn't expect them to be able to necessarily win. They started off by deciding to clear directly into the heavy extension being played by the Washington Wizards. These guys had dedicated 3 full players, tons of utility. Like half of the site setup was set up on the 3rd floor of the map. And Oxygen decided to be methodical, to go for that clear. And it ends up paying off for them. But their time management was pretty poor, and I think that they got really lucky managing to take out a player, dropping the kitchen hatch, and most of the time the Wizards actually end up winning that round.
Defenders,
just outright.
protect your bombs from being defused by
Little
attackers.
bit shaky on the entry. I'd like to see a little bit better of a identification of kind of where the setup is and out of Oxygen, and see if there's a way that they can get around it, avoid it, use their coordination to get into site in a way that's going to cost them a heck of a lot less than they had to use last round. Going into this next round, we see this upstairs defense. Mira being brought is obviously a very powerful operator, and even more so with a bandit on the wall, now knowing that Maverick is not available.
What do you think about this, Whiskey? We've been seeing it a ton. It's the
10 seconds
Mira
to go.
onto the breach. It seems like it makes it exceptionally difficult getting some of those
5
extension
seconds
walls
remaining.
open.
I like it as sort of a unique strategy, a way to be able to see in, give you a little bit of extra intel about what the attacking team is doing. Plus, gives you sort of an extra avenue to stop the entry. But look at this, using the castle again, they're really leaning into this. And I know you talk about castle being one of your favorite defensive operators. I think right now, great place to play him, and I feel like Oxygen, Highberry talked about them taking a little bit too long getting in. Part of that was we watched them needing to bash the castle barricades open rather than using explosive util.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and it's not the typical castle, right? This is a full extension into cache CCTV where they're also blocking off the catwalk. That way, it's not going to allow for that cross pressure without using some gadget and some util to open that up. Hopefully, Bandits is going to sit here and get a little bit of that tricking done as they try to put the pressure on to the top of red and take some of that real estate, because you know this two-pronged approach is needed here for the gym bedroom site. They did. They brought both the ace and the thermite.
I mean, having the double hard breach here, making sure that they're going to get all of these avenues open, such an important part of this gym bedroom site. You've got to have that. And the extra protection, though, from the bandit in the bathroom, you need the ace, right? It's really one of the only ways they're going to be able to get that open. Combination, the Thatcher Thermite combo, the fact that even the pros going back to that is such a critical pairing in Siege, I think speaks volumes about how good it is as a place to start.
Such a critical pairing when they ban out the Maverick. And oh, look at this, a cheeky little punch hole, almost amounts to kill. They're going to be a grenade inside. He almost finds his life forfeit. They send in a second, and they're going to chase him out. And that's some real estate taken up there as the mirror shield gets taken off the board. Blackbeard looking towards that rotate at the top of the main stair there, kind of holding on, waiting for his 3-2-1. Bandit to a low health scenario, Whiskey, but we sit 5-all.
You're seeing a little bit of flank here. Asian trying to hold down the stairs, playing with the C4 down below, and that is Deimos hunting it, but what a shot! Boy,
What a shot on
answered
the
back.
doors. That's right. Gomez to find Asian off the board does put us into a 4-4. It's 45 seconds left, and just kind of holding on, waiting for that peak there, the hurry up and hold, or the hurry up and wait strat. Bandit's still sitting into that gym bedroom area, looking to get active towards anybody pushing into that breach. A couple of Thatcher charges go out, and there's a prepped castle wall opened up, so they can't just push in towards that bathroom. There's going to be Woos to take hat off the board, puts us into a 4-3 as it gets answered back. Woos finds his life forfeit. Diaz gets one and then loses. Gomez to also answer back onto Bino. Back down and now into a 2v2 as they play Ring Around the Rosie on the gym equipment. They're going to find that kill, and yet again, we find ourselves in a 2v1. Oxygen with the man advantage, starting to get that plant going down. 3 seconds left. He takes the swing for it.
What a shot!
Now, what a play for the defenders to pull it off. Answered back on Jim and Ben.
Round started very well for OXG, coordinating, getting together, and getting rid of the problems that stood in their way that they needed to deal with before moving on to that execute. You saw 4 players from Oxygen over towards Jacuzzi, all working together in order to open up that mirror window on the bathroom wall, and that's exactly the kind of coordination you expect out of a professional Rainbow Six Siege team. Things start to fall apart though for OXG again in this round because they take just a little bit too long to get themselves into a position in order to execute. That round is not winnable in the way it was by the last player alive on the Washington Wizards if OXG have enough time to be able to recover that case, to be able to chase that player down and play that trade. And I mean, it really got a feel for OXG because they were in such a dominant position there. And then things just fall apart at the very last second. But at the end of the day, it comes down to them. They gotta be faster if they want to start to close out some more of these rounds. Going into this next one, they need to speed things up. This site, the third site on Clubhouse, the CCTV and cache bomb site, is notorious for being incredibly difficult to defend. OXG are pro team. They know the steps that they need to take in order to pick apart this bomb site. So if they do that effectively and quickly, they should absolutely be taking this round. Want to see better out of OXG?
Attackers
Let's see what they manage
locate and
going
defuse
forward.
a bomb.
So I love that they keep the rotate still going there, right? I think that just says, okay, that last round, it just was a fluke. We roll on with the routine and then get back into the flow of things. And yet again, 3 rounds in a row, we're going to see the castle brought back out, Whiskey.
Yep, changing up who's playing that operator in this case, but continuing to bring out that. Now, this is interesting, right? They left also one of the garage walls open. You know, that to me seems a little surprising, right? Even though you don't have the Maverick in play on the attacking side, you still have got the Thatcher and Thermite combo. They can still open up these walls, plus the can openers that they're using over there on the jacuzzi wall. So usually you're using at least blocking off the garage walls, making it difficult for the attacking team to force them to use some of that utility to get it open, but they've left it open and focused a little bit more on this extension over, which Oxygen reads right into. Yaga and Hat taking down the first 2, making quick work of this Wizards team.
Yeah, and put themselves in a real good position here with a little under 2 minutes left to go. They find themselves the man advantage here in a 5-3 situation. So open up a little bit of rotate, give them some space to move, holding onto the pixel. Almost comes up with one at the top of red, but not quite there. The headshot just missing out. So hold it up into the corner as the last bit of the push starts to come in. And now they've got plenty of time, right? Now this is where that tier one experience comes into play. Get that mental reset, get the drones in, find those last defenders, and then close the round out.
I love the use of the Arunis here too, just knowing that we saw the grenades be a really important part of what helped get Oxygen some control in that previous round, even though they lost it in the final seconds, right? All of those nades coming in, clearing out utility, using the Arunis to stop that, prevent the push in, but unfortunately Aruni in the wrong spot downstairs trying to hold on and quickly taken over by this Oxygen team.
Okay, a double for Woos rings out and sends a couple of those aforementioned grenades in to try to chase him off the top of the catwalk. Goes for the headshot at the top of red, but is going to miss it, so they stay alive. 1v3, 40 seconds left on the board, and that's the plan starting to go down. The cross is indubitably set up already. Off the breach, off the cache, and of course pushed in off the chassis as well. So the trifecta, and Hat is going to take him in the end.
Much better out of OXG. We saw them taking advantage of that setup over on the opposite side of the map, over towards Master and Jim. They're using Blackbeard's ability to be able to just send it in through castle barricades to disrupt the setup out of Wizards. They've got all sorts of gadgets over there, little gizmos, whatever, castle barricades on the windows, barbed wire, all sorts of different things to really slow down the attack, and Blackbeard's able to just say, I ain't dealing with any of that, send it in through the window, ADS, take out a couple of players, open the round right up for OXG. That aggression is good for them. I think that OXG have been playing a little bit too passive, a little bit too methodical, and that's been the biggest factor in them taking too long in a couple of these attacks. By speeding things up, they're dominant. They have the coordination to go fast, and they just need to have the confidence to execute on that idea.
Ooh, okay, so kind of playing into that, maybe it's putting a little respect on the name of the Washington Wizards, right? This is, a lot of players who have done exceptionally well, at least in the T2 area. These are known players, so maybe taking a little bit too much time. They proved it on that one, Whiskey. He was right. They pushed straight in, punched him right in the face.
That's right, T2 and T1. We've got some former T1 players on this Washington Wizards roster as well, so he's had an opportunity, Woos, to play against this Oxygen team as part of the NAL stage, so it's a tough call, right? You're the T1 team. Do you come in with that level of confidence that you can take on anybody, or a healthy level of respect? And I think right now we're in the opening rounds of a best of 3. So if you're just joining us, welcome here to the SI Last Chance Qualifier Playoffs. And we're in the first map of a best of 3 between these two. So there is still some time for Action to figure out what's the right amount of confidence, what the right amount of aggression to bring as they're trying to figure out how are the Wizards going to respond. Certainly you don't want to throw away the first map in a best of 3. This is the Wizards pick, so this is the first place that they wanted to do battle with this Oxygen team. So I think it's not a bad place, so at least to start off a little bit slow, but already we're starting to see, like High Bear mentioned, they can benefit from a little bit of extra aggression, and the Washington Wizards are going to have to watch that over the next couple rounds.
A new adaptation coming out for the second look at the basement defense, right? This time we're going to see the Mira brought out, a little bit of operators that once they get back down into sight, the bunker strat going to work just potentially a little bit better. Still sitting in that same format though, right? We have Bandit sitting all the way up on the second floor. Warden going to be the first to fall as Gomez is going to take Fens off the board. But they've still got that multi-layer set up. Now Bandit drops down to the garage as he starts to get the Deimos ping as his location gets spotted out, and they're starting to make the push, the pinch, as they've got shields up top and from the garage door and from the rotate up the top of the catwalk. So a real tough position to find yourself in, and that's going to be Newers to end up take Woos off the board as the body shots ring out. And yet again, we find ourselves in a 5v3 situation. And just like the previous round, Whiskey, they did it in a better amount of time for sure.
Yeah, that's all right. Already tons of map control holding on here to a minute left in this round. 5v3. How about 5v2? Boy, that vendetta is being devastating here to this Wizards team. They've got to find a way to slow down. Maybe the changeup is Deimos going to make it through in some of these later rounds. And holy cow, shut it down. That'll be the first flawless we see in this map.
Man, High Bear, walk us through it. They're looking good.
Yeah, OXG have stepped up. They decide to go for the clear of the roam once again. I don't love clearing a really heavy roam on Clubhouse, especially when the team is committing like 4 of the 5 players to upstairs. But OXG are making me eat my words. They looked good, and despite the fact that they're fighting into the most heavily defended part of the map, they give themselves a decisive advantage within that round, converting a 2-man advantage with over a minute and 15 seconds left. That's plenty of time to start working in towards site. Even though they're up on the top floor, they got the numbers to be able to punish the Wizards, and they use those numbers in a very effective fashion, shutting players down one by one, waiting for the aggression out of Wizards, and making sure that they don't give anything up for free. Wizards do manage to find some fights. They down a couple players on OXG, they do some damage, but the thing is, OXG can take that. They have the numbers. So as long as those picks are traded, as long as the damage isn't for nothing, OXG are so happy to sacrifice health, to sacrifice bodies, to gain a better position. It's part of the chess that you play when you're playing Siege. Sometimes you gotta make a sacrifice play, and when you have the advantage, that sacrifice play is a heck of a lot easier to make.
It's the dang truth. We live in the age of the swing or be swung. And Oxygen swinging at the moment, taking 3 on the attack. Whiskey, they brought out some new folks here for this second iteration of the gym bedroom setup. It really leaning into that slowdown.
Active slowdown too, bringing out the Clash as the alternative, trying to take a little bit of health away and slow down this attacking team with some electricity as well. It's interesting, right? We've seen 2 rounds in a row where Oxygen picked up a 5v3 in that first 2 minutes of gameplay, and really that is going to slow down the defense's ability to stop the attack. And they've been doing it very consistently. It says to me the Washington Wizards need to be careful about those first couple engagements and not take a 1v1 against some of these entry gunners from Oxygen who are individually very good. We know that Oxygen has struggled a little bit as a team, but what they have been able to do individually, some fantastic players. And if you take them on 1v1 at the beginning, that's the place you're going to lose.
That's right, and there's the trade back as we're going to put ourselves into a 4-4. Woo's taken off the board, and Gomez also headed into that death line, looking towards the vertical, almost finds himself a kill as Hat's looking to get some of that below from the bottom-up action. One of our favorites, right? Bottoms-up Whiskey.
Indeed. Oh. Look at this. 3 of those players hanging out. You can see all the red pings coming out. He needs to know where does he take the shots at. Takes down 2 as well. What an incredible play there. The down was basically baited this defensive team in, and they could have honestly lost a couple extra players from that engagement. They got lucky.
Yeah, Newark was reduced down to a pretty low HP in that exchange, but they do maintain that body balance, as now they're starting to open up everything. 1 can opener still on the board and the exothermic, so should those hot tub walls need a little bit of looking after, Thermite going to be able to get that done. 52 on the board as we start to count it down here, and round number 5. and it's seen sort of that same little strat, right? They went in, got those early kills, took out the big player that was needed to be off the board, got that clash off the board, took care of the shield, and now open everything up and then just rely on that gun skill, Whiskey. They just got to start pushing in for it. And so you can see them rotating up to the top, and probably going to open that Logi hatch, if I had to guess. Put some pressure on the player playing in that Logi area. Still has a C4 in the hand. Is going to find one. Fens does get traded out, though, as Diaz is going to take his body shots down with the L85. Diaz loses his life, now back into a 2-2. 12 seconds left. Time starting to be the factor here as they're rushing in. Viewers again with the Deimos is going to find it, give him a double as he just walks right in and collects that round.
Scary at the end there. That round starts off, once again, relatively well for OXG. Washington Wizards are giving them a lot of fights, and it's something that I think is causing the Wizards quite a few problems. In my opinion, they're really overstaying on a lot of these extensions, and they're finding themselves punished for it. Oxygen have been doing a really good job of not overcommitting, not overfighting, and making sure that they have set themselves up effectively to deal with the roams before collapsing onto the roams. And the roams are sticking around so long that by the time that collapse comes in, the Wizards are kind of caught in a trap. I'd like to see them being unafraid to give a little bit of that space that they're fighting for. Because boys, you got more map to defend. You don't need to stay cash. You don't need to stay in CC. You can give that space up, rotate some players down below, fight for the site instead of fighting for the opposite side of the map. Regardless, OXG ending up 4-1 on the half so far. They've already won this half. This is phenomenal for OXG. And honestly, if I'm them, going into my defensive half, I'm already feeling comfortable. One more, why not? But 4-1, 4-2, I think they're still looking pretty good.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too disappointed by it, right? This is the default, I think the most default map that we have, right, Whiskey? So if you have a well put together attack team, it's something we've talked about with both Clubhouse and NIGHTHAVEN, that it can go attacker sided. So as long as you're bringing that same aggression, Whiskey?
I mean, you are talking about playing against an Oxygen defense at that point. That'll be the big wild card here. And no, wild card's playing on the other stream currently, but the no.
Oh no.
Pro player for what?
I mean, yeah, that edge of that building definitely gives me a little, it makes me a little bit worried as well. But Yaga, unfortunate, losing 80 HP to start this thing off, going down to a down but not out. That's unfortunate. But the way that they've been playing so far, still playing very methodical. They've still brought all the resources they need. I wondered whether or not we'd see the Wizards sort of change up where they were playing. Gym Bedroom's the only place they saw a win back on round 2, so they're going back to the site. They think they've got the best opportunity, but I'm a little worried that that's them hoping Oxygen's not adapting rather than them adapting to the way that Oxygen was playing on one of the other sites. And holy cow, Clash, what are you doing?
Yeah, going to take a Cali on head first is dangerous, especially if you've got the backup of the Zofia up top and the ace there to get your trade out, and they've already got the wall open, so they are going to force him back as he starts Clash starts going towards that logistical area, get himself a little bit of breather, a little bit of a regroup, a little bit of a reassess as the last half of this round starts to go through. Whiskey, we're 5-all here, and they are doing a great job of opening everything up, but are we going to run into that same time problem that we've seen once or twice before?
Certainly feels like it's a possibility at this point. The one thing I like, the Wizards not taking the individual engagements, that piece they seemed like they were working on, not giving up the bodies early. Yeah, they're losing 2, but it's much later in this round, and they're answering back. They've got something available for all of these kills as Oxygen's taking the bait and then losing one. They've got all of the avenues open here, though, so that is really going to put the pressure on this Wizards team. They're going to have to hold on to these power positions, and like Hyber said, hopefully back in sight. Time to play the site direct and not have too big of an extension here, and they've got to watch out for this Cali.
That's right, and looking for it too. Now the Clash does start to look towards them to see if they can go ahead and take or hold it off the board and get that intel. And there's going to be a swing as Asian's going to find Gomez off the board. Man advantage now does go into the hands of the Wizards. Still having to deal with this Clash, so it's going to be a push to the top of the main stairs. They're going to try to hit Clash in the back. But the buddy
15
system
seconds
is in
left.
place as they still have 3 members still alive. 12 seconds in
10
this
seconds
3v2 as it starts to wind down. They do have control of the hallway, starting to push in towards that gym bedroom area. It's a pistol out. Is going to lose his
What?
life. Oh, man, and Woos with another double to clinch it up.
Too slow once again out of OXG. I'm kind of questioning what happened there. It felt like they had everything that they needed to just kind of go for it with plenty of time left in the round, but they just stall and stall and stall for so long, eventually getting down into that red time, and Wizards are able to mop up. You're sitting there staring at a Clash. What are you going to do? You can't run at her. Her teammates are going to swing around, and Asian, credit to him, does a phenomenal job retaking top main and swinging the breach while the attackers are distracted by the
Defenders,
Clash.
protect
But
your bombs from
that
being
comes down to
defused by
poor
attackers.
play out of Oxygen. They need to be faster if they want to win rounds, especially when they have perfect op picks for the situation that they're in. They've got the Kali to be able to deal with the Clash, the Zof to be able to help with that as well. For the Azami, for the castle barricades that they're stuck facing, they've got the Ace with breach charges. You've got Zof with her explosives. You have every tool for the job, and you're still stalling out. Tough for OXG, but going into their defensive half, that should no longer be a problem, as the red time becomes their friend as they're defending.
10 seconds left.
The red time, the scary time. And yep, it's going to be into their favor. That is absolutely true. Newer's just having a great game here, sitting at that 8-4 KD. Whiskey, I like this defensive setup. It's basic. It's got that all of the traditional needs of Siege with the slowdown of the Azami, Warden for that smoke. You got the area denial. Still got the Bandit to hold on to the church wall. I like this defense.
Yeah, I like it as well. And I know we're sort of talking about Oxygen, Ibear pointing out some of the things that they're doing wrong. I think, and that's because we expect the T1 team to truly dominate this. And right now in a 4-2, it's not dominating. They've made some mistakes, and the Wizards have capitalized on it. But there were certainly a few more opportunities that they could have. Luckily, that last round, Clash stays alive, and to me, that was the difference maker. So when they weren't taking over, I guess, over-pressing their advantage that the Wizards had on defense, Oxygen was slowed down enough and didn't play quickly enough to try and push that. So we'll see how that transitions here. Right now, it doesn't seem like Oxygen is playing super aggressive in terms of player positioning on defense here, right? You've got everybody bunkered back down into the basement with only 1 minute into the round. So I don't know. It feels a little uncharacteristic, but we'll leave it to these guys. They know holding on to the basement, that's a stronghold here on Clubhouse.
That's right, especially if you've got those gunners, those known absolute legends on the team to handle those gunfights, especially when it gets down to the last few minutes. So, minute and a half left in the board. We're sitting 5-all. The drones have gone through and sussed out that second floor and the first floor, starting to open up that hatches so they can put some of that vertical pressure on it and get those drones in sight. Find these last guys and start to get that. Who is going to get that first entry pick is going to be the big question here. Lots of intel, Whiskey.
I mean, based on how we're seeing this one play out right now, Fenn's playing on the central stairs with the Deimos. They've got the opportunity, though they don't really necessarily need to push the advantage. The vertical, I think, is going to be the first place we're going to see it. And right now, Wizards working on opening all of this up. The danger, of course, in Kitchen from the C4s, and you still have got one in the hand of Gomez and Hat to be able to toss one of those C4s up onto that soft breach floor. So Wizards are going to have to be careful of that as they're looking for these vertical shots.
Okay, time starting to tick down here, and this is crazy. This is the most amount of people we've had alive in the last 30 seconds, like the entire match so far. So this is going to be an absolute bloodbath as these last few seconds start to come down. Looking to see some of that util dump as they get themselves into place, but really actually only one flash left on the board, so not going to be the case. And there's the first bit of trades as Hat goes down. Diaz and Newer's able to answer back. Asian and Fensby taking the headshots back, and now it's into a 2v2,
What?
a 2v1, a 1v1 as two of them go down. It's an old-fashioned showdown, and they're going to go for the plant here as he's got no other choice.
Operators, you are out of time.
Interesting round there out of the Washington Wizards. Things come down to really low time and an extremely telegraphed kitchen dirt push. I think everyone in the lobby knew with about a minute left exactly where that attack was going to come through. And credit to the Wizards, they almost make it work with minimal utility on side, with nothing really to execute with. They send it down the hatches and win a ton of their fights. But I gotta say, that felt like oxygen all the way. Much better defense out of them than the last couple of attacks.
Defenders,
They find
protect your
themselves in a
bombs
very
from
dominant
5
position
seconds.
by recognizing that the Wizards are slow. I mean, we saw them take until about a minute and 30 seconds left on the round to clear out Clubhouse with no roamers. OXG is not playing upstairs. It's a full bunker. And Oxygen recognizes that this is a team that's going to play slow. So they give them the space, thinking, we don't need to fight you guys here. And if we do fight you guys here, there's a good chance we'll end up in best case scenario, just as good a position, and oftentimes a worse position because we give up bodies on the roam. So they're like, let's play sight,
10
let's
seconds
use our
left
utility,
before
let's keep
insertion.
these C4s, these smokes on side to be able to deny a plant, and it works
5
out
seconds
pretty
to
much
go.
flawlessly. End of the round got a little tight, but I don't expect that if Oxygen is playing
Attackers' objective
in
is to
such
locate a
favored
bomb and
positions
defuse
in
it.
rounds going forward that it will be nearly as close as that last one was.
Interesting pick here, Whiskey, on the board. We're going to see the sledge being brought out. Is it a comfort pick? And there's no castles to have to use that utility for, that gadget for. So could just be the comfort of the L85. A couple of grenades to back you up.
I mean, I agree. Interesting choice. Really, he's sort of fallen out of favor from the attacking side. He's slow, right? Moved down to that 1 speed, bringing out the nades. But I think the Deimos combination of the nades is such a better option. And if you're talking about creating vertical, here we know it's a gym bedroom site. There's no need to be playing the vertical down. If you were going to play vertical again, the Deimos I think is a better choice with the nades, or even the Buck if you were going to put direct vertical pressure. So interesting. I think maybe a comfort pick, but like we said, Ruse is T1. He knows what he's doing. Fenn's going to be the first one taking down the hat, and that's an early and one of the few opening picks we've seen here from the Washington Wizards, and that's exactly what they need to try and find some way to crack this oxygen defense.
Yeah, absolutely. And they got it with a ton of time on the board. So just like High Bear was saying earlier, they find themselves one more pick, and then it's just trade city out to the rest of it. And they might find themselves with getting a little bit closer and equalizing this scoreline. Outside of that sledge, though, pretty standard setup here for the attack side of it. They've got some util to deal with. That is for sure on the other side of it. You're seeing frost traps, the Fenrir gadgets, and they still haven't gotten the main wall open, right? Bandit's still sitting on here, pricking it, holding it closed, which is just eating up that valuable time.
You see the sledge going to work, opening up those window barricades. I mean, maybe a little bit of quick pressure in, going for something fast on the gym, taking down that key, but now they're going to have an option, hopefully, to get this jacuzzi wall open. But you said it, it's really late here for them to be working on that. So, High Bear said it best, the Wizards taking a little bit too long, and even when they have a lot of the map open and clear.
Yeah, but look at that. Find themselves with man advantage now and 43 seconds left, but Newer's able to take Asian off the board with a well-timed headshot. Puts us into a 4v3 with 35 left in which to seek out these last few defenders holding on to the Kiba berries. A couple of flashes come in as the util dump comes out, and Newer's able to take Fens off the board. A couple of shots towards that gym bedroom, but he's going for the plant, and he's going to just go ahead and stick it unafraid into this 2v2 post-plant scenario as the trades start to ring out. Whiskey, we're now in a retake scenario here for the defense, and they're going to be taking the long way around, looking towards the highway windows, but it's on the rappel, and there it is. He's going to start to go for it. Pros don't fake it, except for when they do. Now, Newer's on a quad kill. Break out the barbecue sauce for that 4-piece, baby, but he's still got the work to do. He's still got to find this last kill and get up there. A couple of shots towards the bathroom, and it's not going to happen. Newer's denied the ace as they're able to get one round closer.
A tale of two players, Newers against Sentier. That entire round comes down to the two of them. Washington Wizards don't even manage to make it into that post-plant scenario without Sentier sitting on that plant, being completely unafraid of the retake out of OXG, trust in his teammates. And then on the other side, you have Newers looking phenomenal, shutting down player after player, giving himself a 4K, almost getting away with the ace before he's clutched up against by Sentier. My God, guys, what a round that was.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they
I'm
can.
a little speechless. Sorry, I've got the shakes.
Yeah, I'm
But yeah,
feeling that right
just
along with you.
talking about that round. I mean, Wizards, I think they cut it a little close. OXG obviously stylistically are playing their defense very differently than the Washington Wizards were. Think about how the Wizards were defending round after round, getting in OXG's face, not being afraid to contest space that's outside the objective. OXG is saying, we don't need to do that. We're just gonna play sight, and you guys are gonna take so long to get here that time is gonna be your enemy anyway.
10 seconds
And
to
you know what?
insertion.
They're right. Wizards need to recognize the style OXG is
5
playing
seconds
is
remaining.
not as aggressive as them, and they need to be unafraid to take the open space that's being given to them,
Attackers
because
must
right now
locate and defuse
it's
a bomb.
so slow, and it's been the same story for both teams. These attacks need to be faster.
Okay, Whiskey. So most of the people sitting up on the second floor are zombing down in that lounge area. Maybe a couple of Kiva barriers to really put in that static warfare, make you push for that vertical.
Well, and I wonder if she's going to
located
make a
by
rotate back up, because we've been talking about it. They're holding on site. I think absolutely taking advantage of the fact that the Wizards are playing a little bit slow. But look at this, going for the. Oh, I was going to say, was that barricade going to prevent him, and he's going to get a kill based on that open window? But no, makes it through. He's able to bandit trick one of those, but they fully get this wall open very early. It's a little bit a very, very shallow roam from here, Auction. You can see Hat playing over on the gym bedroom side, but it's not a lot of space that they've sort of spread out and holding on. But it's a little bit different, and the Wizards are going to have to quickly recognize that and adapt. And even with this moving slowly, they're going to have to speed this up dramatically now that they're fighting a little bit of opposition from Oxygen further out.
That's right. Newers does get spotted out on the drone, so takes the scenic route as heads down into the basement area to rotate up back the other side. And look, coming up the central stairs could have the play here, and there's going to be Diaz to take Venz down, but he gets traded back as Hat finds his life forfeit. And there's Newers not going to be able to follow through. Does put us into a 4-3 situation. The body balance sits into the hands of the Wizards, and they're looking for a little bit of magic to get one away from tying up this score line. Hopefully time's not going to be the enemy here, though, Whiskey, right? We're at 1:14, which seems like a lifetime.
Yeah, we talk
Still
about
gotta do
time
one more
being the sixth man for the defense, and High Bear said it as well. They can afford to wait just a little bit longer. They got to stay alive, though, so holding on to some of these power positions right now, mostly a con side push here as all three of the attackers in place. They've got the Blackbeard shield and a little bit of utility left. All of those Capital bolts available to use here in this last 45 seconds.
Okay, so going to open up the single wall to push into that cache side over there, and you're going to see Bandit make the rotate onto the corner. A couple of Legion Goos to help slow him down, and they do have Asian downed, right? So the body balance is equalized here, but is he going to be pick upable? Yeah, and they're going to grab him there over close to Logi. So it puts us back into a 4-3, but not just a 4-3, Whiskey. It's 24 seconds left. You've got your smokes, you've got your fire, and you've got your shield still alive. So plenty of capabilities, except for they're going to lose the shield in that next exchange as Asian gets his head just absolutely deleted. A Legion goes into the foot as the plant starts to try to go down, and there it is. He's able to take it down and going to try to stick it here. Is he going to do it? Yeah, post-plant scenario coming right back up. Oh, except
What
for
a
that
shot!
Sheesh!
Yaga doing work, sprinting back and forth around Cash, Bandit tricking the wall, sprinting back to green box, seeing the C4 sent out to deal with the Blackbeard. Oh my god, it's all Yaga always has been. My goodness, putting in the work to be able to get that round over the line. Impressive stuff out of the Bandit inside of that round. Whiskey, boys, phenomenal. What did we just watch?
Huge defense, and now High Bear one away from a match point scenario. I know you've been talking about time as being that factor, but like, give me the win con here. What do Wizards do on this very next round to solidify them staying into map number 1?
I mean, at this point, it's finding the hero and shutting him down. That's 2 rounds in a row that OXG are holding on because they've just got one player who goes absolutely nuclear. And those players are finding impact and doing a really good job. But that's 2 rounds in a row that I think arguably should have really gone Wizards' way. And we see Oxygen kind of stealing that away, sweeping the rug out from under them. And you know what? Sometimes that's just how things go with Siege, but as long as Wizards can ID who's having that pop-off, shut them down, they've been looking better in these last couple of rounds.
They have whiskey. So
10 seconds
if
left.
it's shutting down the hero play, I mean, pick your poison here. Is it
5 seconds
Newers?
left
Is it
before
Yaga?
insertion.
Is it Gomez? I mean, like who do you actually have to solidify as your
Objective
pick
is to
for the
locate a
win
bomb
con?
and defuse it.
I mean, you got all three of those guys playing vital roles here in this defense. The Kiba barriers from Newers, if they can get those down early, that'll prevent a little bit of the push in, and not a ton of flash utility here on. Actually, I guess you got 6 now that the flashes have gone down from 3 to 2. But that's a lot of flash utility that Diaz can avoid if he keeps that Warden alive. And then obviously the plant now from Smoke and playing downstairs in the basement. The bunker strat there, very easy for this team to try and hold on. Early engagements, but they've got to be careful with it about even if you want to go for those players that are such the important part of the Oxygen defense, you can't risk your guys. You got to keep all of that utility alive until you get everything in place.
So since everybody was bunkered back down yet again, right? It was quick drone work to find out that the second floor was open and that the first floor was open. And now with the first minute gone, instead of all of that spent droning and trying to suss out that player, they have a ton of real estate, a lot of time to work with here, and they've already started to get the hatches opened up. So a lot better footing right now for the Wizards than the previous time that we've seen them try to attack this basement. And
No!
that is unfortunate. And
Oh,
takes
no.
out Bino. Oh, at least he had the decency to let him get the hatches open, but bada boom, it's a soft breach. Ouch.
I mean, we talked about the kitchen being such a dangerous place for the attackers to be playing because of that soft breach, but definitely was not expecting the TK with a soft breach charge to be the thing that undid this team. But boy, there it is. Newer staying alive, even though he traded there with Fens. That is going to be, I think, it for this team.
That's right. Hat is going to find the headshot on DeWoo's. Asian does find the answer back. It's a 3v1, a half-health scenario here for the Flores. And he's still got a couple of those flashes in hand, but it's going to have to be some picture-perfect play here. Shoot and pivot, shoot and pivot. He's going to take on this 1v3, and one of them's on a deployable. They've now got his location, and it's going to be quick work as Gomez is able to find that last headshot. And map number 1 heads into Oxygen's favor.
Lined him up, knocked him down, and OXG take it over the line. You got a feel for the Wizards that time. I mean, their start of the round looked so much better, so much faster, IDing that OXG weren't playing that roam. But at the end of the day, it comes down to how you execute. And if you're executing your teammates along the way, well, you're just simply not going to be winning those rounds.
Freelo, I guess as we'd call it on our end of it, takes that TK and ends it. Man, that was a tough round to have that happen on too, the match point scenario, Whiskey. Man, I can't believe map 1 already over and done.
What do you count that as? Is that like Oxygen opening pick, Wizards opening pick? Which box am I checking here? I mean, you're taking out your own teammates. Something you don't see too often, obviously.
Yeah, with a soft breach as well, you just can't beat that.
Oh no.
Nobody claimed it in chat, so we're not sure which one it was who actually got to claim that kill. But huge victory there, obviously, for Oxygen taking down map 1. It is a best of 3, and it is a double elimination bracket this time. All of the rest of the SI Open quals were single elimination, so if you went down, that was it. This time, you get that second opportunity. So even if they lose this best of 3, they move down to the losers bracket and have a second opportunity. So still a lot of Siege left to come today. And map number 2 going to be coming up very shortly.
That's right. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're going to bring you an epic second map. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We are back for map number 2 in this Siege Double Shot historic showdown. I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter. With me, as always, my partner, co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Six Invitational Last Chance Qualifier Playoffs. We talked about it at the beginning of this. 8 teams remain in a double elimination bracket, and we are in the first round of this best of 3, the quarterfinals here. Map 1 went 7-3 in favor of OXG. Washington Wizards put up a good fight on Clubhouse, but it is time to do battle on Map 2, and that, my friend, is KAFE.
Oh man, it's kind of become one of those. I'm not going to call it default, right? But it is definitely one of the maps since Oregon has left the pool that we see quite regularly. So there's a couple of things about it. Hi Bear, it's KAFE. What do you think? What do you love? What do you hate?
It's one of those maps that's just notoriously difficult to get inside. Like, this is one of those things where you'd feel like because it's such a big map that the defense wouldn't be able to contest the entire thing, but they kind of can because it's just a big box. So even if you're going in the floor above that's being defended, defenders below can simply C4 you, blow you sky high. I mean, there's tons that the defense can do. Not a particularly defender-sided map anymore. It historically has been quite defender-sided, but it's sitting at about 50-50 right now. And it's definitely possible for the attackers to start racking up some rounds, but it is tough. You got to imagine the coordination out of OXG is going to be a major factor in whether or not they're going to start running up the numbers on their attack in half, or if we're going to have to see a super heavy, long, drawn-out defensive game out of these two teams. In terms of bans, right away, we're seeing the Blackbeard taken away right away. Don't want to deal with it. Wizards are like, you guys were playing that way too much, and honestly, I agree with that ban. Really good looks out of them, recognizing something that they were struggling to handle and making sure that it can't be played by OXG. On the opposite side, the Mira plus the Ying, I mean, both excellent operators on KAFE. The Ying in particular, so strong for executing into these sites, clearing out power positions, being able to cross through the wide open rooms all around the map. Pretty standard ban phase overall for KAFE, but nonetheless, both teams setting up those bans in a way that play to their advantages. And I think if we're looking objectively, Washington Wizards probably win this ban phase. Getting rid of that Blackbeard, something that they didn't play much but struggled to deal with, is huge for them.
Okay, so early victory, right? We can take those victories in the ban phase here, get a little bit of that mental starting to get back up into it. Okay, so Hi Bear, on this map number 2, right? This is pivotal, this is important, this is impactful. We know that time was an issue. Is that still going to place out here on KAFE?
Oh, absolutely. With maps that are tough to get inside, you see teams having to waste normally around half the round to even start to approach the map.
Located by attackers.
KAFE is the worst map in the game for getting inside because most attacks start all the way upstairs on the roof. And just to get to the rooftop safely on KAFE, you're looking at being 40 seconds into the round, easily. So that low time being a factor for both teams, expect that to continue inside of this map. It's going to come down to which team is able to better deal with that and come up with some answers to the questions that they faced in that first map.
5 seconds remaining.
Hey, you heard it here first. Time is still going to be the issue, the essence, the everything. Whiskey. So we've talked about third floor kind of being one of those solved sites, right? Everybody's got the strat. It's the place that everybody goes to. Do you think this is maybe one of the matches that we see third floor not played so frequently?
I think it's certainly an option, right? We know that, to me, Oxygen had played very bunkered back down in all of their sites as a part of Clubhouse. They didn't play a very roam-heavy strat. We don't know whether or not that was specifically to counter the Wizards' attack, but Wizards played a lot more spread out and a lot more vertically based, so I think it's likely them starting off here on Reading as the first site, them thinking that that's the primary. This is Oxygen's map pick, so we saw Oxygen win the Wizards' map pick, so whether or not they're playing a little bit conservatively or whether or not this is going to be something that puts them in the grave early, we'll see. Here we are, first round between these two great teams. Last opportunity, though, for the Wizards as the auction is up 1-0 currently.
Yep, that's right, and he was exactly right? They just entered onto that third floor as Monty makes the drop, and that was a full minute and 10 seconds in before they even got inside the building. And even then, it's just 2 players trying to put the pressure onto that first floor area, take some of that real estate so they can start to apply some of that vertical pressure that is so prevalent and dangerous on KAFE.
To me, definitely, this as we're watching this defense come together, I think for sure the ban phase in their favor. I was wondering whether or not we would see the double shield banned or whether or not Deimos was going to make an appearance there. But I think most of those were choices that Wizards had to make, and I think they picked right with the Blackbeard gone. That does leave Yaga playing that Monty. We talked about it. He's made the drop down, and they are currently pushing white, along with a little backup from his team. So they've got to deal with the rest of this team up on the top floor. And look at this, trying to get through his own castle barricade. No, and it wasn't prepped.
No, he does end up getting through it, though. A little bit of panic starting to set in, but Asian takes Newers off the board with a headshot that was absolutely necessary, but Wu's going to find his life forfeit, and Gomez gets himself the double as the headshot rings out, and it is going to be sent here to answer back. So a 3v2 as the attack does have themselves a little bit of that man advantage here, and starting to get some of those locations known, right? You see him being pinged out. It's 26 seconds left, so still, Highberry exactly right. Time's still going to be a factor, and they have made it inside. I mean, I guess that's the big point here, right? So looking to try to put the pressure on, but he's looking backwards, looking the wrong way, and he gets a couple of shots towards the back. Does get answered back. His hat is able to take Benz off the board, and finds one.
What a shot!
Sentier takes the triple to save the round for his team.
Sentier, unstoppable, down on the floor, manages to pick up those last 2, defending the case knowing that they can't plant. Oh my goodness. Starting off the round really quickly. OXG, slow on the entry, something that we expected. It's a tough map to get inside, but that entry is methodical, and they give themselves a convincing advantage with Gomez running up that hallway and doing a ton to dismantle the setup that we saw out of the Wizards. But the thing is, they just took a little too long, and when you get to those low time scenarios, it starts to become possible for the opposing team to give themselves those clutch opportunities, and that's exactly what we see. Sentier, don't want to take it away from him, but it really comes down to Oxygen taking too long. You gotta be faster, boys. It was the same thing last map. And this map, Washington Wizards aren't playing nearly as forward as they did on Clubhouse. They're giving you guys a hell of a lot more space. So you need to be decisive. Recognize that that space is being given and take advantage of it before the timer starts to tick down as much as it was in that previous round.
That's right. Hit the red numbers, the bad ones, the danger zone. Okay, Whiskey. So taking it down to Kitchen, they win their first round, albeit off a bit of some individual heroics, right? But still a convincing win. They take it down to the Kitchen area and going to lean into some of that slowdown, some of that intel, a little bit of that area denial. Pretty standard defense here, but look at this. You can see Valkyrie getting active potentially on the run out there.
I would love to see, yeah, there it is. You called it out. Making the run out, Fens going for it. We have seen him play that style. Fens definitely a little bit more on the aggressive side. Love seeing that. You've got to take a couple chances when you're the T2 team in this case. And I was looking back at some of those previous matches. LG and Oxygen played back on KAFE as part of the last chance qualifiers for Montreal. Oxygen won that game at 7-2. Now, the only thing is, Woos was playing on that Luminosity team that was in that battle, so he's playing now today, maybe giving away some of the, some of this strats maybe that didn't work, and hopefully giving his team a little bit of a boost here as they're starting off on KAFE. And you said third floor, maybe not going to see it, maybe not the favorite site. Starting off on this 1F right now.
It brought along some distractions, right? This Zen's newly reworked, where now you can turn the gadget on and off, is going to be out. But I love how the defense is. Oh, what is he doing?
They're just
running back and forth, and it's working somehow. They find themselves with the body balance now, with 1 minute and 30 left on the board, and only 3 members of the attack still alive. Oxygen caught lacking there twice on the missed opportunity.
Yeah, that was huge. That absolutely should have been an oxygen advantage. Great job smoking off that vertical angle that that one of the Wizards was holding from the second floor down into prep. But then after he made his push in to lose, he had two opportunities to take out Wizards players as they crossed across the open door and the open breach. And that was Fens on the Valk that eventually caused a little bit more chaos. So this is tough. But not ready to give up yet. 45 seconds left. Grabbing a double and put them back in the body balance lead.
Oh, but Woo's ready to answer. Takes a wall bang through, trying to find a second, but the flash goes off, making the push up, and they're going to find the kill.
What?
Is it definitely an all too familiar 2v1 scenario now, and it's going to be the vertical play to potentially find that impact player creeping in. Takes a pre-fire through it, and now they know that where
too
he's sitting at,
early.
which means they can get themselves inside and ready for a plant. 22 seconds, and it's starting to go down. They've got the cross kind of set up as a couple of pre-fires going out on both sides of it. The flashes. he's crawling on the floor and he gets himself a prone, pwned, and then owned.
Talk about value out of those flashbangs. DS Lucas, my goodness. As a little bit of an analytical CG YouTuber myself, I am such a fan of good utility usage. And guys, that was flawless out of DS right there. Beautiful stuff to see. I am a fan. Really good round out of OXG. It fell apart a little bit in the middle because of a little bit of bad luck as players were running back and forth. That really should have been a convincing advantage for OXG, but I liked what I saw. They recognized what the Wizards were doing, playing a heavy extended roam upstairs, lots of vert above site, but no extension
Attackers need
into
to
big.
locate and defuse
So
bombs.
what does OXG do? They bring along the tools that they need. Some excellent optics. They bring along the Capitao. They bring along like the sense, stuff to set up walls to be able to enter into sight.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Despite those holes, despite the long angles that are being held by the Wizards. And it's really cool to see when a good team is bringing along the tools for the job, because it just tells you they have a good read on what's happening inside the game. OXG, that round was way closer than it had any right being, but that was lovely out of them. And they were so much faster too.
10
You
seconds
saw they
remaining.
were ready to hit site with 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the clock.
5 seconds
and that's
left.
exactly what we need to see out of them to continue to dominate inside of this BO3. They've already got map 1. If they continue to play like that, if they read the Washington Wizards that well, time and time again, it's going to be over before you guys can say, ayo.
Let's go.
Yeah, quick spawn peek there, Whiskey, as they're trying to feed into some of that aggression, right? Something that we were seeing on Clubhouse, something we've known this team for, but not able to find the kill just yet. But what does that do, Whiskey? It puts that pressure on, right? It puts that ghost pressure on that you have to look. If you're outside in a place that's already hard to get into, you got to now check every window as you're going, even approaching the building even more, because they are going to put that pressure on. And there's Woos to find Gomez. Does do the run out, and Newers is going to take Woos off the board. That's going to equalize here. Which was the better kill? We'll let you decide.
I mean, I think taking down Gomez, he survived the first spawn peak early, and like you said, it was going to slow this team down, which we've been talking about OXG struggling a little bit in being too slow. That if they pull back even more is going to hurt it, but the fact that you lose the Lion pretty early, I think, was a better trade there for the Wizards, right? Even though Wamai's got some of his disc down, he's not going to be able to get it all. The ability to move around late in sight and maybe help Newers prevent that combination of the Lion and the Deimos together gives him opportunity to catch all of the operators to be able to ping anybody out. I think that was probably a good call, good trade there, but they got to stay alive, which they have really struggled with, leaving Fens in a 1v4 with 1:25 left.
Yeah, there wasn't going to be much to do here. Now he does get an awesome shot, right? The headshot rings out, but there was just too little too late.
Some aggression out of the Wizards, recognizing the fact that they are getting dismantled in the technical game here. Look at the lineup that we saw last round out of OXG. Bringing along the Grim, the Deimos, flashes on Hibana, the Blitz, the Lion. I mean, these are all operators which scream, taking space, executing, and Oxygen are executing. They look good right now. They're together. The utility is coordinated. Flashbangs coming out, blinding players before they're pushed. We're seeing people following each other out, playing that refrag, working together, working as a team. It's the stuff that you expect
Defenders,
out of
protect
these
your bombs
T1
from being
rosters,
defused
out of
by
teams
attackers.
that are at the top of the game. And OXG, honestly, they're putting on a clinic right now. They look phenomenal.
Ooh, okay, whiskey. Okay, let's talk about it.
Well, yeah, you saw that come out right there. It was going to be a rehost. Unfortunately, one of the players had to drop out. They're allowed to rehost one per map, so that is going to be the rehost in play. We're gonna have to take a few minutes and get that one back together. But the way we've seen these two teams play out so far, Wizards have got to step it up a little bit. I know we said it's a double elimination bracket. I know it's a best of three, but I want to see just a little bit more out of this team. And they're just feels like they're just coalescing. They made it this far in the LCQs, then had a long break for the holidays, and aren't coming back. It feels like as strong as they did in those open qualifiers.
Yeah. Okay. So a little bit of break. We're gonna get the lobby set back up. So get your drinks, fill them up to the tippy top. Get your favorite snack because when we come back, we're gonna bring you the end of the second map. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We're back. Rehost is done and the score sits 2-1. The first bit of round rotate is over. I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, Mr. Whiskey Run.
Yeah, welcome back, everyone. A rehost done. Unfortunate that we had to go through that, but Live Siege comes with some live problems and a little bit of break here for these two teams as they work on setting up the strat here. Sort of a faux timeout, if you will, for Oxygen and the Washington Wizards. Right now, if you're just joining us, welcome everyone to this best of 3 in the Six Invitational Last Chance qualifiers. Here it is. The Wizards down 1-0 in this best of 3. They have got to win here on KAFE if they want to force map 3. Otherwise, they will be sent down into the lower bracket to do battle. And last opportunity for them as well. 4 teams are going to make it to the finals. It's going to be taking place over the next weekend. So this is it. Last opportunity. Truly, one of these teams is going to get an invite spot to the Six Invitational.
Ooh-wee. Okay, a little bit of aggression here, as we talked about. The Wizards were going to be bringing to the table. You can see Fens with that Boss G in hand, looking to do a little bit of that devastation from a distance that only the Boss G can do. You hate to face it, but you love to watch it be played. And then the slowdown, right? It's Shotgun City here, Whiskey, either in secondaries or in primaries here.
Yeah, that's a crazy amount of shotguns. I mean, you can see it down below on those operator cards. 4 of the players had it out in hand. Maybe a bit of a mistake, though, as Newers brings the assault rifle to a shotgun party and wins that battle. The scores got reset, but he has had an incredible day overall. Really the MVP as part of that first map. I think he had 15 kills as he finished off map number 1, so definitely one of the guys they got to watch out for. Boy, the Boss G goes for a second, and Newers wins again. Right now, unstoppable, my friend.
That's right. Woo's able to take Hat down, but he pays the price for it as he also goes down. So technically, sit here now with 1:48 in a 4v3. The body bounce is into the hands of the attackers as they start to push in towards the ticket area. Something that we were talking about off stream there is this the standard approach to taking that real estate in 3F. Asian able to find the head of Newers, equalize on that body count. 1:29 left, Whiskey, and we said 3-3.
And right now, the attackers have got a little bit of vertical presence. They're playing the buck. We talked about that. Downstairs, I was going to say, they still had the smoke alive, but Woos goes down, so now it is just up to Asian and Sentir. Got a little bit of utility left in pocket. One more of those Legion mines, but boy, holding on to upstairs, not going to happen. All up to Sentir in a 3v1 scenario, 1 minute left. He's holding on to white, but this is giving a tons of map control over here to this Oxygen team. And they're not even on the same side of the map right now, but they're droning, trying to find him.
Yep, and they do suss him out, and he's going to make the rotate through Laundry, come around into that reading area, looking towards the feet holes here to put some pressure on it, but a little bit of siege timing going to wreck that. So a quick pre-fire into Laundry. Doesn't amount to a kill. Now looking towards the train, and it's going to be Diaz to take Sentir off the board.
OXG setting the tempo right away after the rehost, immediately sending Newers up red, spotting a gap in the defense, and he gets all the way up to site, finds a pick through the barricade there, and gets away with his life, giving them the immediate advantage. Then rotates off, picks up a second rappelling up to the roof, so before OXG have even really started to enter the building, they find themselves with a 2-man advantage. We see the Wizards try a little bit to battle back, but at that point, it's too little too late, and OXG decisively mop the rest of them up until in the 3v1, they recognize they have the time to reset, redrone, and it's just really smart play. Like, lovely stuff out of OXG. Super good fundamental siege, and I mean, the results speak for themselves. The Wizards have managed to pick up just 1 round, which was a 1v3 clutch, let's not forget, out of Sentir. I mean, what can you say? You've got to be better, and things just continue to look more and more dire for the Wizards here as OXG rack up the rounds on their attacking half.
Man, yeah, and it's crazy, right? Because it's KAFE a few mere months ago, Whiskey. This was a defensive-sided map, right? The standard split would be 4-2 to the defensive side, but more and more, like we're seeing, it's a good attack team is going to prevail on a lot of these.
I think there's two things to factor in, though, right? Number one is we're talking about watching Oxygen play on attack here. Even though we know that Oxygen has struggled as a team as of late, they haven't had the success certainly that they were looking for. Didn't make it to the Montreal Major, but they came in second, losing only to CL4, who eventually got that spot. So they have come very close. They had a good NAL stage, and they've got a great collection of players. Just haven't found the success. But that's when you're talking about the Pro League teams. In this case, they're playing against one of the best at T2 players putting this thing together. So I think a little bit in their favor rather than the standard statistics here for KAFE. But this late round reinforcement coming out from the Wizards is not going to be enough, as they basically have complete bakery control at this point.
Yeah, that's right. So no head holes on the bakery wall that you normally see. Instead, they opted to bring the bandit and solidify it completely up, not giving it a chance that they're going to be a one-off headshot from outside. Now, with that being said, they took that real estate quick, and now Monty is going to be able to be that walking drone, the mountain, to just suss out that intel on where they're at. And if he's looking close, he's going to see that it's open to get in there and start the plan, as they have pushed completely back off, except for Bino going to take Newer's head and just rip it right off. But there it is, the plant going down. The smokes do come out as he's just taking a lot of damage.
Wow.
Yeah, Yaga going to go down from the smokes. Not going to be killed just yet, but it's going to be above as Asian finds the double, completes the kill, and now puts us into a 4v2. Looking real good here in the bakery side.
So I was going to say you had Asian playing upstairs in train, holding this down, and absolutely just raining bullets down on top of the attackers as they tried to make the push in, completely falling apart. That combination of Sentier on the smoke, plus that great hold upstairs in train, completely shut down this Oxygen team, and it is all up to Diaz. He's 2-0 right now after the rehost, but got 3 of these Wizards players ready to shut him down. This is a tough clawback.
Did he get those 2 here? Is he the one that got those kills? Oh man, the drop down the hatch, just not going to be enough. Diaz gets his body riddled full as he makes the drop down.
That entire round comes down to one extraordinarily well-placed smoke babe. Thrown out by the defense, that forces Monty to get off plant, back into the waiting arms of Asian upstairs on that castle. He's able to pick up 2 kills, completely dismantling the attack out of OXG. But it was still a pretty good attack out of OXG. And the Wizards didn't really bring along the tools that they needed to deal with that attack. OXG had everything they needed. They had all sorts of smokes to be able to get into sight. And I really liked the lineup that they brought. I liked the attack. And just kind of falls apart because of one miscalculation, one little misplay. But overall, still very well played by OXG. 3-2 now. Wizards do finally have a round in their corner that they absolutely earned. They fought super hard for that. They ended it decisively. 3v1 against Diaz. He's dropping a hatch. There's no way he's winning that thing. So Wizards may be waking up a little, but I gotta say, I still am definitely on Team Oxygen here. It looks like they're good. It looks like they have the right idea for how to attack this map. And with their defense coming up, I mean, you gotta feel like they're gonna start racking up those rounds on the other side.
Yeah, feels a little tough. Is it too little too late? If we're calling it attacker-sided, then the Wizards have hit their quota, but they're also, that's the other side of it, is you're exactly right, High Baron. They got to attack that Oxygen defense, and I wouldn't want to wish that on my enemies, because that's a tough play, eh, Whiskey?
Yeah, for sure. I think this is a little bit of a struggle here. We know that this one is Oxygen's map pick as well, so the Wizards choosing to start off on defense, hoping that they could build up enough of a lead here before Oxygen made it to their defensive half. That, I think, definitely not working in favor of this team. But a lot of time left, right? We're still sitting at just the last round of the first half, so plenty of opportunity here for the Wizards to come back, and they're really only down 1 round to a very good Oxygen squad. And said it, smoke coming out, perfect timing. Wu's going to play that smoke again, and this time backed up with a little bit of the intel deny from the mute as well. I like that as a strategy. One of the things that seems interesting here from the Oxygen attack is they have not brought along if any, of the roam clear operators, not really playing the Dokkaebi, not really playing the Jackal, besides the Deimos, but even in this round, not playing the Deimos. They're going to rely on the Monty here for some of that mobile intel gathering.
Yeah, not as necessary, right? At least when you're playing against this Wizards team, because they're going to show themselves. They're going to reveal themselves. So if you're getting the drones in, you're going to force those swings. They figure they can just go ahead and take the engagement, and that's going to be the deployable shield taken down as Warden is forced back into the backside of Cocktails. The quest for 3F here as the battle between the skylight area is raining down. They've got a 4-3 on the up top here with plenty of people to back it up on white as well. So if Monty gets caught with his pants down and his back turned, could be a quick 2-up on the body balance.
Well, yeah, and Oxygen is playing this direct, all on the Ticket Cigars side, trying to make the push over across the map, not using the windows to try and help back up and put any pressure on these defenders that are holding all the vertical directly over his site, and that's where Oxygen is focusing all this effort, trying to gain the vertical. Very little direct take right now on the site, and you can see finally gaining a little bit of real estate. Got to watch out. There's no C4s, though, unfortunately, on the Wizards side, so nothing except for those couple impacts from Fens to be able to try and open up and put some vertical pressure on this team.
Okay, and vertical pressure is exactly what we're going to be seeing here as the soft breaches start to run out. But Whiskey, it's 26 seconds left, and that's going to be WOOZ to take Newers off the board, which is going to put the attack team in a really difficult spot. Air jab does go off, and that reveals the location, but not going to take the battle up top. Instead, he's going to rotate on around Gomez to find Fens off the board. Now puts us into a 3-4, 10 seconds as they make the push in. Monty takes no shots. Jesus, the quick trade, and it's over just like that.
Good job by the Washington Wizards to ID a way to win that round. They bring along a really coherent lineup of smoke, of lesion, of denial that's going to make it so that Monty doesn't have the same impact that he found in previous rounds. They play forward at the start. They fight for the entry. But as Oxygen starts their push, Washington Wizards disappear. They're gone like a ship in the night by the time that Oxygen makes their way all the way over to Cocktail. And they start working vert, but the Wizards aren't there. They cannot find any picks to make up for the amount of time that it took for them to get to that position. So, without picks, with no time, they're forced to force their way into sight with very little going for them. And as they do, we see the Wizards retake up top, where they know OXG are going to have to be weak because they don't have the numbers to leave people up there. It's really well played by the Wizards, a much better defense out of them, and 3-3 on the half. Are we starting to see these boys wake up? What do you guys think? Whiskey?
Hey, yo, right? The 3-3 half, you couldn't ask for a better map, too, when it's do or die. Whiskey, are the Wizards producing some magic here?
This is it. They're bringing along what they need to win, and if it's magic or if it's just a little bit of good placement and skill at the game, I love getting a chance to see it, and the opportunity to take on and win against a T1 team. I can't believe we're talking about fighting for a spot at the Six Invitational in Boston in February for these teams. This isn't your average T4 league. This is it. The invite available, $3 million on the line, my friend.
So a little bit of that late round utility still going up, which is fun because, right, attack team's not going to know where the heck that's it when they start to make that push in. And seems like this might have been a good placement as well, because the first bit that they're going to try to get rid of is this Warden that is going to be holding on to the VIP section here, and they've got plenty of stuff to do it. Now, Diaz did put up a couple of those discs, so potentially WOOZ's fires might get knocked off. There's the bees that go out, revealing some locations. They get Gomez on the ping, and Deimos onto the Echo. So they're trying to find out everybody, but not gonna be happening here. Yaga able to find two, a body and a headshot. WOOZ gets taken down. Newers is gonna take Fens off the board. Now quickly find ourselves in a quad kill. What? Break out the barbecue sauces. He's going ham Sammy, my friend.
Cool strategy being employed by the Washington Wizards to try and clear out VIP. That's something that we see relatively frequently. A lot of pro teams like to give it a go to be able to get rid of that VIP, that pesky position that players like to play. But the thing is, you got to do your homework before you go for an aggressive play like that. And The Washington Wizards, as cool of an idea as it was, did not check the boxes they needed to check before going for it. They're throwing smoke grenades at a Warden. Guys, it's a Warden. It's the only operator that can counter those smokes.
Defenders,
And
protect
he's
your
able to
bombs
take
from
out the
being
blitz
defused
with
by attackers.
relative ease. And not only do that, but manage to pick up 3 other kills for a total of a 4K on the round. Phenomenal play out of Yaga, using his position, using his gadget to the
Attackers have
fullest
discovered
and
the
finding a
location
win
of a
for his
bomb.
team almost single-handedly. OXG's first defense looking good so far, mostly on the backs of one player.
Oh, whiskey, whiskey, whiskey. Okay, so 4-3. Oxygen reclaims that that score line advantage. Need to bring out
10
some
seconds
slowdown,
remaining.
but kind of a little bit of some off picks here, right? Newer's going on to the
5
Sentry,
seconds left.
Hat going on to the Solus. What are you thinking here?
It's interesting. I mean, the pick rate for Solus and the ban rate for her absolutely dropped off a cliff after her nerf because they, you know, in some circles say absolutely got murdered with the nerfs that she had. And she has completely changed her playstyle and her utility, really. And it's gotten to a point where it's certainly not as good, and there's a lot of other great operator choices. So I would definitely call this an interesting pick, both for the Sentry and for the Solus to make an appearance here. But I think it says Oxygen right now have got a setup that they feel very comfortable about, obviously. For sure, off the back of that 4K from Yaga down in VIP, that to me was a mistake that the Wizards made, and Oxygen completely took advantage of. There was no need to brute force your way in when they could have tried to use some more utility besides some smokes, maybe a little bit of crossfire to try and clear that out. So to me, the big question is, are the Wizards going to make some of the same mistakes again, or can they turn this around, change up this play style enough, and take advantage of maybe an off pick there from the Oxygen side?
He said it's all aim, no brain on that last push in, and they paid the price for it. Speaking of pay the price, Gomez is going to make Fens pay the iron price. His body gets filled. Agent gets Gomez on the get back, does put us into a 4-4 with relatively a lot of time still left. It's the drop down to red as they're starting to take that real estate up top, and they do have still a presence they got to deal with, right?
Attackers have recovered their
Newers and
diffuser.
Yaga are sitting up there ready to take that battle as they hold on to the cocktail area and have that avenue to get out of there at the White Stair.
I think there's a reason that Valkyrie is banned out so often on KAFE is because those cams just provide a tremendous amount of intel. There's plenty of open spaces and area that those cams can cover that is very difficult here for the attacking team to try and counter. They didn't bring out somebody to try and identify where those cams were at. No IQ on the board, so they're fighting literally a little bit blind there with Oxygen having some intel, and you can see both Hat and Gomez right now using those Valk cams to identify where the attackers are at.
Okay, so the shotgun of Hat didn't quite work out as the Wizards do claim the body balance. 40 seconds left as the vertical starts to really be opened up here. Both Buck and Ram just getting to work, trying to find somebody, a fish in a barrel situation here, but not rewarded for their efforts. And now 27 seconds is on the clock, and they're going to have to take a little bit more of a direct approach here. Now, they do push out the backside. It's a full rotate as they're just going to maybe just try to get in and
15 seconds to go.
land on. I don't know what they're doing.
So
They're holding.
slow.
It's
What are they
10
doing?
seconds left. Yeah, like, oh, there it is. Plant's starting to go down now. Newers is able to take Wolves off the board. And a C4. Well time's going to find it. Yaga and Newers, the demons on the 3F, come down to solidify this next round.
OXG give themselves the advantage. They find the opening pick, but it's quickly traded back by the Washington Wizards. Furthermore, the Wizards pick up another kill, giving themselves the advantage, but that's kind of all that happens for the Wizards inside that round. After finding that second pick, there was a minute and 40 seconds left on the board, and we don't see them enter into sight until there's 6 seconds left. That's a long time to just do setup, and it needs to be faster. You're playing against a team of players who are
Attackers need to
smart, who
locate and
aren't going to
defuse as many
over-aggress.
bombs as they
If
can.
you're the Wizards, if you're attacking, you got to attack. You can't expect the defense is going to be the ones who are walking into you, because this is a smart team. And what they'll do is, even though they have a disadvantage, they'll set themselves up in mutually supporting positions, places where they can trade off of each other, where they can work
Bombs
together.
located by
And we see
attackers.
that work perfectly for OXG as they collapse onto the plant attempt. take out the planter, take out everyone around there, use those C4s down below, play around the win condition, which in Siege is the objective. If you can stop the opposing team and get down that chase,
10
you
seconds
win.
remaining.
And OXG showing us exactly how to make that work.
5 seconds left.
5-3. Oxygen one away from that coveted match point scenario, Whiskey.
To me, one of the interesting thing is you watch this Oxygen roster across this map and the last back on Clubhouse is changing of the operators, right? Oxygen very comfortable playing almost anybody at this point. They have switched up operators, switched up usages, switched up play styles across the board, depending on which specific site it is, depending on which roles they want to take on. So that to me, a little bit of a hallmark for this team. They seem to be very, very good at managing not just one operator that they feel comfortable with who is the right play in the right situation, taking advantage of everybody's gifts at this point. And right now, Newers, Yaga, and Diaz all at those 5K marks. And how about we add another there to him taking down Asian, and that is the Nook. Thought maybe Nook was going to bring a little bit of that flank capability, but shut down very early by Yaga.
Yeah, so the man advantage claimed by Oxygen here in their quest for that match point scenario. Almost finds the kill, but the siege timing just going to allow Hat to take Sentier off the board. The shotgun ringing out, a couple of flashes pushing in. Is they're going to make potentially the drop here? No, they remain all outside up on top of the roof, trying to figure out what the next play is, right? They got to redirect, reassess, and they know that they've got some pressure there that they still have to deal with. So Flores drones go in and start to get rid of some of that extension util, but nobody really putting themselves into danger. There's the rotate. A little bit of damage is done, and they've got the doc on the board. He's going to stim himself instead and keep himself alive to hold on to that ticket exchange.
But really, I don't feel like we were seeing the Washington Wizards other than Woos here playing the Grim, holding onto the windows. That's really a hallmark of why we said the 3F was such a bad sight. And it doesn't feel like the Wizards are taking advantage of that right now, taking a couple of these individual fights. And look at this, Fence coming in downstairs at the bottom of White and working his way back up. But again, not a ton of time, and you're down 2. Is just a huge miss. I think the one thing we saw, looking back for a second there, Hat shooting bodies at the top, that to me just says that they've got a lot of confidence coming in here to the end of KAFE, and the Wizards right now on a little bit of life support.
Absolutely, especially because it's 26 seconds left and they still have 2 members outside. The last member now alone on an island or alone on a rappel here with a 1v3. Yes, Valkyrie is low, but she's not going to be afraid to aggress and take that shot, and that is going to be the down, but Hat there to take the trade. Is the power of friendship going to end that last round.
What a read out of OXG, out of Yaga specifically at the start of that round, finding the knock, trying to go for that lurk upper red. I mean, that round is all just solo plays out of the Washington Wizards, and a couple of times in very confusing fashion. We saw Hat shooting bodies there, and, you know, a little bit of cheeky disrespect is fun from time to time, but, like, the pick he finds is on a player who solo walks into Cigar Shop against a mute shotgun with no utility. I mean, there wasn't even a flashbang coming in from top red. It's the easiest kill of Hat's life. And you gotta wonder, like, what's going on in Wizards' heads? You guys lost the advantage, and you're just throwing away more bodies. Going for solo play after solo play. Towards the end of the round, they do battle back a little bit, but, you know, at that point, you're down numbers. Positionally, you got nothing. Your entire front side has been dismantled, and you're going for a desperation play up White. It's not going to work 9 times out of 10, and Oxygen easily shut it down. This next round, Wizards need to look better because at this point, I mean, OXG are on match point. They need 1 more round to close out this game. And last time the Wizards attacked this site, it wasn't even close. A flawless round for OXG off the back of Yaga.
5 seconds to go.
Wizards try a different lineup here. They're not bringing along the blitz. They're not going to be going for that VIP clear the same way they did last time. But, you know, going for a full map clear, like the vertical operators, the buck, the ram, and fly, is still very tough to do. I think it's the right call here. Instead of fighting into this horizontal defense that OXG is trying to play, but Wizards need to be fast and they gotta be decisive. Otherwise, they're gonna start to look to run out of time.
I love it. I love this call, actually, right? And bring along the gridlock to cancel out the flank as well. One of my favorite operators on the attack, especially for stopping that sort of gameplay. Whiskey, it's do or die here. It's map number 2, and we are at the very end of it, potentially. We got to see the Wizards be perfect for 3 in a row, or they're going to go home, take that proverbial bus ride.
That's right. This is match point, and not just match point, but match point, map point, and quarterfinal. The Six Invitational Last Chance Qualifier playoff point here for Oxygen as they are up 1 map to 0 in this best of 3. So you said it, the Wizards got to be perfect for 3, and I am definitely worried, same as Highbear, that this strategy of working the top-down clear, focusing on the Ram and the Buck is maybe a little bit too slow for this team. Yeah, you've got to watch out from the direct take because Oxygen is that good in the 1v1s, but they have got to be fast. There's 1:40 left, plenty of time here, but they need to be quick working this map.
Yeah, well, look at it, Whiskey, though. The extreme difference between last round and this round is that it was at 1:40 or 1:50, and every single person is inside of the building, right? Wasted no time, took the space, took the real estate, and they've got an opening into Bakery should they be able to find that avenue as well. So if they can get this Echo off the board, oh, Diaz, that's going to be a huge first kill. They take that man advantage. They get that Echo off the board and then claim the vertical right above. We're seeing a plant inside of sight, and they've won themselves another round. And it's going to be a little bit easier now that they claim that body balance.
That's right. Hat has got to stay alive in order to be able to block off that plant, and I think leaving Yaga here sort of by himself in VIP, and look at that, the combination of the hatch drop, a little bit of a distraction that finally works, shuts him down and gives them control over on this side of the map, but Gomez looking to try and push back and take control. Gotta watch, they know somebody's at the bottom of Brown stairs, but 33 seconds left is not a ton of time. It's a 4v3 though, they've got the body count.
That's right, but they got to do the toughest part, and that's get into sight. So the bees start to ring out, a little bit of util dump. Probably going to see some of these flashes and grenades start to push these players out of those critical push point positions. 18 seconds, do or die here for the Wizards, and Newer's going to make it a little bit tougher as the headshot rings out. Not able to find one onto Bino. 8 seconds left between the go big or go home scenario, and it's too little, it's too late. 3v1, Oxygen is moving on.
Dominance out of OXG throughout that second half. Washington Wizards picked up 1 round on the attack, and I mean, Siege is a game of 2 halves, and if you can't win your attack in rounds, you just aren't winning games. OXG looking good, sending them into the next round, and we'll be looking forward to seeing some more of them later on in the tournament.
Oh, whiskey, whiskey, whiskey. I mean, yes, it's kind of expected, right? It's T1 taking on some of the best that we've seen in T2, and of course some of that T1 talent. But you just hoped it was going to be a little bit closer. You hoped that it was going to be that map 3 scenario. Just not going to be the case. Oxygen just being completely dominant.
Yeah, Oxygen played a heck of a game against this team, and I think the Washington Wizards put up a good fight, but it was just those little things that they couldn't manage to take over and get any momentum going. I know we talked about it, just a tremendous play there from the Oxygen team, 4 in a row to close that thing out on their map pick. We knew that they were going to be good coming into KAFE. Washington Wizards now are going to have still another opportunity in the lower bracket to try and fight through and figure out, can they make it a little bit further in this tournament. There are 4 of the 8 teams are going to qualify and move on to the finals, so still an opportunity for this team, but big congratulations obviously to Oxygen for taking the first best of 3 today.
Okay. So more Siege coming your way. We've got plenty of games. So sit back and relax, because when we come back, we're going to bring you a whole set of new maps. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players, and thank you so much for the raid fresh. Super, super appreciate that. We just wanted to come back on as we're getting the lobby set back up and say, hey, we see you, and we've got more Siege headed your way. Eh, Whiskey?
Yeah, that's right. We just finished up the first best of 3 here in the quarterfinals. Oxygen taking down the Washington Wizards 2-0 in the best of 3. So that next game, Oxygen moving on to face the winner of the core wildcard as part of that bracket. So we're still waiting for that game to finish up right now. I believe they are on match point on one of those maps. So it's close, my friend, but not quite done yet.
That's right. So we are going to take a quick break so we can get that lobby set up. So get your drinks filled up to the tippy top. Grab your favorite bag of snacks because when we come back, we're going to bring you a dramatic new set of maps. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We're back with the installation of the Siege Double Shot, coming at you last chance style. I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run.
That's right. Welcome back, everyone, to the Six Invitational Last Chance Qualifier Playoffs. This is it, my friend. 8 teams were remaining in this bracket to try and figure out who was going to make it to the finals. We're going to go ahead and show you that bracket real quick. For everyone that stuck around and watched the Oxygen versus the Washington Wizards, Oxygen took that in 2. Thanks again, Fresh, for the raid, and welcome everybody from his stream. So let's go ahead and take a look at that bracket, my friend. Not all the games are done yet, though. We are still waiting on the results of the Team Cruelty versus Friendship team, that XLG roster playing up at the top of the quarterfinal bracket. The others, though, decided. Loyalty is Scarce beat Cinta Negra, waiting for their partner in the upper semifinals. Our game, though, Wildcard took down Core in 2-0 fashion as well, and they're ready to do battle against Oxygen here in this game that we're going to be showing you. The winners of these 2 semifinal games qualify to that 4-team finals. The rest are going to have to fight it out in the losers bracket.
Okay, so taking a look at the teams. I don't know, not really any names I know very well, Whiskey. Are you kidding me? Wild card versus Oxygen. This is going to be in your face, right? We saw Oxygen do this really wonderful, very traditional setup on their last best of 3, and Wild card known to show that aggression, shoot the gap, take the space. I mean, this is going to be a matchup right here, Mr. Whiskey.
Yeah, and a 2-0 fashion for Wildcard taking on Core. That Core roster very, very good on the T2 space. So the T1 teams battle and get out. Only, unfortunately, one of them can go forward here and qualify. The other has to go through again the losers brackets, ultimately leading to a single team earning that 6 invitational invite spot for the North America region. But you said it. Where are we going to do battle? Again, it's a best of 3. And unfortunately, I wanted to see it layer off the board early.
I know, they took it off first, just didn't want to see it. Skyscraper, Border, and Consulate to fall next, which means our first map is going to be Bank. Followed up with Clubhouse, a little bit of that great equalizer, and then Decider, yet again, we're going to be heading our direction towards NIGHTHAVEN Labs. And if ever there was a matchup, Whiskey, for us to get to the Decider map, this is going to be it, right? Bank just so great for wildcards, really aggressive stance where they take those space, they shoot the gaps, they punish those mistakes. Clubhouse, the great equalizer, we saw Oxygen perform it like it was a TED Talk and exactly how you're supposed to, which would leave us NIGHTHAVEN Labs, our decider. A fun combo of kind of both of those.
Yeah, and I absolutely love Bank, my friend. One of my favorite maps getting a chance to play out here in T1 fashion between these 2 teams. Here it is, my friend. We are started map 1 of the best of 3 between these 2. Now, question is, who is it going to be? We saw, like we said, that Oxygen team very, very good at moving, clearing space, but also bunkering back down in sight, making it difficult for the attackers to try and gain space. They're starting off on defense here on Bank.
That's right. And so we had High Bear on the last match, and filling in for High Bear now is our very own IGT Nomical, going to give you the who, what, where, when, and why. Nomical, welcome to the cast.
Appreciate that, Mr. Glitter. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. And I promise I won't do as much trolling as I did during that one little casual session you and I had. But we're getting through our operator bans here. Ying and Habana both make a ton of sense as the attack is taken off the board. The Ying, of course, one of the most powerful execute operators in the game. Those flash candelas can cause a lot of chaos in the late round, especially when you go for those hatch drops, which kind of leads into the next ban. You've got the Habana, which is so important for those basement attacks. You don't want to have to worry about that if you're the defense. The Cade as well, a great little bit of a counter there being taken off. And the Two-Brow, a great pair of defensive bans. Going to make it a little bit easier for the attackers to open up a lot of hatches and walls, especially considering, like I said, that Habana, who is the hatch queen, is off the board.
Yeah, it kind of similar to some of the picks that we saw in the last map, where they just wanted to make sure that the vertical game, which is so important and prevalent, is going to be played out here. Nam, any predictions for going into bank here? What are you thinking? What are you feeling?
If you look back at
Attackers need to
stage
locate
2,
and
I think a
defuse bombs.
lot of the stuff that you're going to see is going to be very similar to how these teams played, especially considering neither of them made any roster changes between now and then. Now, admittedly, there have been, yes, some changes to the meta. Most notably, you've got
Attackers
like
have
the
discovered
addition
the
of Blackbeard,
location
a
of a
couple
bomb.
nerfs here and there. But I would expect Wildcard to come out on top here just because other than the fact that they got upset by CL Pharrell during the LCQ for the Montreal Major, they were widely regarded as one of the favorites coming into this tournament.
Okay, Whiskey, you heard it. He makes the prediction, wild card to bring it out, and I'm sure you're sitting on that oxygen side of it. We're starting out with a
5 seconds
very
remaining.
fun defense, Whiskey. Walk me through it.
Yeah, I mean, the combination of that area denial from Diaz bringing out the Goyo and the slowdown of Castle, we saw them use the Castle strat. And I think he's one of your favorite ops. He has certainly become a favorite as well for a lot of the pros and everybody playing Siege. So between those two, I like the mobile intel of Mozzie. And Newers was just unbelievable in that last series on both of the maps. He's the guy to be watching out for. Currently MVP 2 games in a row playing on that Vigil, and rather than bringing the boss tree, he brought the K1A, and that to me says that he's expecting in-your-face engagements rather than taking those long shots.
Yeah, and not just in your face, but more than one, right? It gives you the opportunity to not just have 2 shots, and he's going to find the first, and they're going to push in. He doesn't get the second, and Spiff is able to take Newers off the board, but the damage has been done. They got rid of some of that vertical, although it's Buck on basement, so not necessarily the big, huge game changer taken down just yet.
I mean, the early picks happening, we saw a lot of early picks happening, a lot of early engagements between that Oxygen and Washington Wizards roster, but there was a couple rounds where we saw everybody stay alive, but to lose, to me, definitely feels like losing Newers early is going to hurt this Oxygen team a little bit more, as he was sort of the guy carrying this team and coming up with a lot of the individual heroics. So not, to me, interesting. This is a complete change-up in the way that Oxygen's been playing defense, at least, again, on those previous 2 maps against the Washington Wizards. Not bunkered back down, right? We saw on Clubhouse in the basement, all 5 members downstairs in the basement in the first 30 seconds of those rounds. This time, a lot more roam heavy.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it does suck to lose Newers, but you know what? You still got Hat. Well, you had Hat. Hat gets taken off, but you still got Yaga in there, Gomez, right? I mean, like, we still got some powerhouse hitters. It is a 3v3 now with 56 seconds left on the board. The pressure starting to be put on here for the attack team. Spiff is at that half health. They did get the hatches opened up. Now it's going to be the drop down. Give him a double. Yaga, I told you, you got to watch him, and he finds it. Now a 3v1 as Kansan finds himself alone on an island here, and he's going to be dealt with easily.
If you look at that round, it was very close for most of it, quite honestly. But one of the big turning points, I feel like, was the fact that, yes, it obviously is Yaga sitting there on that lurk, but for the most part, throughout that round, even though Wildcard would lose a pick, they would very quickly get it traded back. And they had some good foundational pieces in that early round, but as the time started to get lower, it just really felt like they were a bit too over-aggressive. They were relying a bit too much on being heads-up gunfights rather than using their drones. Because obviously, you know, if you have a drone and if you are more slow and you are more keen to drone, then you're going to be able to spot out Yaga in that spot. And you're not going to lose 2 and eventually 3 picks. So that ultimately was the one big deciding factor. And I would really like to see Wildcard slow the pace down a little bit more in the mid-round and actually get back to that drone work. Because if they don't, then you're just going to keep seeing stuff like that happen.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you. It's one of the things that we knew about Wildcard coming into this is they were going to have that aggression. So they did go for Oxygen did go for that extension whiskey right when they were down at the basement. Didn't opt to bring the castle up top, which has kind of been that norm lately. So instead, kind of reverse strat there. They do bring the slowdown. They do bring that static warfare of a zombie though, and that of course could be the difference maker here.
That's right. That the combination of now using the deployables as sort of that mobile positioning to be able to play against, holding on to the hallway just outside of stock. And you said it. This Gomez bringing out the Azami. She's certainly brought in a lot, and she's normally banned out so often that it's almost been rare to see her played because of how often she was being banned. So to me, also interesting. None of the shields were banned. This has got to be one of the first maps we've seen. Again, maybe the first in in 2025 where we haven't seen a shield banned.
You knew I was going to make that joke, bro.
Also, Wildcard not taking on the shields or using them at this point, but what an identification there from Newers, and unfortunate Kanza not catching that they had a player down at the bottom of the square stairs.
That's right. Control-Alt-Deleted as Newers makes his way into the open area. Still a menace from that first floor and a C4 in hand to be able to deal that vertical devastation that only Valkyrie can bring to the table with those lovely camps. And who did they get off the board? They got rid of the long angle, right? Kansan on the Cali, a little bit safer for them. Now, everybody's still outside. A minute and a half left in the round. So kind of having a little bit of that struggle that we saw on KAFE, right? Having a little bit of trouble actually getting into the building. So as the time starts to tick down, Whiskey is going to have to start to see those boxes getting checked.
Yeah, it's one of the comments that Highbear was constantly making about this Oxygen team on attack was that they were moving a little bit too slow, and right now it feels like it's Wildcard that's moving a little bit too slow. You got a minute left, and you said it, everybody outside of the building, a lot of similarities here to KAFE. Got to hold on to the windows, but very little window pressure here from the attack and not a real focus on it from the defense. That to me, very surprising, but walking right into the waiting arms of Hat and that Frost.
Yeah, that's tough. 40 seconds left, and it is going to be Bosco down to a low 5 HP in a dream type situation, and he's not going to live that dream. It turns to a nightmare as Hat riddles his body full of bullets. Now it is going to be Spiker, the last alive, the Dokkaebi, trying to get a little bit of maybe some impactless kills here, right? I mean, it's a 4v1. Basically, gonna find one. 17 seconds left. If he finds one more, this becomes a little bit more winnable, but he is, of course, gonna go for the bait, and Oxygen not gonna be taking that bait.
There's really no reason to just hang out, hold on, and wait. See the defense pick up another round.
Norris getting that opening pick onto Cali absolutely doomed that round for Wildcard. With how much utility that Oxygen brought out on that top floor defense, like you guys were talking about, the Azami, you had the Frost with a couple of shields as well being placed out throughout the map. You needed that utility that the Cali brings to get rid of all of that defensive setup. And when they lost that, they lost a big part of their attack. And then they weren't able to use the rest of their utility quite as effectively because when the round ended, there was still a Dokkaebi call left to be used, a couple of EMPs. You had the IQ who died early without being able to get much value. So when Wildcard lost that Cali, they had to completely shift the focus of their attack. And instead of going for the more utility-focused attack, where they were trying to clear out the power positions that Oxygen had, they just tried to strong-arm their way in through square and on the north side repels, and it just did not work for them because of the fact that Oxygen still had so many power positions available to sit back and find those easy kills.
The double Goyo there.
10 seconds to go.
Kind of like it, not gonna lie to you. It's a statement, Whiskey. What do you think?
5 seconds to insertion.
I was trying to look back and just see how had Oxygen and Wildcard been performing here on Bank, and you have to go pretty far back. Oxygen, this is one of the only maps that they won during the NAL against the Luminosity roster winning Bank. They had losses on basically every other map, so this is really I think their best opportunity, and this was Wildcard's pick. This is definitely an interesting map as the first place to do battle between these two. They don't have a ton of direct head-to-head matchup between them, but they're really using the area denial. I love the use of the area denial. To me, the interesting pick, bring out the Oryx. Newers is, like we said, has been on an absolute tear right now today, just ripping people off the board constantly here, being that MVP right now, not even the top player, but for him to pick out the Oryx, I think, is an interesting pick, and we didn't see him play that at all on the previous maps. So we did talk about how Oxygen had been playing a lot of different ops and everybody playing a different role, having a lot of change up there. So we'll see how WILDCARD is adapting to that. We need to see them pull out some adaptation here, starting off this thing in a 2-0 losing position.
I'm here with the Oryx, right? I bring out the pocket. I want to call it a pocket strat, not a pocket strat, obviously, but somebody that you're not used to seeing and didn't even see in the last best of 3. So a quick shot here towards the stairway. Goma's going to take Bosco off the board as the headshot rings out from the Vector. Does give body bounce tipped over into the hands of Oxygen here with a little under half the round left to go. A quick pre-fire, and they're going to rotate down the stairs, take the scenic route, and come possibly back up that spiral side. Spiker able to take Diaz off the board and reclaim that equalizer, as we still got 1:11 and we now sit 4-4.
Yeah, there's a ton of space here. We are on the tertiary side, so the best opportunity here for the attackers to try and find a win, holding on to this this last bastion of hope for them to clean one in this first round rotate. Now, Kansan running the Twitch and clearing out some of the utility early. There's still 47 seconds left, and using the Twitch drone still late feels like, again, just a little bit too little too late here from the attackers, as they're taking too much time clearing the defensive utility and gaining power positions.
Maybe, but there's still 4 on the board, right? So you got 1 to look out, 2 to make the push and potentially set up for your execute and get rid of some of that util. But first thing you got to do is not feed Gomez, right? It's the 1v1s, and he's going to find quite a few of them. Now, it does get answered back as Kansan's going to find the get back. Spiff able to take one as well onto Hat, and that does put us now down into a 2v2. Oh, no, but Twitch goes down now into a 2v1. It is going to be Spiff with 7 seconds, and all to do is a bit in the bin as he starts to make the push, but it's going to be the swing. Yago with the double. Sheesh.
That round, just the strategy from WILDCARD didn't make a ton of sense to me. They spent 2 minutes trying to clear out the top floor and eventually lost the opening pick. When they did lose the opening pick, they sure got the quick trade back, but after that, once they did gain the control of the top floor, they A, didn't have any time, B, didn't have their hard breacher to be able to open up hatches or any walls that they needed to from above, and C, they had no soft destruction like a buck or a sledge or even a ram to work with. So you tried to focus on taking the top floor, but then you don't really have any way to leverage power positions out of it. So then they just tried to sneak their way in through square and in through archives, which on so little time doesn't seem like the greatest idea, but it really was all they had left. And while sure they did get a couple of picks there, it just was a bit too late for them to be able to realistically make anything happen.
Okay, so the first round rotates over and done. 3 to Oxygen. What's the adaptation, right? What is the attack? What does WILDCARD bring into the table, Whiskey? It's going to make it a little bit different. Is it the leading into the investment on the roam clear here?
I mean, they certainly, from an operator select standpoint, it shows that's what they're doing, right? The combination of Spiff, Kansan, and Bay all bringing out roam clear operators with the Dokkaebi, Lion, and Jackal. To me, seems like it's too much. I didn't think they were losing this based on, wild flanks there from the defense, catching them off guard. It seemed like they were losing it and just taking too long to clear utility. I would have loved to have seen maybe somebody like a Flores that's helping them clear out some of that utility. They were using the Twitch, but took just a little bit too long. This certainly seems like the site where you'd want to run the Twitch. Yeah, Gomez is playing the Mozzie, which maybe makes it a little bit more dangerous to keep those drones alive, but you need somebody to help clear out those Goyo traps downstairs. But this doesn't seem like a standard basement attacking setup. Osa, you know, nobody to try and back up that play downstairs. And like Namiko called it out earlier, spending a lot of time here upstairs working on the clear, and the site is 2 floors down.
Yeah, and nobody even up on the second floor now, right? First minute's gone. They've all rotated at least down to the first floor. Diaz going to be the lone man holding down inside of lockers, and that's what's fun about bringing that Goyo and having no Twitch to take those off the board. As we get down here into this last minute, they're going to have a tough time pushing in, even if they claim the body balance, even if they claim that real estate, even if they have that vertical. You still have to deal with the Goyos here at the last minute. Now, Spiff does take Gomez off the board, and that's a good pick because he's 4 kills in the last 2 rounds. Coming up clutch on a couple of those, the triple being especially good. Now, there it is with Hat taking Spit off the board.
Oh, Hat. Wow.
Second kill as he takes the head off of Spiker. Give him 3, getting active before Bosco's able to take Newers off the board in a couple of body shots. But now Bosco all alone in a 1v3 trying to claim their first round. It's a hatch drop, but you knew that wasn't going to work. It's a vector to claim your life.
You could tell, but it just seemed like Wildcard were playing a bit scared in that last round, which, I mean, it makes sense, or you could at least understand why, because they're currently 0-4 on opening picks in these rounds. And because of that, you know, standard Siege logic suggests that you'd want to play a little bit slower, a little bit more passive, because you don't want to get things spiraling out of control. You want to try and get it back to that 4v4. You don't want to end up in a 5v3, which would ultimately likely spell your doom in a round. And when Wildcard are losing these opening picks,
Defenders, protect your bombs.
it's taking what already has been a very slow attack so far and making it even slower because they have to slow down and see if they can't find that equalizer. They can't play with confidence. They can't play with that speed that they need to have to get themselves set up for an execute. So they have ultimately a decent opening part of the round, but at the end, they just don't have what it takes to muster it over the line.
The tough part, yeah, that final clutch, the gut check, if you will, not having that late round closing power. And now Whiskey, we're going to see the Malusi, the Mira, Azami Castle, and the Fenrir coming out. So if they had trouble getting in and taking that space before, I mean, every single operator is designed to slow you down immensely on the setup they have now.
Yeah, right now, for sure, Wildcard struggling a little bit on the attack. But that was the round rotate done, and fortunately losing the basement. This is the next opportunity here. We talked about the 2F being, you know, is it falling out of favor? Is this an opportunity here for Wildcard? I certainly think so. And the change up to have less focus on the roam clear, more on some of that direct site take with the Sophia and the Amaru. I like this setup. This is a good change here for this team. Now, can they convert that into a round win? That's the big question. Oxygen has looked unstoppable right now, which again, surprising when you're talking about 2 T1 teams playing against each other. How good right now Oxygen is looking, and I want to see this Wildcard team step it up and get closer. That's what we need to see right now.
Yeah, well, they brought the right tools along, right? You said it. The Flores, the Zofia, the Ace, they're going to get this stuff opened up. They're going to get rid of some of these gadgets, but the time is going to be the big factor here. So taking a second look, getting some drones up top to the second floor, trying to suss out if we got some E3 action. Does spot one out onto the rotate as he heads over to Banana, still with all these castle barricades and Kiba barriers up that they have to deal with, head holes to boot. So look at this. A little bit of some hatch play. Does see the E3 is available for the taking. If done right, this could be an absolutely huge and impactful play, right? Maybe Yaga gets pushed out and to the right as Amaru comes up the elevator and then finds himself in a devastating crossfire, potentially, right? That's what could be going down. Minute and 14 as you start to see some of those disorienters come out, and there it is, Amaru taking advantage of the sound, does push up, but it's the long angle stock able to take him down. Yaga able to find Kansan off the board now as well, and they're just dropping like flies as Hat finds the 3rd kill of the round. Does put us into a 5v2, both members of the attacking side left outside and scratching their heads.
God, I wanted that to work so much. I loved the Amaru up through the hatch to try and take the elevator down, but the great coverage from down the hall was just too much there, and wow, it all falls apart there at the end. A shot in the face of the repeller, and then walking in top square. Man, I really wanted that to work. I loved the setup, the distraction, the Amaru. It was something innovative. It was something unique coming out from Wildcard, and a change up in the way that they had been playing. Oxygen was just ready for it, though.
Mentioned last round that it seems like Wildcard are starting to get in their own heads. It really does feel like at this point that they are starting to play scared. Because they had the aggressive idea about playing with the Amaru and coming up the elevator hatch, but it took them almost 2 minutes to facilitate the idea of making it happen. And even when they did make it
Attackers need
happen,
to
it was
locate and
just a
defuse
solo
as many
play that
bombs
didn't
as
really
they
have a
can.
lot of coverage. And you saw that the Amaru was just a little bit scared. They didn't really want to take that fight inside of the Trump office. And ultimately, that little bit
Attackers have located a
of
bomb.
fear, that extra little bit of hesitation is what ultimately cost Wildcard big time in that engagement, because the Amaru dies first. You see two other members of Wildcard scramble to try and get a refrag on that. They all die, and it leaves them in a 2v5, an unwinnable situation, and it just continues to spiral out of control. And ultimately, Wildcard's little bit of hesitation in that last round, those split-second
seconds left
moments,
before
those
insertion.
siege timings are costing them big right now.
Yeah, I
5 seconds left
completely
before insertion.
agree with you there. Especially because, yeah, definitely had to play. If it wasn't such a linear push, that scoreline changes, and we're not looking at a 5-0 currently. Whiskey, man, Oxygen is just on fire right now. We got some win cons going for Wildcard outside of time.
I mean, really, no one is jumped out as the main aggressor here from this defense, right? Yaga sitting at 8-0, has yet to die in this map so far. Seems like the obvious choice, but I mean, Hat has been having a fantastic game. Gomez, Newers, Diaz showing up exactly when they need to. So I wouldn't say right now at this point it's being one specific thing, but they did what we talked about, clearing out utility, but you said taking too long. So I like the change up here of Spiff switching onto the ace and Bay on the buck, and hopefully they can make this push in a little bit faster than they had previously. This could be a good round for them, but gotta go a little bit quicker, put some pressure on Oxygen, and Namiko said it, gotta get out of their own heads at this point, because this is a very good team. They are dangerous across the board, and they gotta let Oxygen know it.
That's right, and so look at that. Gomez gonna find Spiker off the board. The headshot rings out. That's gonna give the body balance back, but Newers is gonna be quickly responded to as it finds the second kill. Diaz off the board now as well. Spiff's able to put some body shots into him. So now they claim that body balance. They claim the man advantage, and kind of looking like one of their best.
There it is.
Spiff on the triple kill now, getting active, getting alive, getting the real estate, and that's gonna be Gomez. Still, the Vector just being absolutely devastating. Can't feed him one-on-one, or he is absolutely going to eat. Yaga still not able to find a death, finds 2 more kills on the board, and now Kansan alone again with an unstoppable Yaga. 10-0 he sits.
Without the diffuser. Diffuser is down and being covered, and more defensive utility. That was one more of those Goyo canisters popped. Yeah, Kansan is in a really tough position right now. He's still got 55 seconds left, so from a utility perspective, not a ton. He's got the smoke, but boy, that feels like it's just a little bit too far away to be able to cover his entry into the building. They're taking a couple shots at him as well.
It wasn't for the entry. It was trying to isolate a kill and put himself into that 1v1 position. He left himself a peek because he knew he had to deal with it on the beepers towards the marble stairs, right? So if he gets that kill, puts himself into a 1v1, that is a lot more of a winnable situation. Now he's stuck in this 2 situation, this 2v1, where for sure when one dies, the other's popping up and swinging, and it doesn't even need it because Yaga is just unstoppable.
That round started out poorly once again for Wildcard. They lost their 6th opening pick in a row. But then you see Spiff, go in for a huge 3K inside of Tellers and Archives. And when he got those first 2 kills, because the third one was a little bit later, it seemed as though the rest of Wildcard started to scramble. They were like, oh my gosh, Spiff's and Tellers. He's got a chance. He's got an opening. Let's go, 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 go. They tried to scramble to get themselves set up for a push into the site because they thought they had an opening to go for it. But when they did that, they got caught out of position, and it gave Oxygen an opening back into that round. They were able to get a couple of picks back into that 2v2, and ultimately Yaga just goes huge in the late round to pick up another 3K. Like you guys said, he is 11-0 right now, absolutely slaying Wildcard like the Titan player that he is.
Bomb
And
located by attackers.
that's just another thing, is Wildcard, I feel like they're not only playing a little bit scared, but they're also skipping steps. They're going a little bit too quick sometimes, a little bit too slow on other occasions. They need to get back to the drawing board and find that perfect balance to be able to stop all of this aggression that OXG are bringing out.
Okay, so
10 seconds to
the
go.
first half done, a 6-0, a dominant, a TED Talk on how
5
to
seconds
defend
remaining.
Bank is going to see Oxygen on their attacking half, and you know they're going to be aggressive, right? Because they've got 6 chances to win 1 round, right? So it can be any number of things: a quick plant, you know, the extreme vertical. That just any number of things can go on here and win the round. So what does the defense do? They know that aggression's coming. Whiskey, we're going to see the Capcan brought out round number 1 on the back end of the half.
I love it. Bring out the Capcan, you know, slow this team down just a little bit. They're going to need something to try and catch it, but look at this. Already identified. Oxygen, feeling very confident, and there is no way we walked into this game thinking that OXG was going to take a 6-0 half. Now, this is Wildcard's map pick. They chose Bank. They wanted to go here. I don't think they were expecting that, obviously, either. So they've got their work cut out for them. I love the Capcan pick, though, and the combination. We talked a lot about Valkyrie. We were playing on KAFE on that final game of the previous series. The Intel. Bank has got a lot of those same feel locations where you can get a ton of real estate covered by those Valcams, so I like that pick as well.
Damos ping, it does go out as they have sussed out the Capcan, knows that he's sitting on top of the hatch. A couple of C4s in hand. You can see the Kansan's already wasted his, and no death to occur or damage on the other side of it. But the fun pick here, right? Diaz goes onto the Sense, right? Newly reworked, does have that ability to turn the gadget on and off, so you can sneak those Senses in. Oh, hat, Spiker. Going to go to the head. That's going to go to Hat there as he takes his head right off. That's the man advantage back over, and unfortunate, that's the Warden off the board. So the smokes that are in the hands of Hat after he gets the kill are going to prove to be very, very helpful when they get in to start to go for that execute.
Yeah, right now they're working, and you still have got a minute left. So one of the things we talked a lot about was Oxygen sort of taking a little bit too much time on some of these executes. I feel like we're seeing that a little bit now as well. Is okay, you've got a little bit of entry, a little bit of space that they've made. You got down on blue stairs with the Thermite, maybe getting ready for that standard pick, but boy, going down from a Capcan trap late, this is way too slow of an execute.
Almost saw his first death, but he's going to be retrievable, so they still maintain that body balance. It's 32 seconds left on the board. It's do or die. They still have 5 alive to try.
He's outside
and
garage.
Wildcard trying to find their first round win, so it does get smoked off. He's going to have a little bit of protection from any sight lines going in, but they've got to make a move, and there it is. Yaga going to find Bosco off the board. It does get traded out onto Newers as we find ourselves into a 4-3, a 4-2 as Kansan goes down, but Yaga going to find his first death, and just like that, with 6 seconds left, it is going to be the defense finding their first round win. Oh, except for 1v1? Oh, okay.
Operators, you are out of
Had my
time.
heart beating there for a second, Whiskey. I almost thought they were going to pull that back off.
Jeez, that got closer than I was expecting, certainly.
It was closer than I was expecting as well. I think we all were a little bit surprised there. Personally, I honestly thought it looked initially like OXG might just run away with that execute. You saw Yaga drop in through elevator and get a freebie on a player inside of sight. The player at the bottom of main stairs just looks in the complete opposite direction, but that's because his teammate is aware of the fact that there's somebody pushing into garage. They get the kill on the player pushing into garage, and that allows them to refocus their efforts on all of the players pushing from multiple different angles, because OXG had players pushing from what looked like 4 different areas of the map, and that can be good when you are in a man advantage situation like they were in, but if your players don't win their 1v1 gunfights, which it was about 50-50 on such low time, it doesn't really leave you with an opportunity to meet back up and really push the round over the top, and that's exactly what happened. They got a couple of kills, but they eventually just did not have the time to be able to meet back up and really close out that round.
Okay, so
10
take
seconds
it up
to
to the 2F, right? And kind of a little bit more normal what we're looking at for a setup for the 2F for Bank, right? It's outside of like the mirror. Yeah, I know she's used a lot, but we don't see it a ton, right? You do bring the castle out. You do bring that static warfare of a zombie. So gonna be looking for some of those cheeky off angles, a little bit of those power positions are gonna make that critical push point very difficult to move in on, especially because you still have the intel of Valkyrie. You still have the special goggles of the Warden available. So a good defensive setup here by WILDCARD should stop some of that aggression, but they double shielded Whiskey, Monty, and Blackbeard on the board.
Yeah, a little bit of a change up. We saw some shield play on the previous map, but basically none from WILDCARD on their attack here for Bank. So we'll see how this changes up things. I gotta believe the fact that they didn't ban out shields means that they were expecting it. So that's my belief here, that WILDCARD expected the shield play coming out from Oxygen since they didn't ban it. So we'll see how this affects it. This 2F floor, a lot of play off those windows, and I like the Monty coming in that main ATM tellers area to make sure none of the defenders are holding those steep angles. But right now, is again, hopefully WILDCARD can take advantage of the slow Oxygen execute, hold on to these power positions, and that combination of the castle Azami again on this defense, doing everything they needed to slow down this Oxygen execute.
Yeah, absolutely. And so puts themselves onto the rotate as Monty starts to make his way up the spiral stairs, taking some of that real estate, putting the pressure onto the players there in that Trump office. Nobody really moving in. They've got that layered defense, right? Once you get through that first initial office take and take some of that 2F off the top of spiral, then you have to deal with the mirrors with it as well. And if you're not paying attention, what we saw in the last when Oxygen was on the defense, is then you still have that long angle to deal with, right? So a grenade goes in and they start to make the push. It's a pistol pop and he's going to find one, but Hansen's going to answer back onto Yaga as the headshot rings out. So now down into a 4-4, but a grenade is going to stop Kansan in his tracks and bait a Victor kill. Newer's off the board to Spiff to take Hat, and this is looking a little bit better here for the defense. 52 as it starts to ring out. Now Spiff is on that low HP. He'll be living a dream trying to stay alive for these last 45, and Gomez is still on the shield, right? It got banned out earlier because they were really effective with the shield when they were making that last bit of the push in. So looking to get that equalizer kill. If he can find one, then it starts to be able to let the plant go down, and that is the one that he needed. Gomez takes Spiff on the headshot, looking for a wall bang, but doesn't actually have it. So down below, still
the
two
C4
C4s on the board. They've got plenty of intel. Is he going to do it in time? No! He's going to miss his opportunities. He pushed all the way up, now looking towards vending. A quick shot, but nobody there as he retreats back, and the plant is starting to go down. He takes the half to 75. He's got to stick it because of the time, and now Ace goes down. He does get a post-plant scenario, and it's a Blackbeard shield as Spiker does take the rest of Diaz off the board. So Bay and Spiker in a 2v1, 35 seconds to try and find how to get this. It's a triple kill for Gomez. This is why he was banned out, and they're going to go for the defuse. It's a little bit of a fake, maybe a little bit of a long arm, but he's going to start pushing up. Blackbeard is in a position to get this kill, and it's the sweep.
He gets it!
With the triple kill. It's a Vector to the headshot. Gomez goes down, and the defuse is possible. Had to be perfect for 6 in a row, and they've now found 2.
Oh my gosh. I don't know if you guys saw that, but Bay had literally less than 10 HP. 1 HP wins out that 1v1 against that Blackbeard. So close for OXG, but they just can't quite get it done. They played that round beautifully, I must say. Both teams honestly did. That round was almost a perfect expectation of how to play Siege. You have great trades in the beginning. You have OXG playing off their shields, and while the first shield does die, they get the trade right back onto it to keep themselves in a winnable position at the top of Banana Stairs. After that, you push forward in that 2v3. You get a kill to equalize it, and that gives you the opening you need to get that plant down. They get the plant down. Unfortunately, the cover does die, but you have that Blackbeard playing in the 1v2. And I thought for a minute there that WILDCARD were going to let it slip away because they tried to take 1v1 engagements with the Blackbeard shield, but unfortunately, OXG got a little bit too aggressive there, specifically the Blackbeard, pushed up a little bit too far, fell for the bait of the defuse, and Wildcard were able to slip through that round and win it out just barely, just by a hair.
10 seconds to go.
Hey, one more round, right? That's the chant. That's the phrase. That's the feeling. How do you eat an elephant? Whiskey, it's one bite at a time. They had to be perfect for 6. They found 2. A little bit of momentum in their favor. Switch up the defense here. What are you thinking?
One bite at a time, and Wildcard is hungry. They're finding rounds when they need to and coming up big. So here it is. Spiff, Kansan, Bosco, Bay, and Spiker. They've got this opportunity here. The problem is it's on the tertiary site, this 1F open area. Historically the best opportunity for the attackers to try and catch a win. Wildcard's got no opportunities, though, to let a round slip through. If they lose one, this is over. The good news is map 1 of a best of 3. If you're just joining us, welcome everyone. Best of 3 between these two teams. The loser gets to go down to the losers bracket as well. The winner qualifies to the 4-team finals that will be taking place next weekend. So there's a lot on the line for the winner here. The loser, though, at least this is not an elimination match, so they can afford to be a little bit loose with it, but certainly do not want to be throwing rounds away to Oxygen right now. Now, I love the utility clear coming out. One of the things that Wildcard was struggling with, Oxygen working it early here.
Yep, that's right. And the Monty has taken up the space inside of the E-box here. As Monty, the walking drone, just collecting all that information, getting himself prepped and set up for a potential execute in through that main door. And you can see it. He's starting to make his pressure known onto Spiker here. Now, he, of course, has those smokes, used one of them already. So with 1:28, still got a while that he has to try to stall this push out. They did opt for the 1 shield this time. Nook goes down. The Gomez, who has just been on absolute fire, gets on the wrong end of some Boss G work, as Vigil is going to single-handedly claim that man advantage for Wildcard.
It's holding on. I mean, Nomical talked about it early on, that those first 6 rounds, Oxygen got that opening pick every single round. This time, finally, Wildcard getting a little bit extra, and look at this. That smoke is going to be devastating for this team, slowing down, taking half of Yaga's HP. But if you look at that kill, 13-2-1. What an unbelievable game he's been having.
And the support on the Monty as well. Look at that. That is going to be the second box that rings out, but a Claymore strategically placed is going to find it, and now puts into a 4v2. Spiker's able to take Yaga off the board. Kansan takes Diaz. We're looking at another round starting to creep up here, and there it is. Wildcard, a little bit of momentum. They don't let the mental shock get in, and they're able to find 3.
That round reminded me a lot of the attacks that we saw from Wildcard. They had the shield and they started to play off of it, but as the round started to progress and they started to lose bodies to Bosco, the shield just kind of went off on its own and then eventually did end up dying. And it felt like OXG just tried to do what Wildcard did a whole bunch in their first half attacks, was just try to go and see if they can't win individual gunfights and maybe find a gap here and there. And Wildcard were ready for it. They had a very information-heavy lineup. They had the Vigil, they had the Valkyrie, they had the Mute, all designed to gather and block information from the attack. And they used that information to their advantage to be able to shut down any sort of play that OXG were trying to go for.
So 3 in a row, Whiskey, right? A little bit of that momentum has been built up, and they take it back down to the dreaded basement. Here, Oxygen threw a couple of different sort of looks at them. Have they locked in? Have they adapted? Is this next round going to be the one that sends Oxygen on to win map number 1?
I mean, this was Wildcard's map pick, so to me it feels like Wildcard team very much ready and prepared for defense here on Bank, and they're showing why they belong in this last chance qualifier. So is it going to be enough? It's tough to call at this point because Oxygen had been playing very good and they've gotten close, right? We saw that round 8 came down to a 1v1 versus a Blackbeard. That Bay had an incredible round to win that one. That could have easily gone the other way and we'd already be in the waiting period between maps. So can Wildcard pull it off? They need some individual heroics as well. They got to win some of those gunfights. And right now, I love the combination again, using that Goyo and the Mozzie there. Like a little bit of intel and a ton of area denial downstairs. I like this strategy of trying to slow Oxygen down. We've talked about that being a little bit of a thing that they're struggling with. And here it comes out again.
Yeah, so they find themselves on a huge extension, right? 2 players sitting up on the second floor, 2 players sitting on the first floor, and Bosco alone down in the basement. So if somebody's paying attention to that, could be get a pick and then push site, get the execute down. All depends on who's, of course, hitting. First minute is gone, and Spiker's going to take Hat off the board, and that's going to be the body bounce tip into the hands of Wildcard. And, gives Spiff one as well. Gomez goes down and now puts him into a 5v3. A little bit of health damage, but he's not disturbed, as they have now found the man advantage and not given up any real estate in advantage.
That's right, finding opening picks here, a couple rounds in a row, holding on, and you still have got 4 alive left now. More than half this round is gone, and all of the action happening on the upper 2 floors. They're just now starting to try and make this push down. So down in the body count by 1, they have got to be good and not take any extra chances. Working on clearing out Spiker here from the archives area, and this is definitely dangerous, and another Spiker kill. Boy, this has been a complete momentum shift as Oxygen falling apart a little bit here on the attack on Bank.
Yeah, absolutely. So having a little bit of trouble getting that cohesive push, and time still playing out that same sort of menace that it has been for Oxygen all night. But I mean, it's the shotgun, the close quarter combat king. Spiker just not giving up real estate. He said you're gonna have to pay dearly for it. So they send in a grenade, and that's gonna force Spiker to move up, and they're gonna get the kill now into a 1v3. He drops down the hatch, but there's plenty of smoke here still to hold him off. 2, in fact, with 20 seconds left. So effectively, he's not going to be able to make this push in, and they're not going to throw any bodies. So the defense going to come up when they needed to have 6 in a row. They found themselves 4 whiskey.
That round, OXG really wanted to go for the execute, and Wildcard knew that. They didn't give OXG an opportunity to make that happen. They saw OXG's lineup, they saw how they were attacking the top 2 floors of the map, and like Whiskey Run said, all of the action from that round, all of the important and meaningful action, mind you, because some action did happen down in server, but all of the meaningful action happened on those top 2 floors. Wildcard knew that OXG wanted to try and go for a plant, and they didn't give them the opportunity to do that. They sent plenty of roamers up above. They all played together, and they all found crucial kills on those crucial execute operators that made it so OXG did not have A, man advantage, or B, map control, and C, the opportunity to go for that all-important plant. They got caught up trying to clear those top 2 floors, and Wildcard just did not give them an inch.
Yeah, that shotgun was absolutely devastating, Nom. They just couldn't push him. The close quarter combat king, and he found himself 3 for his efforts. That'll definitely slow down any sort of attack you got going on. So now they're bringing out the Blitz and the Sens and the Lion, something that's going to indicate that we might see something a little bit quicker out of Oxygen, and I think that might be part of the playset here if they want to lock this one up.
I love that setup from the Oxygen attack. They needed to change something, right? A little bit of a roam clear, but also maybe something that shows a quicker push here. Can they try and upset Wildcard? They seems like when you're giving this team enough time, they're able to find wins, able to find ways to shut the attack down. It was not last time we saw this second floor defense. There was not a lot of the window play upstairs, not a lot of pressure here on the defense. This time around, the attackers taking some of that and holding on. Whether or not Yaga on the Blitz, is that going to be the right choice? I like this Ash. When we talked about the entry picks, Oxygen needs to try and find one here, because when they got the opening pick, they were flawless.
And so win condition was definitely take Yaga off the board. He has 4 deaths, they have 4 wins. Not a coincidence there, right? So I think if they can secure this Blitz off first, then they might be pulling themselves another round, getting closer to equalizing on the scoreline here. Either way, we have everybody on the attack within the first minute still sitting outside, right? The drones doing what they do. They're sussing them out. They're opening things up and start to force these players out of those comfy positions that they were sitting in and try to find a way to deal with this mirror.
That's right, dealing with the mirror, one of the big reasons that you bring along the Ash, you don't have the Twitch in play here to try and mess with it. The only thing they can try and use the Ash. They've got one of those was already cracked. The other one, I would guess that Gomez is going to try and work that. Still holding on to the angle. There it is. Going to crack. Oh no, did he miss? It looked like he went for one of the windows and missed and did not hit the second. Mira still got one to play under.
That's huge. And's got a way out to rotate, give a little bit of that scenic route. They've got the idea that somebody's down there, but they're not going to take that push through the double. Instead, it's going to be a rotate up to the back. But caught slipping, Spiker is going to be taken off the board, and that's the body bounce tipped into the favor of Oxygen here. And that's a little bit of a disaster feel as the Sen's gadget starts to go off. Ace is going to push in and start to go for that plant, and Mir just wasted the C4, so not going to be able to use it onto the plant, and that's going to be... Okay, just pushing in and making waves. 3-2, 3-1. All of a sudden, Plant didn't go down, and it absolutely fell apart for Oxygen. Now, Newer's one of the heroes of the last matches that we watched is alone in a 1v3. Now, Kansan is on that low health scenario, just a bullet to take him out of the fray, but you still got 2 to deal with after that goes down. So, a couple of quick pre-fires here. Once we've got 12 seconds left, and just nobody going to give him the opportunity to make that swing. Kansan going to finish that one off.
I think it happened again. You guys have been saying all day that OXG's attacks have been really, really slow. And I think that round was another perfect example of that. They got down to such low time, and they decided that they just had to go for it. I don't think that they were fully set up to push, and they just decided to send the blitz in with Yaga through Janitor, and they weren't really ready for the execute. They got the kills inside of Janitor, but elsewhere on the map, a lot of the other players on OXG that were set up or getting set up for an execute weren't quite ready to go. And that just speaks again to the fact that they have been relatively slow, because with only 30 seconds left, you should already be ready and looking for that execute to come in. And it wasn't properly timed. They didn't have all the crossfires and all the positioning that they needed to be able to cover that pushing through Janitor properly. And in the end, you see the blitz and everybody else who was over there ends up dying. And it leads to another round win for Oxygen. 5 in a row, just 1 round away from overtime, which a few rounds ago, if you had asked me, would we go to overtime? I would have told you absolutely no way. But now it seems extremely likely.
It's like wild, right? Well, I guess it's coming up all wild. No pun intended there. But it's crazy to see such a dominant performance by Oxygen on their defense, only to get trounced on the answer back, right? You only needed to find 1 round, and WILDCARD has just put pedal to the metal, and they are finding ways to get the kills. They are finding ways to get the round wins, and now they're 1 away from tying this up, Whiskey.
What an incredible comeback from the WILDCARD team. 5 in a row after we thought that they were nearly dead and buried. The reverse sweep incoming. What a play here for this team. They have absolutely coalesced in a way that was unexpected. Oxygen came off of a strong win against their opponents. Extremely strong start on the WILDCARD map pick. They were not done yet. I know that we still have got 2 more maps to go, and there's still a lower bracket, but both of these teams fighting for this spot, not willing to give an inch, and I love it. This is the siege we live for. WILDCARD, 1 more opportunity to try and send this thing to overtime, and a little bit of a run out. Bosco shut it down.
Lot of bit of a run out and no claymores to back it up, and he's gonna be able to get back inside. No! At the very last second, Newers takes him down with a couple of body shots. That's the Fenrir off the board, so wherever those gadgets are at, that's where they'll stay. 4-4 is the last minute, and 40 is gonna start to count down. Now, they still have the double shields, they've still got that utility. They don't have a shield posted up into the hallway, so Blitz able to take that real estate for relative free. Now, the shotgun is back into the hands hands of Spiff and Spiker. So don't get comfortable. Bay's able to find one. Bay's able to find a second. Bay's good for 3 as
No
he's just
way.
going absolutely crazy. Now Yaga, the
Yes!
hero of the early round, is not going to pull it off. Shoosh.
We are going to overtime, my friend.
Holy smokes, Bay. I mean, can you talk about a more ballsy play? Just swinging out of Janitor right into the attack's waiting arms, and he kills 4 of them? Are you kidding me, Bay? I mean, absolutely insane stuff. Just flicking from one to the other, shutting down that attack single-handedly. OXG were in a pretty good spot. They got the trade on the player on the jump out, and they were perfectly set up. They had plenty of operators to go for a roam clear, and they
Attackers
fell
need to
victim
locate
to it.
and
They
defuse
weren't properly
bombs.
ready to start their roam clear yet because they had to focus on killing Bosco, and that gave Bay the opportunity to go for that swing out as OXG were still setting up. And now look at this, Whiskey Boys. A 6-0 comeback by Wildcard. We have seen 0 attacking victories yet, and that plays beautifully for Wildcard, who start this overtime on the defense.
So here's the question, Nam, right? Is it that attacking this map is incredibly difficult, or is it just that these two teams have got bank defense
10 seconds
completely
to
figured out?
I don't necessarily think that Bank is that hard
5
to
seconds
attack. I
remaining.
think there are multiple sites on here that are entirely winnable. I just think that the defense is playing with such confidence and control on the map right now. You've seen a lot of times when we go down to the bottom floor, the roam is getting in the face of the attack and preventing them from gaining map control. And I think that's been a big part of it, is these two teams like to go for slower, more structured attacks. And both teams have read into that, and they're not giving either side an opportunity to truly get set up for an execute.
That's right. No real estate to be had for you guys on the side of the attack. 6-6 Whiskey. What in the world?
Well, certainly did not see that coming. I figured that this was going to be a close game. We were talking back on round 1, round 2, at how close we expected this game between two T1 teams who didn't quite earn that spot into the SI through points throughout the season, after fighting through to the last chance qualifier. And unfortunately, only one team is going to make it, but there's still plenty of siege to get to this point. When we said it was going to be close, though, I certainly didn't expect a 6-0, 6-0 half to be the thing that got us there. Incredible play by both of them. I know Nam said it. I think this favors the wildcard team just a hair, being that we haven't seen an attacking win. Is this going to be the place? Is it going to be now that we see it? Still an open question mark, and with a minute 40 left in this round, again, it's still feeling like Oxygen taking a little bit too long working on this play. It's a basement bomb site, and they're working on clearing the second floor. You still have got Spiff playing downstairs in open area as well. They haven't even cleared him out. No pressure on site yet.
Right, and I think Spiker might have been misdroning the elevator. It looked like that drone went right on past. So if that's the case, his impact could be huge. He could have the play. Now, do they take a second look? No, they don't. They breeze right on past it. So the potential to find that could be huge. Now, he did rotate down to the basement. He's got a C4 in hand, but Newer's able to find one. Bay to answer back. Diaz to claim Bay's life. No 4Ps to had, but Bosco taking down Yaga now puts us into a 3-3 scenario. 55 seconds left on the board for this first round in the overtime. And yes, we still have a C4. We still got a couple of smokes, 3 of them with 44 seconds left. Whiskey, this is huge. So looking towards that elevator area, the C4 rings out, but nobody there to answer the calls. It gets baited out absolutely perfectly. A couple of Bs start to rain down, but nobody getting in that line. Nobody's intel getting revealed. So 29 seconds left. We're still droning. We're still trying to figure out where these defenders are sitting. Spiker takes a little bit of damage as more of those green Bs are going to ping him out. The smokes come down for a little bit of a safer drop. 16 seconds, 3 apiece. They've got to make a move, make the drop down. The second to last smoke from Bosco goes out, and with 7 seconds, I mean, they're going to be able to deny this with just, well, I was going to say smoke alone, but I guess if you want to do it the traditional way, that's fine too.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard had plenty of options there, quite honestly. It was a 3v3 there, and it felt like it could have been anybody's game. But in the end, as that time started to tick lower and lower again because of, like we keep saying, a slow attack by OXG. They had plenty of utility. They still had, like you said, 2 toxic babes. They had a C4 and they had the warden all available to deny the plant. And while OXG still had utility, they had those Grim Beats, they had the Capital bolts. They just weren't really able to properly utilize them because of that
Attackers need
defender
to
utility
locate
that
and
was
defuse
still
as many
available on
bombs as they
such low
can.
time. And in the end, they just had to push straight through the site and see if they could get some kills because they couldn't plant, because they didn't have the safety to do it with that utility still being on the board. And now WILDCARD have won 7
located by
rounds in a
attackers.
row. OXG are on life support.
Completely shut down. That's right. Lacking oxygen at the moment as they find themselves down in the scoreline after such a dominant performance. Whiskey, this is getting crazy. So they lean into the area denial. They bring out the oil and the smoke. They're really
10 seconds
anticipating
remaining.
something quick out of WILDCARD. And you know what? They're probably not wrong.
5
Here's the
seconds
thing,
left.
though, right? Yes, on life support, but we haven't seen an attacking win,
Attackers are
right?
heading out
That
to
being
defuse the
the
bomb.
important point here is that, yeah, we just haven't seen Oxygen win a round in the last 7, but we also haven't seen them play defense again since the last 7. So here's the opportunity, right? They're back on defense. They brought along the tools to do it. That combination of the Azami, the deployables, the area denial, and I love seeing this Echo come out again. This played a decent part in holding on to Bank. We'll see whether or not it's going to be enough. I feel like they left kind of a few of the soft walls open. They still have 1 reinforcement that they didn't end up using, so that's interesting. We'll see, though, but if we had to say the defensive rounds are winning here, this is very much looking like it could be Oxygen's opportunity to send it into double OT for the full 15.
Yeah, and look at what they did too, Whiskey. They changed up the strat. It's full bunker down. Lean into the area denial and just bunker down. Trust your gunfights, trust your strategy. And this is what we saw be so effective on their first match today when they were taking on the Washington Wizards, right? They knew that something quick could happen. They knew something powerful could happen. They knew something could vertically happen. And so they just bunkered down, trusted the explosions in the gunfights, and of course, it worked out very well for them. So, gonna do the same thing here. Does this strat, since they've changed it up and give WILDCARD a little bit of advantage, all this free real estate and all this time to work with? Ooh, seems like seems a little scary.
So we've got a minute 20 left here for this team to work. Now, we talked about WILDCARD being slow to attack on those first 6 rounds as well, so they have to make that adaptation and change this up. I love that they're bringing along the Twitch, working on clearing this utility, but it is really late. 1 minute left in this thing. They're working, so this... The Twitch drone's doing their job, but is it enough time? Everybody bunkered back down from this Oxygen team, and we are stacked 10 in the lobby with 50 seconds left. That hasn't happened many times in this game.
Okay, 57 or 47 seconds now. WILDCARD on the precipice of putting map number 1 away after such a dismal start to it. They're sitting 5-all. Whiskey, this is going to be an absolute bloodbath as it starts to go. And look at this. Diaz coming up, and he's going to find the first kill, and he's going to just get the heck on out of there. Bosco, his life forfeit, gets a little bit of the drone off. Instead of working his way back down, he's going to hold on to the angle, just stall more time. 2 of the attackers, 3 of the attackers, now puts us into a 4v2. The plant starts to go down, but what's the point? 12 seconds and 4 people still alive. Okay, a little bit of a hip fire, cheeky kill, but Newer's able to use the vector. Cream and take Kansan off the board. We're tied back up.
I mean, what? I don't think I've ever seen a game like this. 14 defensive rounds won in a row, and it sets us up with WILDCARD back on the defense for what is the last round of this map. No matter what, OXG will have to win the first and only attack of this map if they want to win it out. And once again, we see kind of the same trend going on, except in a bit of a different way. It wasn't necessarily the fact that OXG were causing WILDCARD to be slower with their attack. It was more so the fact that WILDCARD just sat on the doorstep of the site for a while and did not really do anything about it. And it gave OXG the confidence to send somebody upstairs on the lurk and get those 2 big flanking kills with the Oryx. Because, like you guys were talking about throughout that round, they just sat back and waited and anticipated the fact that even though they weren't out on the map, Wildcard would still be slow with their attack. And that, once again, set them up for a low time execute where they could just sit back in the site, play off of all of that utility they had, like the
10
Echo, the
seconds
Smoke,
left
and the
before
Goyo,
insertion.
and they end up with another defensive win.
5 seconds left before insertion.
14 in a row. Wild.
Attackers
Okay,
are
Whiskey,
looking to defuse the
we're
bomb.
on the last
Attackers
round
bomb
of the
diffuser
first
has been
map. It
dropped.
is do or die for both of these teams. Is Oxygen going to be able to find the first attacking round of map 1?
I mean, great question. I was just taking a look back. I was trying to think, have we seen this before? In 2024, we cast 461 maps of Rainbow Six Siege in 260 games. And I can't remember a single one of those that had 100% defensive win. We saw a lot of one-sided games, but not this one-sided. So all of the pressure right now, to me, is on Oxygen. We haven't seen an attacking win yet. We are in the first map of a best of 3, and this is Wildcard's pick. So if you had to pick a team that was going to win here, Wildcard seems like the favorite coming in on defense on their map pick, this being it. But so that's why I'm saying all the pressure here on Oxygen to try and find a win. Bringing out 2 shields again with the Gomez Yaga combo on the Blackbeard and the Monty. And I think it's a little bit of an advantage here. They're on the second floor site. I was going to say we don't have any stats on it because they've all been defensive wins. But right now, a minute 42. Still outside the building, though. This Oxygen team has got to push in and gain some real estate.
That's right, and Monty trying to do just that right now as he's making his bid for that first floor elevator area and then around to Spiral, doubling up on the shield play yet again as you're going to see both Gomez and Yaga on it, pushing up and taking that real estate. The thing is they've all backed off. There's nobody in E3. They've sussed that out, so it's all going to be the long angle. Yet again, we're seeing some real estate here, Whiskey, given up for free. So a minute and 11. So we've got 3 approaching this main lobby side.
So you said 3, and they're working up the stairs. Both of the shields on Spiral. They've got, I was going to say, they had the mirror protecting that Spiral push-up, but it is cleared out now. But the Wildcard team still holding on to these power positions. They've got some real estate here at the top of the stairs, but behind the shield is not going to be enough. Yaga going to be that key player. Can he stay alive? Now backed up by the Ash of Hat walking up those spiral stairs as well. So the first one, though, man, just said his name and he goes down. No way!
Oh my lord, and it just falls apart for Oxygen on Wildcard's map pick. It is now a 5v1. Make it a 5v none. Bay and the Vector gonna claim map number 1.
15 for 15. The defense goes flawless in this map. Wildcard come back from down 0-6 and close it out. They take advantage of OXG's slow attacks and they put themselves up 1 map. I mean, have you ever seen anything like that?
I don't know that we have, like legitimately all defensive sided. That feels historical.
Yeah, I agree. Like we said, went back and took a look at the data. I don't think we have had a 15-0 defensive win. So what a day on Bank. It was Wildcard's map pick. They take it, but it's a best of 3. So another opportunity, this time on Oxygen's map pick. So they both had incredible games, just not on the attacking side. Wild, my friend.
Yeah, wild indeed. So, will that prove to be the same on Clubhouse? Something tells me that that will not be the case, but it is going to be map number 2. So, grab your drinks, fill them up to the tippy top, grab your favorite bag of snacks, because when we come back, it's a dramatic second map. Ayo.
Let's go. middle of the IT vertical space above storage and do exactly what we would have looked the defense to do during the plant, which is take out the planter or at least go off the back of the crossman.
For this attacking team, 55 seconds left, and it's all on the shoulders of Badem.
Had the intel, but no. Badger grabbing away. Another. The pokey.
Pokeball Hydra says, I choose you, Joker.
Kiss my ash, you got 0 cents. Your IQ is low.
Did you make that up right now?
Yeah, right now on the spot.
I just want to touch on mental health if you're feeling out of it.
They put together a hell of a club sandwich. Sledge must have been the bacon because he got fried.
A whiskey! What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We're back for an incredible map number 2 in this battle between two titans. Whiskey, no attack rounds won on that last map. Zero attacking wins. What?
We had some conversation about that in the Twitch chat as well with one of the guys who also pays a lot of attention to Siege patches. Couldn't find any as well. I mean, that's unbelievable to see 15 defensive rounds in a row. We thought back all the way to the casting we did last in 2024. Well, it feels weird saying last year, but last year, 260 different games that we were a part of. None of them went 100% like that. So that was crazy, but that was the first map of a best of 3. And so welcome everyone to the Six Invitational Last Chance Qualifier Playoffs. This is it. The final 8 teams battling it out. And we've already seen a few of them go down. So we know for sure that Core, Washington Wizards, the Friendship team, and Sintenegra all lost those first 4 qualifier games. So now it is down to the final few. Friendship team has already moved on and they are awaiting the loser of this game. That'll be the next game that we cover coming up. But first, we've got to get through map 2 of Oxygen taking on Wildcard, my friend.
That's right. And where are we going for map number 2? It's the Great Equalizer, and it's one we've already watched today. Oxygen being incredibly successful on their clubhouse run. All right. And it makes sense, right? It's a default map. These are traditional holds, traditional takes. So I don't know. I feel like we're going to see still a back and forth. I think it's going to be a little less dramatic on this map than it was on the previous where we went 0-6, 0-6. But I don't know, man. I'm ready for anything.
Yeah, you've got to be ready for anything because big question mark. What's it going to be? What kind of things are we going to see? One of the things we are going to see, though, Nomical joining us again on the analyst desk to help out. And welcome, Nom.
What's up, Whiskey Boys? Glad to be back here for map number 2, getting things underway. And you guys were talking about the fact that Oxygen have already played this map. I think that's going to be something that's very important to look at here because Wildcard will have maybe had the chance, maybe seen a clip of what happened here and there, but OXG proved on that map that they were pretty successful when it comes to their attacks, and they're definitely going to need to bring some of that magic back because like we were talking about, that bank map, the attack was just an absolute nightmare. So we start to roll through these bans here. Deimos and Maverick, 2 bans that you could come to expect on a map like Clubhouse. The Deimos is going to be making it a little bit harder for the attack to go through their roam clearing duties, and the Maverick going to mean you're going to have to rely on a bit more standard hard breach, which might be a little bit harder considering the fact that there is still an operator like the Cade still on the board after those defensive bans come in. It's the Tuberao and the Mira to round things out. 2 operators that have become very powerful recently, and it's not really a surprise to see both of them gone.
Okay, so still no shields being banned out here. I mean, Nom, is it crazy? Or is it just that Deimos and Maverick are so overpowered on Clubhouse?
I don't think it's necessarily crazy. I think it's more so the fact that you see a lot of higher tier teams not necessarily have to rely as much on the shields. You will see maybe one shield brought out here and there, but you're not going to see a lineup like you sometimes see in things like T2 and T3, where it's like 2, 3, maybe even 4 shields being brought out, where they just run at the enemy. You might see one to kind of help with the roam clear, or just help be that spearhead for an execute, but they're not going to put all of their eggs in that shield basket. Most attacks in T1 are going to give themselves plenty of options.
Okay, I like it. So, Deimos and Mav off the board, Whiskey Run. pretty fun attacker bands. And then on the other side of it, Tuberau, who we see be so impactful on that hatch play down in the Church Arsenal area. He is not going to be around as well, but that does leave the Cade up.
That's right. Cade available to try and keep some of those hatches closed, but I mean, what we're seeing, at least opening up a lot of these, or at least that Moto hatch, that's an interesting strat here. So from a defensive perspective, keeping hatches open and a relatively big roam game coming out as well. You got 3 players on this wildcard defense playing upstairs in the 2F and not playing together, bathroom and cash, right? Separated by at least one of the rooms upstairs. So this the shield coming out from Yaga, though, incredible game he had on that previous one. Not enough to send Oxygen to the leaderboard in a map, but they put up a damn good fight. Here on Clubhouse, it's time for map 2.
That's right, and so similar strat to what we saw last time. You called it. It is incredibly extended here. We got people, 2 players or 3 players all the way up on the 2nd floor. Whiskey, nobody's down inside currently. 0 people.
What a roam game coming out for Wildcard. I mean, when Oxygen played the Washington Wizards back on Clubhouse, that very first map, they were very, very good on attack and incredible on defense as well. So in the basement, flawless. They won all of the basement attacks. From an Oxygen perspective, that was a 7-3 victory for them. Wildcard's a different team, though, back into the complete T1 stack here. And for the attackers to get an opening pick, that's very different than what we've seen on the last game as well. So some changes coming through here. I like the strategy that that Oxygen's bringing. The problem, again, though, a minute 17, and it still feels like, I mean, you take a look at Abana, she's got all 18 pellets in pocket. They haven't been using that to clear out any of the utilities, so this is feeling too slow again, my friend.
Yeah, well, that's the deal with that huge and heavy extension, right? It just wastes so much time. So with 57, they're now going to start being able to put on that vertical pressure, open up some of those critical hatches, right? He did, like you said, have that one opened up already. But yeah, get some of these critical hatches opened up and some of that vertical play developed here. But there it is. That's going to be the Cade Claw getting dealt with as the EMPs from Thatcher are going to start to open up at least the Moto hatch area. Haven't put 33 seconds, haven't got the kitchen hatch open. I mean, we're gonna have to go direct to it, but now that the body balance is settled with a 3v5 and 25 seconds left, it starts to feel like the attackers can just make that push down there. But the Goyo charge is gonna go off. It's gonna slow them down. Oh my lord, I thought he was about to lose his life. He does take that shot as Newer's able to take Spiff off the board. Diaz takes Spiker box. Bosco answers back, but it's gonna be Hat to take Bosco down. Okay. Interesting. They didn't get everything opened up. They went
Curse
side direct and
broken.
found it anyways.
Ooh, I don't know about you guys, but I had this like sinking feeling in my stomach that OXG were somehow going to find a way to lose that. They had the 2-man advantage, but again, that same trend that we've been seeing of that low time coming into play. That time, however, it was a bit of a different story. They had a much better paced first 2 minutes. They had that advantage. They had themselves in a position where they could at least set up to use the utility. And by that point in the round, there wasn't really a lot of resistance. They still had the Thatcher EMPs. They were able to get all the different hatches open. And they just stayed cool, calm, and collected under pressure. They were able to keep that man advantage for themselves and just find isolated one-off picks as they started to push their way deeper into the site. And in the end, it was just too much for Bosco to overcome.
Okay, Whiskey, so take it up to the gym bedroom. Switch up a few operators. Gonna see one of the recruits on the board. You a fan?
Ooh, that's a great question. I think right now I'm not a fan. When we had the combination of the proximity mine and the C4 together in ranked play where you could see the points and use that together as an option, that was a really cool sort of mechanic that was unintended and came out and got a lot of recruit play early on. But there is so many good defenders that it doesn't feel like he's one of the better choices. So obviously, you know, he brings out a great gun. Mozzie could bring the same thing though, and bring out mobile intel and stealing some of the attackers' intel. That feels like, again, a little bit more powerful of an operator. So I'm not a fan. And holy cow, he lost a ton of his life. Was that on a spawn peak early?
Went for it, a little bit of that early aggression, and he's going to pay the price for it, right? Reduced to that very low HP. Does still remain alive, though. First minute does tick down off the board as Monty making his way up that coveted catwalk, taking that real estate as they've got the main breach open, starting to force these defenders back little by little. So it's taken a little bit for them to get in, a minute, right? Usually reserved for drone phase anyway. So now starting to put some oppression onto that red stairs. The C4 rings out, but nobody there to get it. And there's going to be another one going off. But still, Monty lives. Still, Monty pushes, and he's just going to go right up onto the deployable shield. Uh-oh. There we go. And 2 kills ring out, and it is going to be Yaga to be able to find Spiker off the board. Puts us into a 3-3, into a 3-2, as now Bosco's able to take Diaz off the board. Still low health on Sentry, but they stay alive, and now they retreat back and hold on to the trade game.
What a ton of action happening in the middle of this round, right? We had seen some of these rounds go all the way to the end, all 10 left alive. This time, you said it, more sight direct there on the previous round. This time, the Monty pushing in Yaga back on. This time, though, he's already found 1 death early, so a lot of things different here as we move on to Clubhouse, and this feels a lot more, we'll call it standard Siege at this point. Making sure they don't have the access to that bulletproof cam, holding over on the gym side. 53 seconds left, and now tied up 2v2. How about that?
Yeah. I said, what I meant was OXG. He's going to find himself a double. Huge.
I talked about during the map ban phase that OXG had proven that they are very competent on the attacks of Clubhouse, and so far it's proving to be the case, despite the fact that they find themselves in a man disadvantage after spending over half the round contesting cash and CCTV, which both teams showed that they wanted to spend a lot of resources and time on that side of the map. Oxygen ends up getting control of it. They did lose a couple bodies, like I said. And then they have 2 different players, the final 2 players, in 2 different spots to put pressure on multiple different angles and make it so that Wildcard have to keep themselves on their toes, and they can't just focus all of their guns on one spot. And that allows Hat to continue to win 1v1 engagements. And in the end, he's the one who's able to clutch it out and pick up a huge round for OXG.
Okay, so bringing out the castle, bringing out that slowdown, double it up with the Kiba Berries of Azami, and a little bit of that area denial. I like how they just keep the routine moving, right? We're seeing cash and CCTV instead of going for the ego check on that Whiskey.
Yeah, and Oxygen, coming into this one, this is Oxygen's map pick. We expected them to be a little bit better, and you talked about a well put together attack team on this map pick would be devastating. So Clubhouse is one, I think, again, it tends to be defensive sided, but when it comes down to it, it's the 2 T1 teams playing at the end of the day. And less important are the site statistics, and more important are how the team is playing. And right now, Oxygen, again, feels like they're on a bit of a roll. Of course, we saw that on the last map where they won 6 in a row before getting reverse sweeped. So there's a lot of possible storylines here. What it feels like, at least to start off with, is Wildcard needs to come up with something a little bit better at this point. Try and find something to shut down this surging Oxygen team.
Wow, was that a Kiba barrier to stop the Capital bullet from
going
in and getting the bandit off? What a huge play to shut down that Capital. And so now you only have 1 firebolt left. You didn't get the breach open, and the catwalk is still left in full power. That was a huge and incredibly impactful Kiba barrier out of Kansan there. It just shows, man. I mean, these guys just know what the heck they are doing. Ash going to take a quick look towards Bandit, and there's some fire as they are going to finally chase him off, which means they are going to get the breach open, but it took a whole minute and 15 seconds to do so, so time wasted. Monty now starting to make his way up the catwalk. That barbed wire now doing damage, Whiskey. Going to make it a little bit tougher. He can't lower his shield because there are folks everywhere trying to make sure that he's not getting up to put the pressure on Wumai.
It was a great team play. I loved that mechanic, that interaction there with the Capital from all the way across the map, taking and putting pressure on the Bandit, working on the trick. But you said it was a huge miss early on. They should have been able to execute that strategy very early, but it fell apart and they wasted more than a minute off the clock. And then now to have Yaga stuck on the stairs, not being able to push up because of the barbed wire and no support from behind him, they at least have this main breach open so they can put pressure on the Azami or Spiker playing up on the garage rafters point, but they need somebody else to help support and put pressure here.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially because the longer he's alive, the more he's going to bring to the table as far as those discs. And no util is going to be able to push him out of there. Newer's able to take Spiff off the board, and the answer back to Gomez going down. And that's the Monty. Finally makes his way up to the top of the stairs, drops his shield for a little bit of close action, and Impact comes down. But Monty able to get out to the side of it. Does do a little bit of damage, but not enough
That's
to make
both
it
of them.
really dangerous. But Bay, not to be outdone, is going to take Newer's off the board. And that's the Monty pushes
The
up.
shield
Pistol
bash.
pop right onto Spiker's head. Now into a 3v3 as he's just pushing straight in. Unafraid, he's going to try to punch the Azami in the face, and he's only got 7 seconds to do so. If he can hold out, Bosco takes hat off the board. No, the TK!
What?
Diaz now
What?
cans in a 1v1! There's no way Diaz finds it? What?
Are you kidding me? Diaz, what a 1v3. Unwinnable situation. 10 seconds left. Not even that. Stuck inside of garage is most of his team. And he just pushes on through with the pistol out and wins the 3rd straight attack for OXG. My goodness. OXG had no business winning that round. They spent 2.5 minutes trying to leverage garage control, and when they ran out of time, they just pushed the Monty up, finally got a kill, and tried to push through with 15 seconds to go. They didn't have time to go for the plant because there was still utility, including a toxic babe that could have killed the planter via the time. So they just had to go for kills, and it seemed as though after they lost the first 2 engagements that it just was unwinnable. But Diaz says, "No sir, hold my nuggets," and he wins it. Oh my gosh.
Hold my nuggets, aptly said. Just pushed in, punched him straight in the face, including his teammate, who's going to trying to get himself that perfect ace, and still wins the round. Absolutely huge. Oxygen now up 3 in a row as the first bit of round rotate is over and done. Mr. Whiskey Run.
Yeah, I mean, huge plays, individual plays there from Diaz and from Hat in the previous round to be able to push forward here, right? Oxygen 3 in a row on attack on Clubhouse. We knew that they were good on attack from that Washington Wizards game that we saw earlier, but honestly, that was 3 hours ago at this point. So a lot has changed for the Oxygen team as they've made their way in. Wildcard, though, still struggling to put the brakes on this surging Oxygen attack. And I like, we talk about slowdown, this combination of Azami and Castle coming out. This is a great combo, but already early on, this might be one of the earliest Oxygen entries we've seen, with 2 players already in dirt, it looks like, ready to make the push in.
Well,
Never
entry,
mind.
but not the pick. Yeah, quick falls. Kansan to find one, Bay to find one. Kansan loses his life to Newers as the body shots ring out. Does go for the push through, but is that some toes that get shot out? Spiker able to take Diaz off the board, push in through the fire, take the cam off the board, but it's a 4v2. The damage has been done. Shots from Spiker take Newers down, and yowza, just like that, Wildcard on the precipice of finding their first round win here on Clubhouse.
What a play, what an execute there, that wild card shutdown. And we said it was the quickest entry that it looked like Oxygen had put together in basically any of the rounds of Siege that we had seen in both of these series at this point. And the risk is apparently one of the reasons why they take their time and still continue to win attacking rounds is that completely fell apart. Wildcard ready, and got a couple great shots right at the entrance and exit to that tunnel as Oxygen tried to push in. Wildcard winning their first, shutting down and breaking the streak at this point. It had felt like we were just going to see streaks forever.
That round was so confusing. OXG completely mishandled, or I guess misplayed, on how to use the shield. They had 2 shields. They had Diaz and Yaga playing the Blitz and the Blackbeard. And they just didn't play off of them at all. They just sent the shields in alone, had other players elsewhere in spots like Dirt who died, and you just didn't have
Attackers have
anybody to play
located
off
a
the
bomb.
shields. It just didn't make much sense at all. You always want to make sure you have somebody with those shields so that the shield could stay up and you could continue to gather information for the rest of your team, and that just wasn't the case. The shields were reliant on trying to take fights, and as you saw, they lost pretty much all of them.
5 seconds.
Yeah, it'd be like that. Some days you're the bug, some days you're the window. Wildcard finds their first win on some window play. Okay, Whiskey, 1-3. So a great adaptation here by the defense as they were able to, like Nom said, they sussed it out. They figured out a way to get the win. And hopefully a little bit of a momentum shifter to get this a little bit closer. Look at this, a C4 prime prep and ready to send into the garage should somebody choose to dare to try to take that catwalk area. Really doing a job of sussing out into the basement, afraid of some of those defenders maybe being lurking down below, but no real investment into the first floor or basement roam game here out of the defense.
Yeah, we had seen, I mean, some very heavy roam from the wildcard team in this case. Bringing it out here. Look, everybody upstairs in the 2F right now. No one downstairs, no one lurking, but a fairly decent cash presence trying to stop this push over. So to me, it feels like all of this is in Oxygen's hands. What kind of game are they going to play? Going to continue this shield push as well. Yaga switching to the Blackbeard rather than continuing to run the Monty. I think it's a good call, making a little bit of a change up here now that it seemed like Wildcard was finding a way to make this work.
The double nade
No
says
way.
goodnight as the C4 tries to ring out, but they're going to take Spiker off the board. Spitfall or directly behind them. So now into a 5v3, a 5v2. His Hat is going to use the L85 to claim a life, but he loses his in return as Bosco rips his head off the board. So a 4v2 as the defense has some Fenrir gadgets to rely on, has a little bit of that, still has a C4 in the pocket of Bandit, and still holding on to the other side of the map, right? They've got the castle barricades in place. Bane able to find one. Gomez is deleted as his head gets ripped off, but Diaz able to answer back onto Bosco. Bane with a second, but it's not going to be enough because on the other side of that gun is Noors.
I mean, at the start of that round, that felt like an exact duplicate of round number 2. Both teams spent a lot of time and resources trying to maintain control of cash at CCTV and I guess construction a little bit as well, but there wasn't really a ton of fighting happening in construction. But that time, because Wildcard changed up very little of their defensive strategy, OXG knew what to expect. They were able to deal with it much more efficiently, and you see the result. They get themselves a hefty man advantage to work with. It was a 4v2 at one point. They had plenty of opportunities to win that round out, and they let a couple kills get away from them, thanks to a nice effort by Bay, but unfortunately, Bay just was not enough against the onslaught that was
Bomb
OXG.
located by attackers.
Oh, 4-1. Looking like that standard split going to go on the attack side of it, Whiskey. Wildcard need to get one more to hit at least the reverse quota here. And to do so, bringing out the Doc. Is this a yay or a nay?
I think it's a yay. The Doc has been proving to be a pivotal operator, and we've even seen some fantastic clutches coming out because the Doc was in play. There's a few frames of invulnerability, and just the fact that you stim back up to 100% of his health. And your teammate, I mean, we've seen through the floorboards, through the walls, vertically play. I mean, he's got a lot of range with that stim, and I like it. It's been a good change up as more teams are looking to heal each other rather than using it on other pieces of utility that's easy to clear. This one, as long as Doc's alive, his utility's in play.
Through the windows, through the walls, Doc can stim them all. He has become one of those power players for sure. And really, it didn't like him being brought along for such a long time as the cheese op because it's just a bunch of players stimming themselves, going out and getting killed anyway. So I like that he's become a kind of that bigger force to be reckoned with and helps aid that that gut check time, that end of round play that is so absolutely important, where when they've had bits and pieces taken off of them, they're at a very low health on the defensive side of it. So on the attack side, we're going to see Nook coming out again. This is a couple of times now we've seen Nook played tonight, and I like it, right? The gadget gets changed up a little bit. Ooh, first kill. That is going to be Yaga. Going to take Kansan off the board. There's a little bit of shield play going to mount to the first, and they've taken territory now inside, and that's going to be Hat to take Spiff off the board at L85 with a headshot. Puts us into a 5v3 scenario. Doc can't stim you back if you're dead, though.
Another opening pick there for the Oxygen team, and this time taking down 2 of the wildcard members before they're even going to find one. This is huge. Bosco able to answer back, but I mean, the damage being done at this point. There is that Nook flank. We'd seen her played a few times, but not really to great effect, unfortunately. But what an engagement between these two! No way!
Lord, goes for the melee, not able to find it, gets shot on the crossfire, and Spiker able to take Yaga off the board. So the aforementioned Doc is now the last alive in this 1v2, and so much time for this attack team. Now, they don't have the diffuser in hand. It did get dropped in that last exchange, so either is going to have to go for the frags or potentially rotating around to grab it. I don't even know where that thing went down at. Regardless, he's just going to hold the angle. He's going to sit and wait, because I guarantee you he probably knows where that diffuser is.
He looks like he's standing in the bees. There it is. The drone comes out, pings out his location, so they know he's playing in CC, playing behind this deployable shield. So now they have the diffuser. You said it. No way.
What a shot. Spiker onto Gomez, takes the headshot. The bees are out, so it's going to stop him from pushing around to the red side. Takes a couple of wall bangs. Nobody there, though, because it's on the backside of the chassis. Still no diffuser in hand, so he's going to have to go for it. It's a bailiff out, but he's going to switch, make the weapon switch with 9 seconds left. Spiker just not to be denied.
Ooh. That is another beautiful clutch that we've seen from both of these teams. My goodness. Spiker. What a beautifully played 1v2. I got to give him credit where credit is due, but I also have to call out Oxygen there. I'm just going to say it. Oxygen played that 1v2 situation horribly. They wasted all of their Grim Bees on spots where they knew that the Doc was not. They droned him out with about 50 seconds left and then sat and waited for 35 seconds until there was 15 seconds left on the clock, then pushed in one by one and gave Spiker 1v1 engagements, which he was easily able to win both of them and clutch out that round. Oxygen just way too passive there in the 1v2 scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're going to feed Spiker ones, the man's going to eat, and that's exactly what happened there. Doc for the win. I guess if the question is Doc the viable op, well, there you go. Pulls out the double there to clutch the round. So it's the standard split, Whiskey, 4-2. Now we're going to see Wildcards attacking half. What are you thinking for the op swap here?
Well, certainly it's not played out like we saw Bank previously. It is playing out with Oxygen as this being their map pick. They wanted to start, at least they were expecting to start on attack would be my guess. So now here's their chance to try and hold on a little bit longer. Wildcard's going to have to bring something special. Like we said, we saw Oxygen win an attacking round. That broke the curse from the previous map. Now we have to see it from Wildcard, though. We still haven't seen them win an attacking round yet, but that is not a great way to start it off.
Hold up in kitchen. Azami with the impact run out is going to find the first kill, and it's going to take down the vertical. Ram going to be absolutely deleted. So that kitchen play that is so important to get those drones in and create that space, not going to happen now, man.
Get ready for the breach.
And it's the vertical of the Ram, right? There's a couple places that Ram, I think, really shines as an operator. There's not so many places that the Boogie drone is great to be able to use, but basement in Clubhouse is one of them. This was her opportunity to try and play, and they forced Azami playing up in kitchen, but they've already got the hatch open and they forced her back down. This would have been an unbelievable place to have the Ram and open up all that vertical space without even worrying about getting the hatch open, because the defenders did it for you. This is an interesting play for Oxygen, leaving both of the main hatches open and rotating back down into sight so quickly. That's all 5 back down with half the round gone.
Yeah, it's interesting, but it makes sense, right? Hatch is getting open. They're going to call it a foregone conclusion because they went with the bandit instead of the Cade. So just opting for trying to stall time and then fall back down on it, and it's worked, right? They get the entry pick, and they left themselves 5 alive in a minute and 10 left on the board, and plenty of utility still, right? 2 C4s to be had, an impact to force some of that vertical play. I mean, this is huge. This could be absolutely huge. They're looking to put themselves on their first defensive win. It's about to be a bloodbath, Whiskey.
Yeah, they've stayed alive, held onto this thing all the way to the end. 9 players still left alive. Spiff, the only one to have fallen at this point, and the utility drop is starting. The push coming. Bosco making his way down. This is it, my friend. 35 seconds left. There's the first kill.
That's right. Kansan takes hat off the board, but it's immediately answered back as Bay's life is forfeit. Does still leave the man advantage into the hands of Oxygen. B's pinging consistently and constantly, and another C4 about to be ripped. It sends it deep, but isn't going to find it as the Blackbeard's able to stay in relative safety, and that's the last C4 off the board. So now some smoke, now some fire, drop down the hatch, and it's going to be Spiker getting the kill onto Gomez after a hatch drop is crazy. 9 seconds left, diffuser in hand. They've got the fires out. They're going to go for the plant. Takes it to 50, to 75, and he's going to stick it. Couple of shots from Dirt, and that's going to be a post-plant scenario.
What?
The Spiker takes Diaz. Yaga takes Kansan. Yaga finds Spiker. He's looking for a third to potentially end this here. Takes the shots from the hallway, and that is going to be the down, and that's going to be the out.
No way.
Yours.
Defenders disabled the diffuser.
Ooh, another nail-biting finish to a round. I mean, at the end of this, probably all of us are going to have to go to the hospital with the amount of heart attacks that we're getting. I mean, geez. Like, can it get any closer? Another 1v1 plant scenario. Unfortunately, Wildcard just trapped inside of Arsenal. They had a few good steps there. I liked what they were doing up until that last little bit where they all ended up dying. They did a great job of forcing Oxygen back to the site. They had over half the round to set up for their execute. And even then, while they let it get down to lower time again, it still felt like they were in a pretty comfortable position. They used great utility to mask the sound of the ace dropping through the kitchen hatch. They were able to get a kill over by AKs because of it, which equalized the main count back down to a 3v3. And that gave them the opportunity to get that plant down. Unfortunately for them, after they got the plant down, a couple picks just didn't quite go their way, and they did end up losing the round. But overall, I liked the structure that Wildcard had that round.
Yeah, didn't look too bad. Oxygen comes out on top. So, what do, Whiskey? We take it back to the gym bedroom, and we try it again.
Well, and right now it's looking like, you take a look at the kills across the board here. From the Oxygen side, pretty evenly balanced. I mean, Pat and Newers both with 8. They've obviously shown up when the time is right, but on the Wildcard side, Bosco and Spiker carrying the main load. Spiff and Kansan struggling a little bit here to try and play those impactful positions. And, Spiff playing the Zofia on entry. This is definitely the spot where we need to see the Wildcard team step it up, Spiff specifically now. And I think he certainly can, right? There was a reason, in Atlanta we were there for the Spiff Don't Whiff chant happening because he can pull that off. Now is certainly the time. Opening up this main breach early, a little bit of, I feel like not a big roam game here from Oxygen. They're playing it pretty close to the chest and pretty much giving up all of CC at this point and nobody on any of the other floors. So there's a big opportunity for Wildcard to punish this team for being too close, too bunkered back early.
Yeah, but here's the deal, right? They still have the hold on to red, and as the flashes go out, they'll still have to deal with the bandit who can potentially do some of that tricking still onto that cache and CCTV wall, holding them at bay. But as I say that, Yaga starts to get a little bit of damage. It is the fire that's going to force him out. Throws
it's a miss.
Or tries to get either a kill or stop those Selma charges from going off. Neither one of those is going to happen, however, as they're going to be able to walk in to cache CCTV and now start to put some pressure on the players that were sitting at the top of red.
Okay, top of red, all the action happening here. Again, just a little bit off site, but Spiker, Bosco, great picks early on. 4v3, they've got the man advantage. Can they hold on? They have not been able to convert man advantages and even a little bit of space advantage into round wins consistently. Oxygen sitting in that 5-2. Plenty of utility. You still got one more exothermic. It looked like Thermite was going to bust that thing out right now. And still, two of those smoke bolts coming out from Kansan as well in pocket.
Interesting play as the body balance does sit into the hands of WILDCARD here. Time's starting to tick down on them, right? Less than a minute to go. Gonna have to see some action a little bit more direct here, and they are finally able to get that Logi hatch open. As you could see that they were just stymieing them completely. And EMP is gonna help Bosco get the main breach open, but it's that too little, too late. I mean, they're gonna have to see some kills here. Now they do have the man advantage, so they can play it on the trade game, but 2 on the bedroom and 1 in logistics, right? So the play off the bedroom could be huge in the flank from logistics unless they find it on the backside, and that's going to be Gomez with his life forfeit. Diaz is going to get the kill onto Kansan, and that's going to be Newers to find one. Bosco to answer back now into a 2v1. And with Diaz finding a double again, I mean, it's been like this all freaking day long.
Oh man, WILDCARD. WILDCARD. You can't let that happen again. They had man advantage to work with. They had everything going for them. They had all the different breaches open. And what do? They funnel in through 3 different spots in a 4v3 scenario. I don't hate the idea, but I don't like the way that they went about it. I think it was smart to send somebody in through construction side, but when your player on the highway windows isn't covering for the push-in or for the swing back in after the player trades the guy in construction, you're just essentially giving away a pick for free. And that gave DS the perfect opportunity to clutch out that 1v1 scenario. You let that get away from you again when you had man advantage with low time, and that's just kind of been the story of these WILDCARD attacks. They have great setup, but then once they get down to that point where they need to hit onto the site, it just falls a little bit flat.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, so match point scenario, right? Oxygen trying to put us onto that map 3. WILDCARD desperate not to let them do it, but I mean, it's definitely been the case, at least for us today, is you just don't take Oxygen to Clubhouse, right? Their default, their traditional siege play that they're bringing to the table is just working incredibly, and now they find themselves on the precipice of securing map number 2.
Yeah, it's not just match points here. I mean, we got the ability to send us to map 3 if Oxygen can hold on. And to me, the important stat we're looking at, we have not seen WILDCARD win an attacking round on any map today so far. Now, they may have, we know that they 2-0'd Core early on, and that one wasn't on our stream, so we didn't get to see it. But at least between the 2 maps here in this series so far, they haven't won an attacking round versus Oxygen. They have to win right here for the first time in this series in order to stop this Oxygen map win on Clubhouse and send us to the 3rd map. So, my friend, this is all of the pressure is now on this WILDCARD team. Oxygen certainly threw a tremendous amount of rounds on bank and got us to the point of going all the way to overtime for a WILDCARD win, but it would have to be epic throw right now for WILDCARD to lose this one.
Yeah, it would take a tough one, especially on Clubhouse. Got to be perfect for 4. We'll see if they can get it done. They are going through that traditional take here where they're opening up that garage to put some pressure onto that catwalk player. Specifically, I believe that's Gomez sitting up there. Yep. And not to be pressured, or can't be pressured because he's bringing those Legion goons along in case there was a shield. None to be had here, though. Instead, it's the global gadget of Finka to give a little bit of that health going around. And there's a couple of kills. Newers and Hot are both going to get deleted off the board. We're talking about a comeback here. Well, this is a great way to start it now. Legion getting active towards that garage door. Oh, man, and that's going to try to go for the bait. It's going to be Spiker with the triple kill. And you know what? Just line it up and knock them down. A WILDCARD flawless round. They're trying to stack the deck.
Great crossfires there from WILDCARD. I loved what they did there. They did a great job of isolating players and making sure that they had people in a position to continue to get trades. That has been the one thing that has haunted them in the late round scenarios of their attacks, is they haven't been able to get those trades that they can get in the early portions of the round. They did it there, they isolated those players, and they didn't throw away the man advantage. That was key. They kept that man advantage going in their favor, and ultimately you see what happens. It ends up as their first attacking win of the whole series, like you guys were highlighting. The attacks have not
Defenders,
been easy
protect
for
your
them
bombs from
today,
being
but
defused
let's
by
see if this one
attackers.
can get them some momentum.
Yeah, and that first one definitely started to bring some of that through, right? It give them that idea of, you know what, we can win an attack round, right? We're a tier 1 team. We know how to play clubhouse. We can get an attack, and they go out and they find it, and hopefully that's a little bit of the momentum change here. Maybe get us into some of that coveted OT. Oxygen doesn't want that though, Whiskey.
I mean, we saw WILDCARD win 7 in a row when Oxygen was on match point on Bank. 7 in a row. So
10
this
seconds
is
remaining.
absolutely a team that can do it. And I feel like that was a huge weight lifted off their shoulders.
5
The
seconds
curse
left before
broke in. A
insertion.
WILDCARD won an attacking round here on this series between Oxygen. So now the pressure's off. Now it's time to just straight execute. They got the opening picks, converted that into a round win flawlessly. What a round to do it on. They got to do it 3 more times, though, to be perfect in order to send this one to OT. They got to deal with an awful lot of utility downstairs in the basement. This time changing up the strat from the Oxygen side. They're not going to leave the hatches open. They're going to bring along the Cade to try and block those hatches this time, and setting himself up, looks like, for a tricking position.
I love the Cade trick, right? Takes a little bit longer, could be a little bit fancier, and when you do successfully do it on the hatch, huge, absolutely huge, especially if you're relying on those summer charges to get it done, because it does take 2 of them, right? So you deny one, you're left with 1 chance potentially. Of course, you do have those can openers as well. Bosco on the Thatcher to help get rid of some of that Cade Claw, makes the tricking a little bit tougher for sure.
A little bit tougher, but we'll see how this one works out. This combination of, hopefully Spiff stays alive. The thing we talked about back on round 7, that opening pick, losing the Ram, that was such a huge loss. And it was on a bit of Oxygen aggression with the kitchen run out, playing the Azami in kitchen. So this round definitely playing out in a much more controlled, a little bit of a less chaotic way to manage it. But look at that, playing from down below. Oh, they're going to get this one open.
Yep, it's going to be opened up. Thatcher doing his job expertly. Mind you, he's 14-7. 14-7 Bosco sits, right? 2.0 KD, just having an absolutely huge game currently, and still down by 3 in the score line.
It's because he's tried to do too much individual heroics at this point, right? Between Bosco and Spiker, 25 kills together. The rest of the team not even close. So like we said, we called out Spiff. We're looking for him to try and step this one up a little bit. He stayed alive, playing the Ram, holding that R4C. So now's the opportunity. But Oxygen continuing to look to shut it down. Again, everybody bunkered back down. Really, Oxygen sort of falling back into that same playstyle we saw on Clubhouse versus the Washington Wizards with a fairly early bunker back down. But with 35 seconds left, it's execute time, my friend.
Breaching sequence activated.
Indeed it is. As we're seeing it all, the kill line all completely fall apart here. 3, 2, 1, just Bay. Kansan's the only one left alive. This is definitely looking like we may see the end. There it is. Holy cow. The map done. Good half coming out victory. 7-3 for Oxygen.
Mike lost it a little bit there at the end, but I came back right at the end to catch the win.
Indeed, you're back, my friend. So that was it. 7-3 victory for the wildcard team, or for Oxygen. You know what that means. We are going to get to see map 3. So map 3 coming your way. We're going to take a quick break, quick pause, get that lobby set back up, and it is going to be Nighthaven. I know, your favorite map. A lot of similarities between Clubhouse. Very much looking forward to that. But while we take a short little break, getting that lobby set up, also check out the Crucible qualifiers going on right now. 4 teams looking to qualify for that $7,500 prize pool. Anybody's open for that, so definitely, if you're looking for some other Siege action, got that going on. But we will be back with map 3 between Wildcard and Oxygen just a few minutes.
Heyo.
Let's go.
What's up and welcome back. Map 3 required here in this best of 3, and it is to Nighthaven. I'm so excited to get into this last one. I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run. It's been a brawl for it all here.
Yeah, that's right. Welcome back, everyone, to the Six Invitational Last Chance Qualifier Playoffs. We are still in the upper bracket semifinal game, trying to find out which one of these two Titans of T1 is going to make it to the finals. Only one can right now in this game. So, Oxygen Wildcard, one map apiece in this best of 3. One final map to do it on. It is going to be Nighthaven. Now, I wanted to mention one of the other games going on. We know that Core lost to Wildcard and Washington Wizards lost to Oxygen. Those two teams are playing it out. Map 1 is done. The Washington Wizards take map 1 in a double overtime 8-7 victory over Core. So they're on their way. We're going to keep track of that one as this one rolls on. The Friendship team is already waiting for the loser of this game to do their battle in the lower bracket coming up.
Okay. Can't get any better than that. One to stay alive in the upper bracket, one to fight it out down below, and it all starts here on Nighthaven. It's my favorite map ever, Whiskey, right? I just love every part of it. The defense is amazing. The attack is fun and inventive. I mean, even just yesterday, we got to see some have plays and some interrogation. This introduces back to having that really extensive roam game, right? And now that is going to favor a wild card defense, as they are likely to be all the way up on the 2F or all the way in the basement, no matter who they're bringing to the table. Nam, bringing us back for some op bans. What you think?
I think for starters that I'm with you. This is my absolute favorite map to cast, and quite fitting that we end out this series between two T1 teams on it. We're going to start things off with a Monty ban. The first time this series that we've seen a shield ban. It'll be Wildcard taking it off the board. Actually, it'll be Wildcard taking the Maverick off. Interesting ban there. A lot of teams like to bring that Maverick to open up things like the IT and the assembly wall down below. So getting rid of that makes a lot of sense. It means that once again, as we've seen before in this series, you'll have to rely on that conventional hard breach to try and get those walls open. Tuberau going to be the first defender off the board. That's been a pretty common theme throughout the day. A lot of teams want to have as much time available to them as possible, especially considering both of these teams like to go for those slower paced attacks, and Mira will round things off. There are a lot of spots on this map that Mira can be very powerful in, so definitely not too surprising that that one's going to be the final one.
The Mav ban is interesting. You're right, 100%. We see that played out, especially going for that second floor take, opening up all those walls. And it's sad to see the Maverick go, but that is because he is so good at what he does on Nighthaven. So, yep, get him out of there. I like it. We don't need him. We're going to find some alternative entry strats. Whiskey, bringing out the Kapkan and the Solus. A couple of the Kapkan, understandable. The Solus, what do you think on that?
I know we talked about Solus when Oxygen and Hat played her on one of the previous rounds, and I said then, didn't seem like it was a good choice. I mean, she's absolutely been nerfed into the ground, and I think there's a lot of great operators. It feels like opportunistic. There's some places where I think she can be useful, but the fact that her gadget is limited in range, the pings don't work out quite the same. She's still good, still a great defensive operator, but there's so many good ones. Azami's left on the board, right? That seems like it'd be a better pick here. So I don't think she's terrible. I just think there's some better ones out there. Now, on the other side, Kapkan, though, the fact when you have the Kapkan on the board, we haven't seen any Kapkan kills take place, but that'll cause an attacking team to slow down, and we know that's one of the things that we talked about Oxygen trying to battle their demons on the previous rounds. Getting the attacks done fast enough. Anything to slow them down is helpful for this wildcard team.
And they're absolutely leaning into that. The Castle, the Kapkan, the Solus even, right, is going to be designed to be a time waste. Suss out where part of that push is going to be coming from, seeing those electronic gadgets in action, and then just causing some chaos as they attempt to find that first kill, and that is going to be it. Kansan going to find the first kill as they're living up to that exact strat, taking not only the Blackbeard off the board, but it's Yaga gone.
Yeah, that's huge. Since you got the Monty band, Yaga was playing a lot of Monty on Clubhouse. In this case, he's going to have to be relegated to the Blackbeard and then further relegated to his cams. That is unfortunate start there for the Oxygen attacking team, but answered back by Newers. He has been incredible throughout all of the series. We've had a chance to watch him on today, so it's tied up. A little bit of interactions here, early engagements, but halfway through this round, you still have got 8 left alive, and this attacking team now working on opening up some of this wall. And look at that, using the self-breaching machine of Striker downstairs, the impacts and the can openers, he's just taking care of those walls himself.
I love it. That's why I love the new operator, or the new attack recruit. It's just so goated at a self-breaching machine, self-contained breaching machine. Cans with another onto Gomez. Is the P90 going to find a headshot? Starting to still play towards that breach. Oh, man. Newers takes Spiff off the board, and we do find ourselves with the man advantage sitting into the hands of Oxygen as they're holding on, trying to figure out how they're going to get inside to make that plan. Right, there it is. Right into the corner. The crossfire set up. A little bit of a bait there as he puts it down so he can hold, so Gridlock can get the plant instead. It's the buddy system in place, and it's gonna work, right? They're gonna be able to plant because they're pushed so far off, especially onto the breach as well. Oh, Newers with a triple. Now it's gonna leave Bay alone. Now we've seen him get the 3. We've seen him get the 4-piece. Can he do it in a post-plant scenario with 20 seconds left? Let's see. He's gonna take the swing, and Newers gonna rip his head right off.
That was a great round by Oxygen. They started off a little bit slow. They lost the opening pick, but they were quickly able to trade it back with 2 big kills over by Vending Machine and Kitchen on that side of the map. They cleared out those roamers, which WILDCARD initially was playing a very heavy roam setup. They had multiple players on that first floor. Oxygen was able to deal with them relatively in easy fashion. They were able to situate that into an opportunity to go downstairs and start to put pressure on. They walked into the site, and like you guys were talking about,
Attackers have
they
discovered the
baited
location of a
WILDCARD into
bomb.
thinking that they were going to go for the plant when they decided to rotate and go for the kills inside of tank. And that was a great bait and switch because it kept WILDCARD's focus elsewhere and allowed that gap to open up, which they capitalized on fully.
Okay, so Whiskey, rather than going up to the second floor here, going to see that control storage, often considered the tertiary site. Going to make it a secondary here, and you can see they're still going to have that investment into the roam game up top, but this time going to rely on some of those cap cans to do some of the dirty work.
Yeah, I think the change up in the strategy there, keeping the cap can, though, I think makes a lot of sense. And I like the change Spiker bringing out the Azami. We were talking about her, how good she is on Nighthaven, especially holding on to this rafters area. So the counter, though, to the cap can, to the Valkyrie, all of this electronic util. I like Newers bringing out the IQ and sitting at 4 kills already. That was an incredible round to start this thing off. We talked about the reason he was the MVP, and I think in 2 or 3 of the previous maps, because he's that good. Now, they're going to have to watch out for him, and the question is, can Yaga stay alive a little bit longer on this Blackbeard, or can get shut down? We'll see. So far, again, a little bit slow, but the tertiary site, definitely a big question mark. I think they should have played the 2F first, but they are the pros, and we'll see how this one plays out.
Well, the 2F starts to feel like that solved site, right? It's everybody's primary, it's everybody's best map until it wasn't, or site until it wasn't anymore, right? Until you started seeing the basement become that primary site. So, yeah, a little reluctant to go up there. There's a ton of avenues to push in, and you can claim some verticality from behind as well. So, I respect going down to the first floor. It fits in very nicely with some of those other map metas that we've been involved in, or that we've been watching. So starting to make the push onto River, the buddy system in place, as Capcan is also here to try and stop the Blackbeard from making that push in, and it is going to be the Kiva Berries as they just rotate instead. He just completely vacates the area, Whiskey, and gets to catwalk instead.
Yeah, this is a huge change-up, and you've got now 2 of the defenders working on holding that top river stairs door, but like you said, Yaga rotated around, was pushing in top rafters instead. And this is funny. You've got Gomez upstairs. Looked like he's opening up vertical holes with both Spiker and Bay standing very close to him, but not taking the engagement.
Yeah, a little bit of respect, right? A little bit of pacing, a little bit of waiting for the right moment. Well, Buck going to start opening up onto that first floor. Had a hint that somebody was close, but nobody able to receive those bullets. A couple of shots onto the breach, and that is going to be Kansan to take Diaz off the board. That's going to be the entry pick, and it is going to take down the Thermite. Now, he did his job. He got the wall open, but he does leave a deficit in the body count.
Well, and it leaves Kansan alive downstairs, playing the Valkyrie to take care of the vertical from down below. But look at that. Completely unaware that it make the rotate back from the top river stairs, clean out the player upstairs, and then the direct engagement. Well played that time around. Round 3 coming up.
Okay, so one apiece. What do you think, Nam?
I think that that's probably one of the better rounds that we've seen from Wildcard throughout this whole series, to be honest. Oxygen had some good ideas in place. They had the idea that they wanted to push through the top floor. They wanted to get that control and utilize the vertical game. You saw the Buck fully utilize the skeleton key. But after that, when they lost that player down below, they realized that they didn't really have as much control as they thought they had because they didn't have that all-important opening pick. They were still in a 5v5 with that time starting to get low. And they realized that they just had to push into the site. And because they hadn't actually done much on the site itself, they'd spent so much time clearing out the top and bottom floors with all of their utility, they didn't really have a lot left to push into the site. And when they just tried to push in based off gun skill alone, Wildcard were ready to greet them at the door, and they got pretty much every single kill, and the rest of it is just history.
Too true, my friend. So, Terstite is going to take us up to the 2F whiskey. Are we fine with the Terstite being 2F?
I still think even though this is you know, I don't think we consider, to me, the top floor a solved site because it still has got a better defensive win percentage. That's really when you make the switch, when the attackers start to win more rounds. But right now, this 2F site still has a 60% defensive win rate in general. So obviously, when we talk about percentages and rounds and sides and things, it always comes down to the two individual teams. None of us were going to predict that we'd see 15 defensive wins as part of that first game. But no opportunity to trick. We thought we were going to see Bay work on potentially a Cade trick there, but no Bandit to try and put some pressure on that or stop that IT breach from happening. That one's going to go ahead and get opened up. Right now, Oxygen working all of the standard angles, opening up sight lines, but Wildcard holding position and all 10 left alive. That first minute ticks down.
Yeah, we were just about to say, right? They get the wall open, go get the back wall open, start to make the pincher move, get a little bit of pressure on Catwalk or River, complete those Yali check boxes, and find yourself coming up in the score line. And that's what you're seeing them do right now. It is a dedication to opening everything, including the two hard breach. The two hard breaches and the breach denial repellers. Callie and Thatcher on the board. Not what I meant, but that's what came out anyways. And, of course, Buck, who also brings something to get that soft breach, right? Chase those people out of those critical push points and do it from the vertical, do it from below. And as you have nobody down below to contest him, he's going to have a relatively easy time pushing some of these players out.
And I love that strategy of the vertical play from down below, using the Buck. Look at that. You can see holes being opened up, putting pressure on this team. Whether or not it's direct, he's still making sure that they're not going to be able to walk across that floor, or it's going to have to be in a hurry. And you know, rule number 1, you run, you die. Got to watch out for that. But all 10 left alive of 45. This is about to get crazy, my friend.
Yeah, absolute bloodbath about to ensue. And who's going to take the first step? Who's going to have the first mistake? Who has the slip up? Well, the C4 going to try to claim somebody, and still nobody is dead. Barely any damage. A well-placed Kiva barrier going to... Oh, I was going to say going to stop him from pushing in, but it's a prone, pwned, and owned position. One going to find one, Buck going to find the other, and then it's going to be the play onto the Azami as Bosco and Diaz both make the swing there and quickly devolves into a 1v4. A couple of quick peeks, but Yaga able to take that kill.
I'm genuinely stunned that OXG won that round, especially as dominantly as they did. Let me pose a scenario to you guys. There's 40 seconds left in the round, not even that. The defense still has all 5 players alive, all 10 players alive, mind you. The attack has no utility besides 2 flash grenades and some Cali Lance charges. And the defense still has a Warden, 2 C4s, and perfect positioning. All 5 members still inside of the site. Who do you think wins that?
Defense,
Attackers
hands
need to
down,
locate
without
and
question.
defuse as many bombs as they can.
Well, in this case, that was wrong. Wildcard had the perfect positioning, like I said, and they just unnecessarily swung every position that OXG was trying to attack from, and they lost every single fight. It started out as a 5v3. That's still okay. You could still sit back and let the time continue to tick down, but Wildcard continued to take fights, and it just continued to spiral out of control, and Oxygen emerged with a dominant attacking victory when it seemed like it would not be the case.
10 seconds remaining.
A little bit of a switch up here. Oh, I thought they were about to stick the glass
5
pick.
seconds
Nope,
to
not going to
insertion.
be the case. I love when we see the glass come out on the bottom, on the basement floor, right? Because that's what, you know, something's about to get dicey. Something's about to get quick. Maybe it's a plant on the breach. Maybe it's a rush in through the smoke. Any number of things. But instead, Whiskey, they're going to double up on the breach denial.
Yeah, I think that Glaz and Mav combo, that's the real great combo. But because Maverick's banned out on this one, not available, I think that's the reason probably didn't stick the Glaz pick. Because yeah, I mean he's still very good at making that push in down below, but that it ends up committing an awful lot of resources. You know, because we saw both the Bandit and the Cade for a breach denial, you definitely have to bring a lot of electricity to try and prevent that from happening, like the Thatcher or the Impact. So it's just a lot of utility spent, so it's not worth it this case. We've also seen teams do an incredible job of attacking the basement site for 100% vertical engagement rather than focusing on getting those site direct walls open, and that looks like what Oxygen is setting themselves up for right now. They're working on clearing some of these upper spaces, and they don't really have. I mean, you got the Thatcher and the Ace, but not really a huge investment in trying to get those main breaches open.
Oh, man. Blackbeard just giving a ton of intel, whether it's sound cues or seeing where those tracer rounds are headed to. Knows that they've got some presence on the stairs there. Spiker to take a ton of damage. He gets reduced down to a very low HP scenario, but still alive, right? Has to play the one-tap, head-tap game, or his life will be forfeit. Gomez also down under that half health, or just under. But yet again, Whiskey, we're about to breach a minute and have all 5 on both sides still alive.
They finally get the hatch open over top of site, and you can see those vertical sight lines right now that Gomez, Hat, and Yaga are all trying to hold. Newers searching out for Bay on the stairs, not finding anyone yet. But again, we've got all 10 left alive. Geez, just as I said it, Bay gets the C4 kill, and holy cow, the defender walks right into the open arms of the attackers to even this thing up.
Yeah, Kansan with a crazy move, right? Pulls breaks a rule number 1 and runs right past the defender, pays the price for it. Holy whiff, as an unfortunate shot does put him down to a low HP, but not enough to finish the kill. Bay on the second kill now as the headshot rings out. Oh, geez. Call it the round of the bees as Bay and Bosco just get dominant.
3-person retake. Are you kidding me? Oxygen. I don't even know, man. I genuinely don't know. What are you doing in that round, Oxygen? You've looked so good on your attacks so far, and then you just let Wildcard get away with a 3-man retake with under a minute left on 3 separate areas of the map. You have a player walking through the middle of storage. You have a
Defenders,
player
protect your
walking
bombs
through the
from being
middle
defused by
of
attackers.
not command, cargo, and you have a player walking to the bottom of warehouse. And they just run rampant through your attack. Sure, for the most part, they get the trades
Attackers
back,
have
but it's
discovered
that
the
third
location of a bomb.
retake that puts OXG in such a bad spot where they just do not have enough left to be able to push that attack, or at least salvage that attack. So, great choice there by WILDCARD to go for the retake, and very puzzling as to how Oxygen let that happen.
That is a big question mark. It does tie us up
10
2-2,
seconds left
which I
before
mean you
injury.
love to see on a decider map, right, Whiskey?
5
Yeah, the
seconds
back
to
and
insertion.
forth happening, and I went back and looked, just was starting to notice a sort of an interesting trend between these two teams. We're in round 5 of the third map. As we went through the first 2 maps, both teams on their defensive halves went with the standard site rotation every time. They never ego checked any sites, never going back. They kept their rotation that they picked and just went in a row, right? Basement control 2F, basement control. Got to expect that. Probably going to go 2F next, just on how this has gone. Interesting that teams seem to be working each of the sites individually, following a very structured game plan. And shows why both of these two teams are so good. And it's like the teams that are winning, the rounds that they're winning are on the fringes, capitalizing on each other's mistakes rather than significant strategy discussions or trick plays sort of that are happening. So it's which team can make the fewest amount of mistakes and who can capitalize on them when they happen. Right now, this is a much closer game than we had seen either of the two at this point. Tied up 2-2. Great use of utility here from the Twitch coming out, stealing those, and what a bandit trick coming out by Bosco. Perfectly timed.
Yeah, absolutely, to hold on. So they had the man advantage, but Nurs is going to equalize there. Spiker gets taken down, and that's going to be the Azami gun. That's huge. Those are the key barriers that haven't had a chance to fully get formed up yet. So whatever's out, that's it. They do get the drone onto Legion, trying to make that bid for the push up top. A little bit of a
What a
bit of
loss.
Red Penguin Bay is just going to go out there and absolutely fry him. That gives the man advantage back over to WILDCARD as you can see that Ace has got a Legion Goose stuck inside, and there's another one as Twitch finds their foot infected as well. Looking for that swing, and he's going to find it. Newers with the double now puts us into a 3-3 with 60 left on the board.
Yeah, this certainly seems like it should be WILDCARD round to lose at this point, right? The Oxygen players, they open IT while going to try and gain vertical control to be able to get the plant down in the default location, but completely loses it to WILDCARD taking the shot through that IT breach. They don't gain vertical control, and then the direct take downstairs completely falls apart shut down, my friend. Round 6 and WILDCARD 3-2, one of their first leads that we've seen in this series.
That was interesting. That round was a coin flip, quite honestly. WILDCARD, like you said, we're in a really good spot, but I don't know how many people noticed it. They left the entire A site and that whole part of the map, including cargo, and the cargo element. They could have walked in entirely free, and Oxygen noticed that. Oxygen tried to go for that push. They tried to sneak in, and they had a player inside of the site, but that player got a little bit too antsy. They swung the player inside of storage, which I believe was Bay, if I'm remembering correctly. Bay wins that fight. Another player dies elsewhere, and suddenly the gap that WILDCARD had left that Oxygen could have exploited was suddenly gone. WILDCARD able to close out that round in pretty convincing fashion, and I really like what we're starting to see from them. They feel much more comfortable now compared to what we've seen in the past.
5 seconds
Yeah,
left
so
before insertion.
not wholly unexpected, right? We talk about NIGHTHAVEN
Attackers are heading out
and
to the
how
bomb.
it can be attacker sided, and this is what kind of referencing a little bit earlier, Whiskey, what you were talking about. But wouldn't be surprised to see that standard split hit onto the 4-2 area. I would not be surprised to see WILDCARD win this round and try to duke it out on their attack side.
Well, yeah, now we've seen WILDCARD lose the 2F back on round 3. So they've seen how Oxygen played it. They've seen how they attacked it. and it came very close at the end. So certainly, like we said, this round, this map being significantly closer between these two teams. And again, I think as they're like, I love that we're in best of threes at this portion of the event. So much of the Six Invitational Last Chance qualifiers were best of one single elimination bracket where you make one mistake and your whole bracket is over. In this case, we're getting to see both teams adapt, play, learn, and it's fantastic to see. So very close between these two, and players are staying alive a lot longer. To me, that says that they're reading into the strategies that the other one is using to stay alive. So with this combination of the bandit and the Azami trying to hold on upstairs in that IT electrical warehouse area, making it difficult for Oxygen to make the push in.
Yeah, but they're leaning into that clubhouse strat, right? Capped house on the board. He's got the fire to try to push them off. It'll be an easy rotate into sight and not a loss of life unless they make the swing from the window and up the catwalk. But there it is. They're going to retreat into the safety, the relative safety of sight instead. So I think the fun part here is going to be Gomez on that Deimos, right? He's going to be able to apply that vertical pressure. At the moment, he's just acting as intel, standing outside of the building saying, okay, now he's at river. Okay, now he's on the rotate. Okay, now he's over here. They gonna find the first kill though, as that first bit of intel is gonna go off, and Hat sitting at that 0 and 5 can't buy himself a kill at the moment. He's gonna be the first to lose his life.
Boy, the first to go down, and Hat is really struggling right now. 0 and 5. This is, if you had to point to one player on the Oxygen side that is really making a huge difference here in a bad way, that's the guy. Wildcard finally finding a flawless round. Boy, when they get hot, they are getting hot, and that is 3 in a row for this team. 4-2 half. You called it coming in.
Okay. Nam, split on the defense. We feeling good about that?
Yeah, I think we really are. I think that's really the best half, other than the 6-0 comeback, which it can't be much better than a 6-0 comeback, that we've seen from either team thus far. I think what Wildcard did in that last round was really great. They brought a very util-heavy lineup, and they recognized that OXG was doing the same. But the big wrinkle is the fact that Wildcard got in Oxygen's face. They were very aggressive. They had roamers downstairs. They didn't give OXG an instant to set up and actually use the utility that they had brought for the execute. If you notice that the lineup had been very different on that second command attack from what it was the first time. They brought more things like a Lion to help with the roam clear. And like I said, they did not give Oxygen a chance to get comfortable and actually use that utility, and that is why Wildcard were able to win so many gunfights and ultimately get a very dominant round win.
So are they going to stick it this time, Whiskey? Looks like a Glaz might be coming out to play. Still sticking with that two-pronged approach, as they're going to use that, what's that, strat roulette, open sesame, where you just open every single wall. Kind of the strat here for that 2F, and Glaz going to help make that quite interesting once they get it opened up.
That's right, and 237 and another opening pick for Wildcard. This is definitely going their way to start off on attack. When they have got the opening pick, they're definitely very convincing at this point. And the fact that we've seen Wildcard win 3 in a row and the biggest lead they've had on Oxygen in this entire series. The last time we saw it was back when it was 7-6 in that overtime was the last time Wildcard had any sort of an advantage. They ended up losing, or ended up winning that one by only 1 round. So the fact that they've got 2 and an opening pick here says to me that this is the best advantage Wildcard has had in this entire series. And we were talking a lot about how great Oxygen was at the start here. They are slowing down. Wildcard's heating up.
Yeah, and that's the wrong time to start letting that happen, right? Diaz going to be the first taken off the board. C4 primed, prepped, and ready, and look at that. We're kind of a cheeky little angle here. This is one of the reasons that Azami is banned out, is because peaks like this exist. Could be absolutely devastating, except for nobody on that side to even try to attempt it as of this moment.
with a minute 18 left, watching how this attack is starting to set up, playing, I was going to say playing outside, but no, Bay is just swinging everything right now, 10, 2, and 2. You talked about how good he was. Sitting at a 5 KD right now, picking up for some of the slack on the rest of the team, but absolutely shutting down this Oxygen team. Yaga had been struggling to get anything going. He finds one, but that's only his second kill for this entire map so far.
Yeah, and as he was the win condition for several maps in a row now, having him have a tough game is going to make it absolutely tougher. He goes for the second swing, Buchanan's ready. He's going to rip his head right off. That does put us into a 3v2 situation, a 3v1. Scanson's able to find another one, and they know where this this last defender is sitting at, right? And he start to push in towards the breach, start to push in towards that connector, start to push in towards IT. It's going to be the triple push or hold.
Oh!
Good night. Sleep tight. A flash goes in, but it's not going to stick. It's not going to hit, and so he's going to be unperturbed by it. Another fire goes off, stalling the presence here from trying to push in towards the back. And with 8 seconds left, if he can find the kill, and he does, Newers takes Bosco off the board, now into a 1v1. It's a ring.
He turned the wrong way!
He's looking for it!
No!
What's going to happen? Oxygen going to take a defense win as time is going to play out and claim that victory.
Oh, wow. Wow. Wow, wow, Oxygen. What a play. I mean, he was isolated at the top of rafters all alone with so many different angles covering him. There was just no scenario that I thought he was going to lose that, especially considering WILDCARD had a great start to that round. They got 2 massive opening kills. They killed the 2 SAS operators very early on. They killed the smoke and the mute, and that gave them plenty of freedom to be a lot more free with their attack because they knew the only time delay that they had to worry about was going to be those Volca canisters. They didn't have to worry about those toxic babes. So they were able to be much quicker. They were able to very effectively clear through the map.
Bomb located by attackers.
And after that, they had that 3v1. They had the perfect opportunity to get into the map and take more space and get that plant down. But it was that little bit of hesitation that bought OXG some time in that situation to be able to find those 1v1 engagements and ultimately lead to a beautifully executed 1v3.
5 seconds left.
Okay, one away from tying us up, Whiskey. We sit 4-3. Defense going to lean into some of that slowdown. Castle back on the board. Fenrir back on the board. A little bit of intel with the Valkyrie. And there it is again, that self-breaching machine on the other side of the board. Striker going to make their way out.
Honestly, I'm surprised. We have seen more of the new recruits, the new blood recruits come out in this match than I think we had seen in all of the rest of the previous SI Open qualifiers. So, I mean, the self-breaching machine, you called it, and that's exactly what Spiker brought out. We saw him use this on one of the previous maps as well with the impact and the can openers, trying to open that up. So the question is it going to be enough? They've got some of this utility clear, and Kansan bringing out the Ram. We talked a lot about the Ram holding down and how good she was on the basement sites on Clubhouse. A little bit of similarity here on NIGHTHAVEN as well, trying to open up all of this vertical space above. And, well, yeah, on the second and hopefully this first floor as they're looking to make the hatch trap right now.
Oh, and a C4 ready when they do. So that's the double drop down, a couple of shots through, no C4 to answer. So instead of having a potential for the double kill, now it's been forced back out of that fighting arena. Still sit 5 all, no damage done though. They're able to escape with relative ease and potentially take the scenic route along the backside to put the pressure on and the heat from across the map. Look at that, it's buddy system in place. They are rotating together.
Making the play downstairs. Look at this. Bosco already gaining a little bit of control, but I gotta say, it feels a little bit premature as they're making the push down. They don't have 100% of the vertical. You still have got Newers upstairs and Yaga upstairs. That could spell death here for this wildcard team, and already the collapse is starting at 3v4. There's still plenty of time left, though, for this attacking team to try and make something happen, but with the vertical that's starting to get rained down from Newers and Yaga, I worry for this wild card attack.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Even though they claim the man advantage, time starts to tick. It's no man's friend, and they're gonna have to make that kill to push in. So back towards the other side for the hatch, and there's the equalizer. As Bosco's able to take Hat down and answered back onto Yaga and onto Newer. So now back into a 1v3. It's a familiar situation. We've seen it before. Diaz this time with the weight on his shoulders to try and pull a round through, but he's not gonna do it as Bosco is gonna absolutely delete him.
That's a great changeup by Wildcard. But like we've been talking about all day, all of these attacks have been super slow. So it was a great change of pace by Wildcard to go quickly through the map into the site with plenty of time still remaining. They lost a couple bodies in the process, but by the time they got down there, they were able to catch Oxygen off guard and establish themselves in a good position to be able to catch more picks. And at the end of the day, what a great play. I mean,
Attackers need to
seriously,
locate and
like we
defuse
haven't
as many
seen
bombs as
anything
they
like
can.
that all day. Like that kind of pacing has just been completely absent from this entire series.
Bomb located by attackers.
Now in the score line. Gonna see the clash play come out. A couple of new ops, Whiskey. Ella on the board as well. We've been seeing a lot more clash play, right? As the rise of the Shield has entered into the competitive scene with a super strong foothold. Defense is not going to be left out of that.
10 seconds left.
I mean, this is
5 seconds remaining.
I'm like trying to take in everything that we've got going on here between these two teams. The late round reinforcement coming out, it's a great one. I know Ubisoft talked about that hatch being sort of a high risk, high reward place for the defense to go and reinforce, but really the defense can catch that easily every time. Yaga bringing out the shield on defense now after playing so much shield on attack. We'll see whether or not that clash is the right choice, but Hat is still the guy I would love to see pick up just a little bit more here, struggling at that 1-7 mark.
Yeah, it's a tough position to find yourself in, especially since he's been so impactful across the last couple of maps as well. So we're going to get the Flores in, get rid of some of that extension util, specifically this deployable shield and those castle barricades, couple of those frost traps. There's barbed wire. I mean, there's really a ton of extension util to try and help Clash hold on to the backside of site here.
It's one of the things that talk about Wildcard attacking slowly and struggling to clear out some of that util. I like that Spiff, though, bringing out the Flores. This is their ability. And the Flores Nomad combo, I'm pretty sure I've seen you do a pretty funny video taking out the Clash with that operator combo. At the very least, they're going to be able to clear out a lot of this utility. It's interesting, though, that they chose this site. Certainly seems like not even the tertiary at this point.
Yeah, I did get that funny play where we sent in a Rotero and the air jab forced the Clash into it. Loved that. But does find the first bit of kills. Here's Diaz and Bay get rocked off the board, put us into a 4-4 scenario. Minute and 13, though, and still with the shield in play. They are going to keep droning it out. So that intel from above is going to be good intel as Clash sits at the bottom of the stairs. They're just going to open everything up, right? And they've got plenty of time to find themselves a couple of kills, potentially, or force them out of sight where we can jump in the window and get themselves a plant.
This is so much. I mean, you just watching all of the ceiling come crashing down with the with those boogie time drones just raining havoc on top of this team. Gomez still trying to play in the corner, but Bosco sitting there waiting and cracking at that castle barricade manually. The thing is, though, you got a frost trap sitting right below it, so he's going to have to look down as he shoots or use some sort of explosive utility to try and clear it out ahead of time. Gomez potentially in a great place to be holding on to get that kill now. This engagement between Yaga happening at the bottom of the stairs, taking some health away. But look at this, he jumps in. Where
that was the whole play, right? Is they had a person waiting outside a window, vertical was set up, just had to get the green light, and as soon as it was there, push in, find two, good night, sleep tight.
Oh no, the teabag.
That's it, you're kicked.
That first kill well, second kill technically, but that first kill at the beginning of that execute was so significant because up to that point, OXG had done a great job of delaying time. They had once again got it under a minute, and they had the clash on the board in a 4v4. But after that, Wildcard got that first pick, and that gave them the opening that they needed to just say 3, 2, 1, go. And at that moment, everybody just sprang into action. Players jumped in the kitchen window. You had players jump in to the main lobby. And they just completely avoided the clash, which I think is super smart because they had good intel on where that clash was playing, and they sent all of their focus to where it was not. They tried to go where they could take those direct gunfights. They didn't want to have to work against that shield, and that ultimately gave them a huge man advantage to work with, which rendered the clash ineffective. So a great design to execute there from Wildcard, and now they get match point. 1 round away from qualifying to the SI finals.
10
For the
seconds left.
qualifiers, of course.
So, Whiskey, I think the play was
5
risky
seconds to insertion.
no matter how you were playing it, right? Storage and control being the preferred side because it's easier to defend. And so not a surprising loss there for the defense. I wouldn't say it's on par with like Bar Stage or something like that, but it is definitely the easier of the sides to attack into them, right?
Yeah, it's not surprising that the attacking team won. To me, the surprise was that Oxygen picked that as the site they went to rather than storage control. You said it. It's the easier site to defend. I think maybe trying to throw this wildcard team off a little bit, but after winning 5 out of the last 6 rounds, Wildcard is definitely on a bit of a roll here, and that's some momentum they've got to slow down. That's not the time, I think, to be taking some of those riskier options in terms of site choice. So now at least they're playing upstairs on the 2F. It's got some very good control. Some very good control points there. You've got Newers playing on the Azami upstairs, holding onto rafters. Very typical setup, but they've got the main breach open. And the other interesting choice, Hat again playing the Ella. I know we talk about operator choice is being something, you know, play the operator that you're comfortable with. Oxygen being very comfortable with a lot of different options. That seems like a strange choice to me.
Well, Pengu said it, right? You pick the op you're comfortable with when there's 20 seconds left, and if Ella's the one, Ella's the one. And she's got a deployable shield to make it a little bit more difficult to find that that push up in the pick. I'm here for it. I think it could work. But I mean, then again, maybe not. Wildcard is one away from securing themselves this spot. So I guess we'll find out if this was the right call or not.
You know, we didn't actually get to say it. I mean, it's match point, but not just match point, map point, semifinal point, and like Nam said, their spot in the SI Last Chance Qualifier playoff finals on the line here if Wildcard wins this round.
Wow, and that's a great way to start it out. Not only is it the Kiva barrier or the Azami, but it's the Kiva barriers, but it does get responded. Hat takes off the Bay off the board, and that goes down the shield and the top frag for the team, right? Sitting at 12 and 5. So gonna have to rely on some of the other folks to get some of that engagement headed your way on the side of the attack. They definitely need to claim the man advantage here as the time is starting to tick away. Defense is feeling pretty good about securing another round.
That's right. You still have got very little utility besides the skeleton keys of Buck. I mean, they basically used up all the EE1Ds gone, all of the nades gone there, and what a shot there. They trade. No way they trade with 10 seconds left.
That's right. Now down into a 2-2 low health scenario on both sides of the board, and that's the plant starting to go down. But he's going to find himself one. Oxygen is going to find the round win and get a little bit closer to tying this one up.
Wildcard got close there, but just unfortunately, they needed that extra little kick to get themselves that round win. They had the guns, they had the kills, they just didn't have that little extra bit of utility that they would have needed to get themselves that win. They had good utility, mind you. They had a Lion, they had plenty of hard destruction, they had some soft destruction as well. But they used all of it in that first couple of minutes, and they had very little left there. So they just had to see if they could potentially walk into the site and get that plant down. They had an opportunity there, but the coverage just wasn't quite good enough. And the planter unfortunately died there in the 2v2, which eventually became the 1v2. Just not a very winnable situation there for Wildcard. It was a great attempt, mind you, especially considering they were fighting from the man disadvantage at a point. Wildcard giving Oxygen a little bit of hope here. They are on the defense, so I definitely could see a way where Oxygen wake back up here.
Well, they only need to get 2 rounds to do it too, right? That seems like it could be very
remaining.
doable, especially with the way that we've seen them play so much today. I
5
mean,
seconds to
obviously
go.
how they've played in general, but they've been having some really incredible rounds,
Attackers
especially
objective
on the
is to locate a
defense,
bomb
especially
and
when they
defuse
lean
it.
into that very technical hold as opposed to walking around and getting a kill and clicking heads.
This wildcard attacking lineup is something that we saw out of them in Bank as well, leaning into this this roam clear, right? Both Bay and Spiker bringing out the Jackal and the Dokkaebi. They want to make sure that they catch and find all of these Oxygen defenders. And the interesting thing to me is that they hadn't really been playing a very heavy roam game. Again, in this case, a little bit more. First time you got Diaz playing downstairs in the basement with a C4 down below it. To me, it's interesting, though, playing that position with that utility lineup as Warden rather than the Pulse playing from down below. If they were focused or worried about a vertical attack here from Wildcard. The rest of this, you got Hat and Yaga upstairs on the 2F looking to cause a lot of havoc. And that's Gomez causing noise. That opening pick, though, looking good for Oxygen to start this thing off with 1 minute down.
That's right. and a huge one too. Okay, so finding themselves in a good position to get one closer here. Minute and 44. Jackal pulls out the ping, and he gets a footprint, so he's going to get that location. They're going to see that Castle has been sussed out on the vending stairs, and a little bit of the rotators. They're going to go try to put some pressure onto him and get him off the board and solidify and hold on, and claim back that equalizer.
What is this hot drop happening?
No.
Are you kidding me? The double buck hot hats drop in, and they have got a little bit of control here on the tank side.
Yeah, more than a little bit, enough that they're set up and feeling confident enough to start to make that plan. He takes the 75. In fact, he's going to go ahead and stick it. And
No
that's
way.
another kill out of Bay.
No
Take
way.
Lewis off the board, now into a 4-3 scenario. 3-3 as we get it down. Oh, my lord. And now Dokkaebi in this post-plant scenario. Another 1v3 we find ourselves in. This time, it's going to rest onto the shoulders of Spiker to try to hold on and win this one for his team. Gets the down, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to find the kill, and they're going to be able to defuse. And that's going to be one closer.
Workout picking his teammate up, no way. What a round for Oxygen. But I got to say, that wild card execute, man. I'm going to clip that one. That was awesome.
Yeah, it really was. That was a great attempt by Wildcard. They found themselves down in a 4v5. I'm not exactly sure why they were hot dropping with the buck. That just didn't make a lot of sense to me, especially doing it alone. But I thought Wildcard did a great job of pulling that back. The only problem is, once they got control of tank, they found themselves stuck in a post-plant scenario with a 5-man retake coming in from OXG. And when you're in such an exposed position
Attackers
as
need to
tank
locate
is,
and
because
defuse
if you think about it,
bombs.
tank is one of the most open rooms that
Bomb
you could
located
find
by
yourself stuck
attackers.
in on this map. There's so many different angles that you have to worry about, so much open space, and not a lot of places to hide. And because of that, OXG were able to pick Wildcard off one by one, and eventually it just was not enough. Wildcard end up finding us now one round away from getting to overtime, just like we had in map number 1.
The brawl for it all. The brawl for it all. No changes on the defensive side. They're going to lean into that slowdown whiskey. On the side of the attack, though, you can see him being threatened here. Is the sledge being potentially brought back
5
out?
seconds to go.
I know we talked about Sledge and whether or not he was the right pick. I mean, in this case at least, the site's on the first floor, so there is some opportunity for vertical play, but after we know that Wildcard had been using the buck, it still seems like a better choice, but we'll leave that up to them for the moment. We're still in this same position. Last chance opportunity, all of the pressure on this Oxygen team. They have to send it to overtime or their upper bracket run is done. Comes down to this. Wildcard, this 5-man roster looking, makes the quick entry down in the basement. using that sledge. No one else downstairs here. Everyone else on the 2F needs maybe a little bit of flank coming in. Sledge, interesting choice for running that strat.
Hold on one second, Whiskey.
I mean, it wouldn't be live siege without some technical problems. So Spiker, it looked like he was holding up, laying down in the basement, trying to avoid. I don't know whether or not they thought a defender was going to make a rotate back down as well. This could be a late round rotate for him. It just seems like having an operator that could do vertical play would be a better choice. But we'll see how this plays out. This is something interesting, my friend.
So when we do find that a zombie gets taken off the board first, so the body balance is going to head over to the hands of Wildcard. And with 1:37 left, this allows them to get themselves a little bit of time, right? A little bit of a redirect and reassess. But really, it's going to start counting down here pretty quick. So you can see them all starting to move in together as the defense kind of trying to put some reverse pressure onto the attack team. Now, they are getting droned out, and there's the Malusi sussed. So going to take a shot towards those back stairs, and Bosco's going to take Diaz off the board and equalize on the man count here. So we find ourselves now into a 3-3 scenario, but it's still the top hold. He's not even going to look. He might pay the price for this one. Instead, he's going to run right on past. They're going to go for that breach area instead. And it just starts to push in. There's the flash that goes out. A little bit of blind damage as he rotates out to the garage. And again, we find ourselves in the red number. Oh, my Lord. Hat and Gomez both coming up huge. Answered back, but 2 seconds. It's just not going to be enough time. He's going to go for the plant here, but I don't expect him to be able to pull that off.
Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, you had two of the defenders collapsing on his position. He pulls off at the last second, not going to go get a negative in the KD column, but we are going to overtime.
I don't think we could have it any other way. With how close this series has been and how chaotic it's been overall, there's no other way than to decide this on overtime. But that round was ultimately doomed from the start for Wildcard. Once they lost the diffuser outside of storage, everyone else that was still alive for Wildcard was on the complete opposite side of the map. And Oxygen knew that. They played a bit passively. They allowed Wildcard to funnel in through the middle of the site. And when they tried to push on low time to go get the diffuser back, Oxygen were able to utilize their positioning to great effect and pick off those remaining Wildcard players one by one, and Wildcard had absolutely no chance.
Okay, overtime. I'm excited. That's exactly what you want. The
Yes.
implications, the impact, the two tier 1 teams just going head to head. A brawl for it all. Whiskey, it doesn't get much better than this.
That's right. At the end of the day, only one team can actually make it to the Six Invitational in Boston in February from the North America Last Chance qualifiers. We still have got a lot of Siege left to be played, though. These two teams need to finish this one out. Then there's a lower bracket. Then there's the finals, where the final 4 teams are going to make that push. But ultimately, if you can win here right now in this series, it makes your chances just that much better. The better seed, the better positioning, and not having to go late in the night with another best of 3. So, Wildcard, Oxygen, it has come down to this. Who is going to be the Last Chance qualifier finalist coming out of this semifinal match?
A lot of dedication up top. In fact, 3 players, Azami, Goyo, Malusi, all dedicated to making sure that you can't claim that verticality on this control storage site. A staple. Do like to see Castle brought out here for that, but then again, I'd like to see Castle brought out for everything. So maybe I'm not as reliable on what should be there.
Castle, it brings out a lot of great options there, and to me it really feels like back on round 9 when Oxygen chose the kitchen site that Wildcard won, and that really feels like a little bit of a mistake. So they're going to lean into it, go back to this kitchen, this control storage site as the option here to hold on, and all 5 again. Boy, when both of these teams slow down the attack, play the very methodical siege, work on getting it set up, we, the viewers, are treated to just an incredible kill feed by the end of it. So the question is, which one is it going to be? All of the action right now happening upstairs on the 2F site. With this first floor site, they're working on the vertical control. Who is going to hold the upper hand?
Attackers will drop the bomb diffuser.
Well, that's a good way to start it. Hawk's going to take the head off Bosco, immediately traded back by Kansan as they find themselves equalized in the body count. And the shield now, Blackbeard looking to push up, and it almost gets close to having some vertical played out right below him. And instead, Kansan going to take Diaz, now puts us into a 4-3. First round of OT is starting to feel pretty good for the attacker side of it, but they're going to run close on the time frame as there's only 43 left in it to go. So got to make your move, even though we're droning.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
37 seconds left, and you still have got 7 people left alive in this server, and it's a vertical space. I mean, right now, all of the defenders have rotated back down. They're holding first floor positions, except for Gomez. Looks like he made this rotate back up, hoping for a late round flank with 20 seconds left.
That's right, and if he makes it, it could be absolutely huge. A couple of shots in the kitchen. They start to make the push up, thinking he had the long. Instead, shots from behind. Yaga gonna take Kansan down. Now into a 3-2. That's the plan starting to go down. They're gonna stick it. It's a post-plant scenario again, and they're gonna have to now retake into sight. They've only got 2 attackers left alive, so trade game gonna favor the defense for sure.
The first run out tries, it doesn't happen. The second, all down to Gomez, my friend, and he's going to try as well. Wild card, and the attackers take round 13.
Man, that round just swung back and forth so many times. That was a great example of a pendulum round. It started off really great for a wild card. They got the opening pick, or sorry, got it backwards. OXG got the opening pick. Hat with a great kill on a Bosco, killing the primary hard breacher. That gave them a great opening. But a big moment that I want to highlight is when Hat took the engagement with the Blackbeard up an E-box. The impact grenade just barely offline, and if it had hit correctly, that would have given them a great opportunity to kill that Blackbeard and give
Attackers need
themselves
to
a
locate
little bit
and
more
defuse
momentum
bombs.
and potentially even a bigger man advantage in that late round scenario to work with, where they could have prevented something like a storage plant from happening. That storage plant was a great play by Wildcard. They jumped in because they knew Oxygen's focus was elsewhere over by Kitchen. Specifically,
Attackers have
Yaga's focus
located
was
a
over
bomb.
there. And while he did kill one of the players inside of storage, he wasn't aware of the others that were planting behind pillar. They get away with it. They get out of dodge. They stay outside, use great post-plant positioning, and ultimately win out the 2v3 post-plant. Wildcard now back on series point.
10 seconds
Series
to go.
point, and they are bringing along some some really fun operators. Kansan was absolutely
5 seconds to
devastating
go.
the last time we saw him get onto that Solus, and I expect him to be out and about. You can see him sitting in the cafeteria, usually reserved for that vigil play, or whoever's on the lurk. It starts in the cafeteria and it works its way towards the garage, whether trying to take the gunfights to the back side of sight or of the map, or rotating around towards that front area, and got some castles to back it up, and they're going to be all the way up top. Again, Whiskey, one person down inside.
I think we're going to look back at round 13 and say the Oxygen choice to go with the first floor storage and control rather than going to the 2F where they had been successful back on round 10 and 7 as a bit of a mistake. So we'll see whether or not this is going to be the final round. They need it. They need to hold on. Boy, 2 drones in the... That's right. The Blackbeard pushing in. Yaga goes down from Kansan. Boy, you said he was unstoppable. He was great on that Solus. Does it again. 13, 8, and 1. Just barely at Bays. 16, 7, and 2. These 2 guys having an incredible game right now.
Okay, 150 left on the board. A bunch of low healths here, but now Bosco does have that 6-man setup, Whiskey, right? He definitely got that C4 or the entry denial devices that could become a factor, especially as the clock starts to tick down. It is the man advantage sitting into the hands of Wildcard on this defense, and 13 and 8, yeah, you're right. Kansan having a hell of a game. He's going to definitely be potentially one of the win conditions here. Now, on the other side of it, still plenty of time for this attack team. If they can find 1, if they can find 2, they're going to feel real good about this late round.
working on that first floor, right? You got Diaz and Gomez both holding on to first floor sites, and here it is, Hat running the striker downstairs with the self-breaching machine. He's going to go ahead and try and open up 2 holes in that wall using the can openers and the impacts. Oh no, he's able to get both of them up, that wall open and available for him. That gives them a little bit of a point of entry with Gomez down in a 2v4. My friend, this is looking very much like a wild card victory.
Yeah, it really is starting to look like that. So the pressure down, tank stairs, that's going to be Gridlock taken off the board. Striker
No.
on the last
Oh.
5 is going to find one. Hat takes down Bay, and that's a huge kill. So now puts him into 1v3, but Whiskey, 2 of these players are incredibly low health, both the Capcan and the Solus, so they know where he's at. They're going to take the wall bang. Bino gets that final kill. Hey, yo.
That's
Well
it, my
done.
friend. Hit it, Nam.
Well done by WILDCARD. They're capitalizing off the OXG mistakes when it mattered most. It looked like it might slip away there at the end of regulation, but congratulations to WILDCARD as they are your first team moving on to the SI LCQ finals.
Ooh, boy, that rolls off the tongue nice.
The finalist there, one of the 4 teams to make it in. We know we've got a couple of those other games going on right now. We'll just give you a little bit of an update. The Washington Wizards beat Core down in the lower bracket, and now we're going to get to see Oxygen take on the Friendship team for that lower bracket spot. But you said it. Congratulations to WILDCARD for earning that first of the finalist positions, one of the 4 available. Team Cruelty and Loyalty is Scarce, still battling it out over on Jesse's stream for just a few longer, but there's one more best of 3. We need to find out who it is going to be going to these the rest of these finals later on tonight. So, my friend, Oxygen taking on the Friendship team, that XLG roster.
Okay, well, there you have it. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're bringing you 3 new maps. Heyo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Sorry about the wait. We had to wait, right? We are here with our very last match of the day, a best of 3 in the lower bracket. Who's moving on? Who's going home? I'm still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run. What you say there, Whiskey?
That's right. Welcome back, everyone, to the Six Invitational Last Chance Qualifier Playoffs. And it is time for a lower bracket run. We got to see 2 of the upper bracket best of 3s take place on the channel earlier today, with Oxygen taking down the Washington Wizards, and then WILDCARD coming back and beating Oxygen in that banger of a match we saw just a few. Now they've made the lower bracket run, and let's take a look at it just so you can see where we're at. Right now, saw that Wildcard Oxygen match moving on. Wildcard, the first team that has qualified to the playoff finals that are going to be taking place next weekend. The lower bracket quarterfinals determining the next 2. So you can see down here, Oxygen and Friendship Team. That'll be our game to see who is moving on. Washington Wizards are patiently awaiting the Team Cruelty Loyalty is Scarce game to finish up, which is on map 3, on Chalet, on Jesse's stream currently. So looking forward to seeing what is going to be coming out here. But between these 2 teams, the lower bracket is done. There is no second chances, my friend. This is an elimination game, win or go home style.
Oh, man, yeah, go big or take that proverbial bus ride home. We've been watching them all day. Oxygen going to come and try to make that lower bracket run, taking on the Friendship Team. If you've seen the Siege double shot, you've seen these folks plenty of times. This should be a good game, as it is. Well, I mean, it's for your chance at moving on.
I mean, in a couple, again, we've gotten to see T1 teams battle out the entire day. Again, Oxygen with that Newers, Diaz, Hat, Gomez, and Yaga. We've seen them play some incredible Siege today, but taking on to the Friendship Team, this ex-Luminosity game roster, Silent, Nick, Wi-Fi, Kickstro, and Eddie going to do battle. And where's that battle going to happen? I just mentioned Chalet a moment ago. That's the first place, my friend. Layer off the board early. I am disappointed.
Yeah, unfortunate. No last chance qualifier layer for us. Can't take any chances there, right? So you're right. You said it. Chalet to start us out, and then a little bit of an exciting map for map number 2, Border. You see some
Yes.
crazy attack strats coming out, some real aggressive in-your-face action, and then why not take us back to Clubhouse one last time? Now, I thought that the lesson learned here was we don't take Oxygen to Clubhouse. Well, instead, we made it the decider. We'll see if that plays out or not.
That's right, my friend. We're going to start off, though, and you said it, on Chalet. The teams are in. It is time, my friend, ready to do battle here for what is the final best of 3 for us. The games that take place tomorrow are going to be seeding matches between all of these teams. So all of the people that qualify is going to be decided tonight.
Let's go. So we take it from my favorite map to yours, Mr. Whiskey. Chalet, baby. One of our favorite maps to cast when we were very first starting out, and it still remains true to this day. Band's gonna show us a little bit of the difference in what we've been watching lately. Monty back on the ban list.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, really, as these teams are sort of playing this out, I wondered whether or not we would see more of the Blackbeard ban, because he had been devastating. We had seen Oxygen use the Blackbeard to across all of their maps to their advantage. I thought we might see Friendship Team go that route in terms of a ban, but they're going to pick Ying instead. The Azami, not surprising. She was devastating on NIGHTHAVEN, and really, I think, wow, how about that? Another two-brow ban. He's really entered the list as one of the more often banned operators. That's interesting, my friend.
Well, especially when so much of these competitive rounds are coming down to not the last 30 seconds, not the last 20 seconds. we're seeing 2v2 fight outs in an 8-second, 7-second little bit of time left, right? And so the add the Tuberau to that, it's more wins for the defense to just hold them out. So makes sense to see him taken off the board. The Azami also makes sense. Like all of these picks obviously make sense for CHALET. I'm excited. Let's get into it.
One of the interesting things for me, actually, is that you take a look at the statistics for just this piece. The LCQ for the Six Invitational in North America, the most common banned defender, Tuberau, 44% of the time, eclipsing Mira's 27. So he is the guy that we hate seeing played. Monty on the other side, 33% of the time as the top banned attacker. So a lot of these standards coming out. Blackbeard, Mav, and Deimos all tied for second place there. So as we see this map play out, how is it going to be? What kind of CHALET? I think this standard as first floor, or the mid-floor site, if you want to call it that, as the standard here for the defense is coming out. CHALET, no exception.
Yeah, absolutely. So, did you just say that Tuberau is the most banned defender
in the North America LCQ? Yep.
That is absolutely amazing. Well, I mean, we've seen it play out here tonight as well, so makes complete sense. I guess I fall in line with that one. Let's take out what they're bringing first. You said it, first floor defense to start us out, really in line with how we're feeling the meta plays out, at least site swap wise, with a heavy investment up onto the second floor, right? Everybody up there outside of Diaz, and that's been a reoccurring theme tonight between these different teams, right? Is that they'll really dedicate people to the up top to holding on to that vertical, leaving one member down. Usually somebody with some area denial. In this case, it's going to be Cade with that sniper shotty.
The sniper shot, you got to watch out for that for sure. Now, I love this play outside, bringing along the Malusi. Newers is absolutely deadly and has been the MVP of basically every map that Oxygen has won. Playing the Malusi and putting one of those outside out the door. Kixrose made his way in through that big window up on Mez, but they don't have control there. K9 Belk right now with Gomez holding on, backed up by that Malusi trap.
Yeah, Deimos ping's going out. That makes it difficult, of course, but get on to that mute jammer, and that's going to solve your Deimos problems real quick. Minute and a half left as they start to make their way up into that second floor area. Ace trying to get that sight line all the way back into sight. Fenrir Gadget still going off, making a menace to push in towards that piano area, which is a heavy investment. This is where we were talking about it. Looking towards that breach to try to get active, holding the windows off the highway. Looking to catch one first. Who's going to make that first mistake there, Whiskey? Well, it's going to be Newers.
Wow,
Newers
Kix!
Both get taken down as Kix finds the double. Give him
Triple?
a triple. He's on fire, but he finally gets taken down as Yaga is able to stop the flow of bleeding. 4v2 now. 4v3 has worked 4v2 or 2v2. I can't even get my numbers right as they're making the push.
What a drop shot!
Is going down. Yaga again now drops down back down into sight, holding on to the stairs. Knows he's got to play towards the vertical here because the vertical is still set up. Now, here's the problem. It's Fenrir. He's got gadgets set up everywhere. So he's going to be able to find out potentially where that's coming from. There it is. The swing.
Well played.
Yaga.
The perfect timing there. There's some, I mean, you call him unbelievable the way that he swings out, turns his gadget on at the last second, right as the attacker walks into it, enables a swing off that intel and the blindness on those back solar stairs. Well played by Oxygen. That round was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. After a Kixrow 3K to start things off, Oxygen came back to win it, my friend. No way.
Well, you know, that's the power. That's the power of Oxygen, right? You got to have it to live. And they lived at that last round, 1v1 showdown here in the last map of the day. Absolutely huge round. A 4K by Yaga, just not willing to move or budge from the area in which he's defending, and he rips out 4 of them.
Holy cow. I mean, you see the Kixrow 3K and then a Yaga 4K on the other side. We talked about Newers having an incredible game. Yaga is ready to step up here on round 1 of this best of 3 between, again, 2 titans of the T2 scene. Because I'm going to say it, I mean, Friendship Team on that LG roster, this is still a team that was a T1 in the last NAL stage. So doing battle here in Chalet, boy, this has been an amazing day for Siege.
Yeah, no kidding. At least for the Siege double shot. We're living dreams over here, bro. Bucket list got checked off today. It has just been an amazing day. And just real quick, why we are, in the happy feelings of today's casts and stuff, we just want to say thank you so much to all of you for hanging out with us. Thank you to Blast for giving us the chance to be part of such an awesome experience. The follows, the raids, fresh on the desk. I mean, you just can't ask for a better day of Siege for 2 guys who just love this game.
That's it, man. That is us. Love for the game. I love getting to watch it, love getting to talk about it, and love getting to see how these teams approach all of these sites differently, the lineups. Right, Oxygen has run something different on nearly all of their lineups, all of the different defenses that they've put together. I love that we're getting to see a new map as well, and the fact that it's Chalet, one of my favorites, just is making this a fantastic end to the evening. We've been live casting Siege now for almost 7 hours, my friend, and we're still seeing new stuff happen.
That's right. Look at that. That's going to be the push in towards blue, and a couple of trades are going to ring out. A Capcan trap to down one, but they're just dropping like flies, and now Oxygen finds himself down in the body deficit currently as it's been opened up, and a little bit of damage, no, a lot of bit of damage. Newers gets taken off the board by Adamos. That answered back onto Wi-Fi. A 2v1. His hat is the last alone. He needs to find 2 to stop it, and there is plenty of time for the attackers here, and they're going to go ahead and start to make the plant. Well, they do pull off of it, get a little bit of knowledge that he's starting to push up. That's the drone linking out his location, not to mention the Deimos ping. So 53 seconds left, holding on to the pixel, and they're going to go ahead and give that one more shot to get that plant going. He gets it to 75, and they're going to go ahead and stick it. Oh, man.
I was going to say, opening up that mirror window, I thought we might be able to see a shot over the top if he went towards the planter and tried to take an attack, but it was no need at Friendship Team finding one on attack off the back of what started off as a little bit of a fake plant, but the man advantage, they just held on and converted that into a round win. 1-1. Well, we have seen a lot of the games we saw earlier today, very one-sided as teams would gain momentum and then lose it again until that last match between Oxygen and WILDCARD. Starting to see the same thing here, a back and forth battle. Man, I love this, my friend.
Yeah, no kidding. Hit us up for 1-1, and we're going to take it now to Bar Gaming. And that, I don't want to say that if you go down to basement, you're going to lose, but that seems to be the pattern, right? It seems to have some of those familiar strats, right? One thing that you have to do is you got to get one of the breaches open. One thing you have to do is you can't have a linear approach, and you have to approach from the opposite side of the map as well, and then bring out that vertical. But with that being said, there's 2 hatches, 1, 2, 3, like 3 stairways, 4 if you include the one outside. You've got trench, hot tub, garage. I mean, there's just so many avenues to attack that it just feels like basement is a tough site to defend. So unless you're doing something incredibly aggressive, like playing a castle and a mirror up top on the first floor to hold lobby or something and to hold that west main stairway, it seems like maybe basement just isn't the play. So they do lose it. Attack finds their first in their quest for quota, and we see ourselves tied up 1-1.
I mean, it's a good point, right? And I wondered whether or not we'd see the same trend continue here with the teams basically running through the site rotations in a set order, in a set strat, rather than a lot of the time seeing teams go back to sites that they feel more comfortable on rather than just continuing the rotation. In this case, Oxygen following the strat, playing the second middle floor site, the kitchen bar, or the bar gaming site instead, with a pretty heavy library hold this time up top. Backed up by the deployable on Mez, And now holding steady as those EE1Ds come out. But I love the combination of the Lion and the Deimos with Eddie and Silent here. It's one that Fresh called out. I know you mentioned him. Thanks again for the raid, my friend. But I love that combo, opening up and identifying somebody for Deimos to use early on in the round.
Okay, so a couple of those Grim Bees are going to reveal Yaga's position, right, as they start to make their way back down the stairs. But the buddy system is in place. So if he does start to get swung, of course, there's going to be an answer for that, at least in a kill or a refrag position. And that is all of the smoke canisters, Whiskey, from Gomez are gone. They're used. What?
You know, we had talked about that in one of the previous rounds where, you know, a little bit of a which strategy do you subscribe to, right? Can you hold on to those smoke canisters until the end to try and go for the plant denial, or use them for some of this area denial early to prevent the attacking team from making the push in? They have killed some time. Still felt a little early to use up all three at this point, but Gomez was able to keep this attacking team from getting in position, gaining any ground. It might have been worth it. And right there, I'll say maybe not. Now in a 3v5 with 35 seconds left, they have got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, that's true. And then start to make the push in, looking towards that vertical. A couple of players dedicated to the offside extension here as they're holding on to the stairs. But yeah, just not sure where any of these attackers are at outside of the few bits of tracers. And you know it's going to be coming from multiple angles, and you got to assume that you're going to be droned out. So Newers is going to take Wi-Fi off the board, but Nick takes Hat, and that's going to put us into a 3v1 as Eddie does go down. So it's a shotgun and an SMG-11 to try to hold it out, and they got to go for the plant, but he takes the swing and kicks through.
What a shot there too. The presence of mind, jump in the window, shoot the frost mat, and then immediately flick to the stock door to take the final kill. Well played there by the Friendship team. That's 2 in a row for them on the attack here on CHALET. And I would have definitely said CHALET has a defensive-sided map. But again, when you come down to statistics, it comes down to which team is playing it better. One of the operators is showing, at least here on the attacking side. We'll see whether or not he sticks it. Brava. I was honestly a little bit surprised we hadn't seen more Brava
Attackers
play.
need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Although CHALET is one of the places where we see Brava banned, right? That's one of the most...
Yeah, because she's so good on this site.
Yeah, and kind of like referencing back some of that like SBL and Thrive
Attackers have
play
discovered the
where,
location of a
you know,
bomb.
Maestro starts to become part of that main strat, couple that with some of the other gadgets. This is one of the only sites that we see her banned out, physically banned out. So instead, she's going to get played. Not this time. She gets 6 picked off of it. There's only a couple of gadgets she could take. Default cam's huge. Those Fenrir gadgets, though, that's the big one. Lots
5
of
seconds
death
to
has
go.
happened because of those today.
Yep, playing off the intel. I know you say it all the time. Siege is a game of intel and inches. And right now, I mean, whether or not you're using the cams, you still have Valkyrie available, but they haven't been using Valkyrie very often. But using the sound cues and that area denial, I suppose you'd call it, from the F-Not mines on the Fenrir, I think is a great combo to try and help. And Oxygen has been using it well, but they haven't been converting it into round wins these last couple rounds. So even though it's working, they're getting some intel off it. They're losing some of the other battles before it's time. So this is very much a mechanical site denial in terms of the frost mats, the Goyo canisters, and the Legion goo. So a lot of trap ops here trying to make this hold. But I mean, 1 minute in, and we still have got everybody on this attacking team outside. No one in the building yet. Feels like a little bit of a slow attack for the Friendship team.
That's right, and as you say, Adamo starts to make his way into the kitchen, looking to get active towards one of those first entry kills, which of course has been pretty impactful, right? The Damos we have seen all day long, and I imagine we'll start to see him get banned out with a little bit more frequency. This is always a funny place to hold up. The deployable shield in the bathroom just cracks me up, and then super effective. You know what Damos can't do? He can't shoot through the bathtub.
That's right. It's one of those power positions. Yeah, and backed up by the deployable, that's really what makes the difference for me. But right now, seeing Jeez, I was literally about to say seeing all 10 players in the lobby more than halfway through was a little bit of a surprise. Kicksrow, though, taking the nade and taking down the hat. And what a fall there. Did Kicksrow get 2 nades?
Oh my gosh. Well placed and well played. I guess he saw the tweet the other day where I said, bring back cooking nades. Yet again, it's my campaign. And decided to show me that it still can be done. Finds two shots, absolutely huge, and pivotal ones too. Especially, and a little bit funny, right? Well, my dying to grenade, that's some siege poetry. Oh, good night.
We
Jens
love
is gonna
some
take
siege
down the
poetry.
Wi-Fi. That's right. It's one of my favorite kinds. It doesn't even have to rhyme. 1v3 now as we find nobody alive. Oxygen getting shut down right now on the defense side of it.
As we were heading into this map, you know, I know that the viewers, you guys had to wait a long time as we were trying to get this next map up and going. But even though we had to wait a while, Friendship Team was waiting even longer. One of the things we didn't talk about real early on was the fact that we had one of the teams disqualified. Cinta Negra was supposed to play Friendship Team in a best-of-3 in the lower bracket after that first quarterfinal round. That didn't happen. I believe it was because
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
the roster had disbanded and wasn't the same group that was able to play. So Friendship Team was
Attackers have
waiting
discovered the
like
location
more
of a
than
bomb.
3 hours for this game, so had plenty of time to sit and practice, strategize, and watch Oxygen play out the rest of their games. And they could do it in a setting where they're not under pressure in playing. So I think to me that plays a little bit into Oxygen's into Friendship Team's favor here, and a little bit against Oxygen. So they've been playing engaged a siege for like
seconds
almost
remaining.
7 hours at this point, and probably a little bit beforehand. So they might be
5
reaching
seconds
that
to
point of
insertion.
fatigue.
Yeah, and that, I mean, like, yeah, what, we're at 7 hours of casting currently, and they're at even longer for sitting and playing. So, yeah, those mistakes can start to happen, and that's where some of these teams really start to capitalize, right? What is your late round gameplay? What is your fourth quarter gut check gameplay? Can you keep your mental going? Can you not get chopped? Friendship Team looking pretty good on attack and not showing that mental fatigue just yet.
Yeah, they're showing up, and this time, Silent is going to stick the Brava this time because he wants to be able to steal those Malusi traps. He picks up one there, plus you got the Fenrirs, plus the Mute Jammers, plus the Cade Claws. There's a lot of utility here, and this time, using it to his advantage. Plus, you got Kicksrow. I love bringing out the Flores. This is one of those maps, you know, you talk about Frost being played all the time on Chalet. Flores also one of those guys that's played constantly. What a play.
Absolutely. C4 sends it down the long angle, and that's going to be the Bravo off the board. You ain't getting no Malusis if you can't get on the controller. They do get the down onto Gomez, but he's able to get to the half wall as Eddie takes Hat off the board. Does put us into a 4-3, into a 4-2 now as Yaga finds his life forfeit. Boy, Oxygen just doesn't feel like they showed up to Chalet here. I mean, this is Chalet defense. What?
Yeah, and this is their map pick, right? Oxygen picking the first map. This was their choice to play it out. Now, I mean, if they were expecting, and you say a well put together attack team, this is their map. We also saw earlier today a 100% defensive win, meaning that we saw a team go 0-6 twice in a row. So I'm certainly not counting Oxygen out because they were able to put down a 6-0 half against WILDCARD of all teams. So right now, even if it feels like they're struggling, we're seeing this struggle a little bit, I'm not counting them out yet. But I think you got a good point. There's a little bit of concern.
Yeah, I'm not counting them out. I mean, for Christ's sake, it's Oxygen, right? Never count them out until they're officially out. But yeah, looking a little scary here on the defense for Chalet. A quick peek here as the plant does go down. Now puts us into a 1v4. Newers, the last alive, got to be the hero here. A little bit of individual heroics, if you will, pushing in, and he's still got to deal with his shield as well. And it's a blitz. He's going to be quick to take advantage of him not looking in that direction. A quick impact goes out, almost finds the kill on the backside of West Main, but gonna find his life forfeit, and It's going to be another one for the attack team. And you know what? A good call by Oxygen. They're going to take a timeout.
Again, interesting, right? This is this I think is the first timeout that we've seen out of 7 hours of Siege, 2 best of 3s prior to this, and we didn't see any of those timeouts taken. So right now, we talked about it. All of those previous games were upper bracket games. They were best of 3s. You had the option to go down the lower bracket, fight for your life. Now we're in elimination. This is it for Oxygen. Their last opportunity to try and earn a spot in Boston, and at least to start off with, one of the 4 spots in the finals taking place next weekend. So great time to use the timeout, losing 4 in a row to Friendship Team. Again, on your defense, yeah, that's it's time. They needed to take a break, slow down, settle down, get this thing going.
Yeah, and now here's the thing, right? We talk about Siege being a game of 2 halves. At the end of the day, it's still going to be Oxygen attacking on the back side of the half, right? And any one of those members are capable of popping off or becoming the leader for their team on that. So like 4-2 on the split wouldn't necessarily be terrible. It's just falling into the pattern, Whiskey, that if an attack, if we're seeing attacker sided, it's fully attacker sided.
Yeah, that's true. When the team starts to lean into that kind of a style of play, and right, it almost feels like Friendship Team has sort of got Oxygen here on the back foot, obviously from a round count perspective, but just in a play style as well. They seem to be backing off. We saw a lot of great Oxygen defensive wins based on bunkering back down into site, holding power positions. Chalet is a little bit smaller of a map, especially in the way it's sort of compartmentalized with that midway point between the upper and lower floors. But it still feels like Oxygen's sort of backing off of what was working really well for them, which was that bunker back down into sight kind of play, rather than being, you know, overly aggressive, forcing the attacking team to come find them rather than hanging back. So we'll see how this changes up as this round 6 plays out. Again, just about through the first half of map 1 of this best of 3.
Yeah, and that Chalet just not one of those maps you could do that on, right? Yeah, there's certain places where you can get that bunker down strap, but the vertical is just so heavy and present here, right? If you take above library and you're playing into bar game, it's a good night, especially if there's 1 to 2 players live left and you don't have a mirror that you're dealing with. So I can see that. Trades do ring out. Now Gomez off the board as well as the Deimos does find us in a 4-4 as we're trying to take a second look with the drones. Double droning, in fact. To make sure they can clear this whole top floor with minimal effort, because all of this has happened in the first minute. You usually consider that drone phase.
And I think right now Oxygen winning that engagement, taking down the Deimos from Silent is a bigger pick for them and going to help them out a little bit late into this round. Deimos and that roam clear, right? Friendship Team relying a little bit on it with Wi-Fi also bringing out the Dokkaebi. So I think a good call. Plus, you got mute jammers on the Oxygen side to be able to stand on and avoid the phone calls when they come in. But losing that shield at the top of blue, even when you had a Jaeger, oh, that's unfortunate. It must have utility dumped to be able to get that clear. So now that's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Oxygen to hold on to that part of the map.
And they still got two grenades in hand, which have proved to be quite deadly for the Friendship Team. So watch out, Oxygen. They brought the Jaeger along and the Wamai, not wanting to die to those grenades again. As the double rang out on the last one that we watched. So B's going to start coming out to try to oppress this player on the mezzanine. Grenade does go out towards that blue stairs. It is going to force him back down. He takes a quick peek up, but
no way.
Did he get that shot?
He did, and then 2 Oxygen players claim shots just off screen at literally the same amount of time, so they have given themselves just a little bit of an edge here in a 3v2 with 25 seconds left.
Right, so the first half of the first map of the last match of the day finds ourselves with 20 seconds, 3v2, pushed into side, kicks with a triple kill, now on pace for the ace. He's going to start to come up and take that swing towards the closet, but not going to happen. Dia's going to take both, 1 long, 1 short. Good night.
Kicksrow was looking unstoppable on that round. Again, a 3K for him. On the back of some great play earlier in this map, but we almost get a standard 4-2 split between these, with Friendship Team taking 4 on the attack. So now we get to see their defense of CHALET. How are they going to change it up? One thing that's going to stay the same, first floor meta reigns supreme. We're going to see the kitchen dining come out as that first choice. And Wi-Fi bringing out the Mira, again, interesting. We didn't see a ton of the Mira play for Oxygen, which she's not banned, and I think has got some great holds on CHALET, especially for this site. But one, looking at that main breach, well, oh, well, look at that. Wi-Fi putting one early onto the main breach, looking at fireplace door.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about earlier when we were talking about the standard defense for kitchen and kitchen and dining. Is you are going to play vertical. You need to have that castle to hold and maintain that extension up top. And if you really want to solidify the hold, you stick that mirror in closet and watch either towards the piano area or towards that solar. And either one is going to be incredibly effective and tough to deal with. This time, they have it facing that solar stairs, making sure that that repel action not going to be something that does them in.
All right, first opportunity to see. Seen a lot of Oxygen today, but not a lot of the Friendship Team. Some of their games being played off stream. So now are we going to see these guys play it out? I like bringing out the Twitch. Twitch I think has become one of an operator for me that is becoming one of my favorites. Just the ability to clear out all the utility. And I think the difference is that we've been seeing some guys who are very good at that strategy, at using the Twitch in that way. If you just go in and wasting them, it feels like a waste of an operator, but these guys are so good at it. So couple that with the Newers playing the Hibana. The surprising thing about that is Newers only sitting at 1-6. That is, I think, a big reason why Oxygen right now trailing in the round count, is Newers hasn't gotten active in one of the more important parts of this offense.
That's right. And so going to see the first kill go down as Castle's going to find Hat off the board, and that's the hard breach Gonzo. I don't know if they were able to get that main wall opened up or not, above or below. And it didn't look like it. I couldn't tell.
Yeah, hard to tell as well. In this case, you've got Eddie and Yaga playing that Deimos. Deimos is so good. I am wondering whether or not we're going to see more teams start banning him out. Ying, to me, doesn't feel like nearly as strong of an operator as Deimos in the current meta with how the teams are continuing to play. The combination of the roam clear, the incredible vendetta, it just seems like...
Oh,
what? What was that?
I don't know.
Well, it was murder, my friend. That was
true.
Not in the name of terrorism. That was just straight taking down your teammate as the opening kill. No claim in chat, though, so we're not even sure who gets to keep it.
Gomez is able to find Wi-Fi as he shuts down his modem, now into a 4-3, a little bit of damage on the Newers, and he's going to start going for the plant regardless of the damage being done. Gomez goes down, and that's going to be the confirmed kill now as we find ourselves into a 3-3, opening up towards the back of the site here as they sit in that trophy room. And in fact, two of them, one of them is going to get taken off the board as Yaga's able to take down Nick. So we've got the presence up top, we've got the presence down below actually in sight, and a couple of BPs to back it up, and that's going to be Newers to find the next kill, which is going to put it all on the Kicks' shoulders. He does sit 12-2, however, so the potential for him to maybe clutch up this 1v3, well, we've seen him do it several times already. Going for it. He is going to get it, but he's going to stick the plant whiskey. So now into a 4v1, Yaga is actively chasing him down with this Deimos ping, and there's going to be some shots from the window. He's going to find another one.
What a shot.
Absolutely crazy.
No
Goes
way.
for the wall bang, takes a quick peek, 28 seconds. Maybe the long arm. He might try to fake it, and that's going to be the swing down. Yaga able to take Kicks off the board, and Oxygen going to find that round.
Holy cow. I mean, yeah, Oxygen won it, but Kicksrow just keeping Friendship Team in it right there at the end. What a round from him. And really, what a game he's put together. This is the score line pretty close. We're only off one round, but it certainly feels more one-sided than that, with Friendship Team feeling like they had a very a big hold over the way that Oxygen had been playing the game. But a huge first round for the attacking team here. You said it. As these rounds are playing out, we see a game that's more attacker-sided, or a game that is more defensive-sided, rather than a team. And right now, that's at least what it's starting to feel like. A great one from Oxygen. Kicks row 14-3, having an incredible game, carrying the rest of this roster right now.
Yeah, Jesus. Carrying everybody, both attack and defense, right? Like, he is just having a phenomenal game, and definitely has become the win con here. Getting kicks off the board and doing it early. Not only is that going to stop the potential for the mayhem that his kills cause, and because he can multiply it by more than just one, right? Every engagement he's getting into, he's getting 2 and 3 kills at a time. But it could delay those, and it could get those lesions off the board, which is really, I mean, we have seen Legion utilized all night long, right? And to great effect, stopping the plant because you've got the goo in the shoe, slowing down those last 10 seconds when you're trying to push in and get that last kill. He's just been unstoppable. So, win con, you got to take down kicks, and you got to do it early.
I would absolutely agree with you. He's playing upstairs on the 2F mezzanine, so this is a lot of first floor play again. They're certainly leaning in to this part of the meta, but the push up the back stairs, up West Main, look at this. They have got a lot of control over here on the solar side of the map. Not vertically, though, all from the basement up, covering that first floor. So they're killing a lot of time, but the vertical reigns supreme. We saw that take place in the previous round. Oxygen has got to get some control on the vertical side of this map.
There it is, another Legion that goes out as he further solidifies his hold up here on the top of Mez. A couple of shots from the highway window, looking towards the top, maybe an Aussie Repel, maybe standing on the roof, but not going to find a kill or a hit nonetheless. Looking to see Brava start to get active. Not really much she can steal outside of those deployables, and that, of course, being can.
I mean, picking up a couple of the defaults here, maybe, but I think it's probably not worth it. But she does bring along the Para 308, and that is a fantastic gun. One of the better operators for sure. Hat doing a little bit better than the previous round, sitting at that 3-7-1, but nobody on the Oxygen team really emerging as that number one op right now, like we've seen on Kicks Row. But that's it. The win condition down. We talked about Newers being that guy that needs to step up on the Oxygen roster, taking down Kicks early, or at least, and we'll call it halfway through this round. That was an important one.
Okay, 53 seconds left as we start to count it down. Still got the Vigil sitting on that library stairs. Everybody retreated down to that first floor. Still got at least one person outside. You were talking about Hat, and he's looking to finally get his last clutch drone in and take a peek and see if he can't find something that's going to give them the outside of this body balance some sort of advantage to get in for the and start going for the execute. It's the up top hold. Looking towards it, and there's another goo that's going off, signaling the location that they're still sitting up top right there. And there's the senses that come down, holding on to it, not afraid to just hold on to the hatch. Whiskey just keeps firing.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah. 8 seconds left. The fight takes place back in stock. That's the plant going down. Eddie's still left alive, though, and finally Gomez puts him out of his misery, playing back on the bar. Stuck outside of the site, having to fight his way back in. No chance, though, and Oxygen picks up another and ties this game up 4-4 as we head into round 9. Boy, it felt like this was all Friendship Team in the beginning part of this game, winning 4 in a row. But since that point, since Oxygen finally took that timeout, the timeout buff in effect, they win the next 3 in a row and tie this thing back up.
Crazy. Back to kitchen dining, back to the hold up top. This time they're going to do it mirrorless. right? Still bring in the
Attackers need
castle,
to
still
locate
get
and
that
defuse as
extension.
many bombs as they
But
can.
instead of the mirror this time, a little bit more dedication to
Bomb
holding
located by
those
attackers.
original walls closed, right? One of the things that you see, and they're not showing the OSA right now, but this is one of the only times that you really sort of see OSA played, and nobody's really opening up that top and putting the pressure on and getting down and holding it. Normally, you see that thermite get up, open up the mez on the 2F, hold the long angle, go down, open up to the main lobby, and then grab
10
the
seconds left
vertical,
before
have the
insertion.
OSA push in and hold the long distance, and then thermite plants off the
5
chassis.
seconds to go.
Not going to be the case this time, as they didn't bring any
Attackers
hard
are moving
breach.
to defuse.
None.
This is it. This is a vertical take through and through, right? They're showing play, and Newer's playing the Deimos coupled with the Lion to make sure that they can catch all of these defenders as part of that, along with Hat bringing out the Grim to make sure they know exactly where all of the defenders are playing at. The interesting flank watch from Yaga, though, I'm a little surprised. Right, Blackbird's not banned, and he was doing an awful lot of Blackbeard play. I kind of thought we'd see him bring that out maybe a little bit more now that Oxygen's here is on the attacking side, but definitely a vertical play. They're going to go for the solar side take, push in, and then take shots down through the floor.
How did he not get killed as he retreated through there? I mean, bullets were flying absolutely everywhere, and he just managed to matrix himself all the way around and into the relative safety. Lost some life, but not enough to take him down. So 5-5 we sit here. As first minute tick by, gonna get some drones in and take another look. How do they get it up there, Whiskey?
Well, I mean, even with the new drone pre-visualization feature that Ubisoft had promised us and added, I still can't do it like they can. I mean, that's just great control and great play of the assets that Siege has available. One of the reasons they're the literal pros in this case, watching a couple of T1 teams do battle here for what is one of the final spots in the Six Invitational Last Chance Qualifier playoffs here.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
About to say, I can't believe we're sitting 5-all here, and that's going to be Kicks to start things off as he finds himself at that 15-4. KD continuing to assert his dominance here on Chalet. The line ping goes out, and nobody really taking the chance to move and give away their location. So they do maintain the body balance. One tapped. Good night. Gomez finds Nick. Takes a pre-fire, but not able to find it. Gomez life is forfeit. Now find ourselves in a 4-3.
Yeah, the one tap made it look easy for a moment there, but look at this, the deployable out just outside the double, the piano double, is again, they're working on this vertical control piece. You said it, forget about the hard breach, just work on killing the opposition. Yaga is down, but not out. I think, is he going to be recoverable? That is... No, is he stuck? He's in kitchen down, so not going to be recoverable. They're going to have to go for this kill and try and save him.
Newers takes Eddie off the board and now into, and they pick Yaga back up. So, and that's going to set down the plant, but it's not going to be needed as Newers is going to take that kill and Oxygen is going to take the scoreline.
That is 4 in a row. Now we've seen 4 in a row out of both of these teams. Boy, that is just the name of the game that we have seen this evening. When a team gets hot, they get hot. That timeout was the best thing that Oxygen could have done for this roster right now. Perfectly played since that point. And now putting Friendship Team a little bit on the back foot. Right, even though Kicks rose at 15-5, that's the main reason they're still even in this a little bit. A little bit. Otherwise, I think we would be looking at a much more significant scoreline in Oxygen's favor here on their map pick, but Kicksrow going off. So he needs to keep that up. This team needs the individual heroics. Right now, that's looking like one of the only ways they're going to be able to hang on. So I love this bringing out of the Goyo. I would love to see him put it down in the drone hole and prevent any of the drones from coming in. But I love the area now. I like Goyo and bringing out that vector. It just is a huge boost, and I think that's a reason we've seen a lot more of the Goyo play recently.
Yeah, double it up. Eddie bringing one out as well, right? 2 vectors for the price of
5 seconds left.
Friendship. I mean, that's a good deal.
I'll take it, my friend. If that's what you need to get a win. Friendship team looking to find one here. So they are right now have not won a defensive round yet. Oxygen has taken all 3 of their attacks. So certainly an attacker-sided map, the way it's rolling. And now that we're in the basement, you see Gomez bringing out that Ram. We talked about a couple places. She's great. This Chalet being another one. Open up that front door, open up fireplace, and just shred that floor using the Ram. Bring along the Diaz with the thermite. Wonder whether or not they're going to be able to get that main wall open. They're going to have to deal with the Goyos, and they don't have anything to do that other than just guns. So they're going to need to try and get into sight and force the defenders to pop those canisters early. Otherwise, that could be the spoiler.
Yeah, absolutely. I like it. This is part of that play that I was talking about when you play Chalet basement. You have to have that extension up top. You got to stop that vertical play. And the mirror on the kitchen is definitely a part to do that. Would have liked to see the castle brought along as well, obviously, but not going to be the case here. Lean more into that area denial instead.
1:45 left in the round, 10 stacked right now, and the guy to keep track of, Kixrow, still playing upstairs in the piano right now. Yaga may be one of the first, maybe take that engagement initially. Kixrow has just been in the right place at the right time as well. He's pushing down those stairs, gives his position away. Kixrow's not really in pursuit, holding onto that piano, waiting for a little bit later in this round maybe to take a shot for sort of a late flank, as this Oxygen team getting themselves set up for the drop. They've opened up, gained a little bit of control over on this Bar Gaming side, but waiting and watching for upstairs. And there it is, the Deimos coming in clutch, identifying that Kixrow's the guys upstairs. Now they know they have to watch out for Library.
Seconds left. 5-4 as Friendship team's looking to try to tie it up. And there's the first kill. Shotgun is going to ring out and take Hat off the board. A little bit of damage done to the Vigil and answered also onto the Legion. Legion going to find his life forfeit as Newers is able to take him down. It's a pistol popping as the shield pushes in, and now into a 2v2 as they send out a last bit of smoke, or a C4, excuse me. Not going to find the kill. Another Boss G, however. So 2v1, 23 seconds left. It's a tough push for Diaz. A flash goes out as he tries to bait somebody into making that first bit of the swing. Knows it's going to be on to blue, so he's going to take it through the rotate. One in through the closet, looking to get active. Got to find it. 8 seconds, not going to be the case. Oh, they make the trade? Sheesh.
Wow. Holy cow, my friend. Round 11, tied back up. Said Friendship team, we saw Friendship team win 4 in a row, Oxygen win 4 in a row. And then the shift. Friendship team puts a stop, starts the swing in the other direction, and ties this thing back up 5-5. We are getting close. Another Bar Gaming back down to the first floor site. We haven't seen a 2F defense yet out of this Friendship team. They've kept it on the first floor of the basement every round so far, leaning into that mid-floor meta that has been so prevalent on Chalet.
Yeah, and I like it. So here's the fun adaptation. I mean, because you kind of make that decision, right? Either you're a 2F team or you're a basement team. Very rarely are you going to be good at both of those. So while we saw a lot of 2F out of the first half of this game, and a lot of basement out of the second half, either way, Scopo is going to be the newest on the board here, right? We haven't got to see a Scopos play all night long. I'm excited to see where this second drone is going to be set up for that potential flank.
I mean, we've seen teams use the Scopos in positions, sort of like in a standard place you'd see a deployable shield. The risk is you put the Scopos idle shell down in a location as a deployable shield with a cam. If Scopos decides to move, you open up that spot back into a place that can make your team vulnerable again. So curious to where they see it right now, holding on to that library position, and the idle show was over on the mezzanine, holding on. We'll see if it's still there a little bit later as this round plays out. Yeah, right next to the mirror window. And I was gonna say they have bringing out the Brava again. Brava can't steal the idle shell, but causes it to overheat and explode. So that's one of the risks here that this defensive team is gonna have to worry about. Can get the Brava Kludge drone close enough to be able to take out the Kicks row?
Yeah, see, now I don't necessarily agree with that. I think Brava should be able to take the drone. You should be able to use it if you steal it with a Brava drone. Just like you do with the cam, just like you do with the Maestro cams. You know, it should be yours. So we're going to have to start a Twitter campaign for that. Either way, Fenrir the first to fall is potential his gadgets to be used against him by that iconic Kludge drone use. Still holding on to the mirror here. It's just solidified that push stopping towards the mez area, which is necessary, right? It's a bar gaming setup. You got to take it into the library. You got to take some mez control. Now, with only one player dead, they still have 3 players up top, only Wi-Fi holding down in that, actually down and into sight.
Minute 16 left. You heard the Fenrir go off again. Even though Nick is down, his gadget's still available. And look at those sends walls just completely blocking off, allowing Yaga to make the push up. But you can see Silent playing behind the idle shell from Kicks right on the window. And just as we say his name, he gets shot in the head and goes down. The idle shell still in place, but Kicksrow not available to be able to switch into that as he's dead as well. So a 2v4 with the final 45 seconds ticking away. The attacker's looking good right now, my friend.
Okay, 42. The next person or next team to find the round win is going to put themselves on a match point scenario, and there is the Grim Bees trying to search out the location of the defenders down below, but they don't know that Eddie's sitting here on this mud area. Oh no! Oh, he doesn't get killed when he turns his back to it.
What?
He has a free kill, but decides not to take it. Instead, he's going to let Gomez have it.
You know, my friend,
you got this one.
We've, over the course of today, if you're just joining us, we appreciate everybody that has been here with us for all of these matches taking place as part of the Six Invitational Last Chance Qualifier Playoffs. And we were lucky enough early on to have High Bear with us as an analyst. Nomical came in and helped out for that second best of 3. Tonight, on the third and final best of 3, we've got another special guest joining us, Happy. Welcome,
Hello.
and thanks for joining the Siege Double Shot.
Hey, welcome. This is my first time on the stream, I think. This is...
I think so.
Been a
It's
long,
iconic.
been
It
a
is.
long, yeah, been a long time coming. But I'm excited to be here. Thank you guys for the invitation. I know it gets tiring after this is your third best of 3 of the day.
Yep, 7.5
So-
hours we're sitting.
Man, you can't pay for passion like that these days, man. That's crazy. But no, I mean, I appreciate the offer. Run was like, hey man, we're looking to have a third person on because just the 2 of us all day long. You guys had some other trios, but just coming in for the last one. Excited to be here. I was watching this game on my phone while I was eating some dinner, and then just managed to sneak in before map 1 ended, so I don't have to show up just for map 2. And it looks like I showed up at a good time, doesn't it?
Oh man, match
Defenders
point
protect your
scenario,
bombs from
one
being
away from
defused by
tying us up
attackers.
and sending us into overtime on the first match of the
Bomb
or
located
first
by attackers.
map of the last match of the day. It just doesn't get any better than this, Happy.
Sure doesn't. OXG, they were the ones who... So they won 5... They won... If I just getting it right, because I was just, watching on my phone and all that. They won 4 in a row to get up 5-4, and then we've just kind of gone 1-1 since then to get Oxygen now onto 6-5 with the advantage. They just won that last round, and now Friendship Team need to win this one to keep their hopes alive. And then also, OXG picked this map,
10
right?
seconds left.
Yep, OXG's map
Yeah.
pick here on Chalet.
That's interesting.
5
That's
seconds
interesting.
left
So
before
still
insertion.
so close. Friendship Team had such a big advantage early on, but I mean,
Attackers objective
saw
is
earlier with
defuse the
Oxygen,
bomb.
like we were talking about, they were down 0-6, or they were up 6-0 at one point. Or they had a 6 rep. They had a half where they won 6 times in a row. There's a lot of mutual leads blown between the WILDCARD OXG series as a whole, but all things considered, just kind of indicates that it's not necessarily gone one team's way or the other. So hopefully we get OT. That'd be quite interesting to start off the series, and then. But for now, the kitchen attack, just try to get some solar presence first. Seems like pretty run of the mill, but it looks like Friendship Team trying to play into this with a lot of sight lines set up, anticipating that jump in through solar.
Oh yeah, and it has been an extremely spread out defense here from the friendship team, really taking advantage of some of those off angles, taking advantage of some of those mental mistakes. Happy we talked about it, right? It's 7.5 hours of playing Siege. That's when that fatigue starts to kick in. That's where some of these teams can really take advantage of some of those mistakes, and that's how Oxygen has kind of come up here in the last few, pushing in, taking that space, and now Eddie to take Newers off the board, and that's going to give the man advantage tipped over to friendship team as they get rid of the Deimos, right? And that's been a huge impactful pick all day long, Whiskey.
Deimos has been good, and I certainly wondered whether or not we were going to see a Deimos ban as a result of it. But having Newers go down early, he was, like we said, the guy who had been carrying this team ideologically and for most of the games from a kill perspective as well, keeping his team in it. Kixro slowed down a little bit. Silent has been the guy that has absolutely come alive. 13, 9, and 3. What a changeup that he's had over the last couple rounds.
And Nick with a big kill and a Gomez, just to try and solidify this OT. Friendship team, 2-player advantage exactly when they need it. And Oxygen last time got off to a rough start on this attack. They managed to find a little bit of a lurk through, but it looks like Friendship team have adjusted the defense to make sure that lurk not possible. Caring for that piano double, and they get a good kill in the process. Now OXG hoping on a miracle to just jump in through trophy window, but they're about to get swung from the solar stairs. Diaz, no clue that he's about to lose his life, and everybody all at once, seemingly no clue. But it's 3 lives lost in quick succession. And with that, the round and the chance at winning in regulation lost with it.
Right, Whiskey. Are we back in some overtime, homie? Like, we're going to do it all day long. Okay, so tie it back up. Both teams firing on all cylinders. And to go into OT, it's a flawless round. They do it without losing anybody. Man, you just can't call it.
It's the timeout buff, my friend. We saw it on both times that Oxygen took their timeout back on round 5 and then won 4 in a row. Friendship team takes theirs, wins the next round. We used to talk about that stat. It's somewhere in like the 60, 70%. It's a little bit on the rise here as Friendship team wins theirs, sends it to OT. I'm not surprised at all when you've got two basically T1 teams battling out here in an elimination game.
Yeah, now OXG the chance to go back to bar and games with a relatively interesting setup. No Mira banned, but yet no Mira brought for this site either. Typically a mainstay you'll see. Also no Azami, thanks to the fact that she was banned out by Oxygen themselves, so clearing, preparing for that. But without the Mira, you get the chance to bring even more nade denial and throwable denial. You have both the Jaeger and Wamai making an appearance, presumably to assist that top blue shield and keeping things open. So I don't think Oxygen is really going to try and emphasize expanding too far away. It's more so about shoring up the part of the map that they are expanding to, that very typical extension just above the bomb site into the library and covering some of that mezzanine as well.
Yeah, not to mention, I mean, the double nade kill by Kix earlier in the round. Got 2 nade kills, 1 round, and ever since then, it's been the double projectile denial. They just can't take that risk. And yeah, that blue shield, incredibly important. So we're going to see the clutch drone start to get in and get active, looking to take away some of those projectile denial gadgets, securing up a Cam getting a little bit of that intel. We talk about it, right? Siege's game of intel and opportunity, and the clutch drone really helps facilitate that play style. A shotgun, oh, never mind. Just open it up a little bit more. It's the single wall, though, that's going to make that rotate back into sight a little bit more difficult, especially if they don't have the shield set up in there as well.
We see teams miss that. I think a lot of the time, that's really a critical sight line that the attacking team needs to have open to prevent that push in and prevent that stronghold in the back of the stock room. And some teams just really avoid spending the utility to open up. This time, though, Friendship team got it open and ready, waiting. Minute 40 left in this round. Tons of util left on the attacking side. You still have all the Capital boats, 2 of the A Selma charges left, and a clutch.
Very slow attack from Friendship team, but that's not really something you can afford to have happen early. Gomez with a nice opening pick, and it's Silent, like you guys were mentioning, has come to life in the second half of this game to keep Friendship team in it in spite of this flurry of rounds that went Oxygen's way. He's going to be off the board. You lose your primary hard breaching. Matter of fact, your only hard breaching. And now you have to try and lunge it away back into the round. 1 player spotted in office. So that route back in, not likely to be too effective as it's already been understood by Oxygen. And with only a minute to go, I'm not 100% sure where the execute's going to happen.
Yeah, it kind of leaves it up to a bit of a mystery, and we have a spoiler playing down in Snowmobile, right? Gomez still trying to make sure that he can bring up that late round, and Eddie's going to take Newers off the board, a couple of body shots to ring out from that devastating DMR, and oh man, hat to go next as Wi-Fi is able to find the body shots to take him down, does put him into a 4v3, and just like that, Whiskey, we're on 30 seconds left yet again. Now, the attack team does find themselves not in the body deficit this time. Oh, can't quite see him there, of course. He's backed up a little bit. But it's a little bit of a tough situation. Even though you've got the man advantage, you're running low on time. Now, Kix is able to find Gomez off to the board, but Yaga responds onto Wi-Fi now into a 2v3, into a 2-2 as the second one rings out from Diaz, and that's going to stop the hero of the last couple of rounds now into a 2v1. Oxygen going to take it off the back of a Diaz double.
What a round for them. Back and forth, ever since round 10, back and forth between these two teams. We are on overtime match point. Oxygen found one on the defense. Almost feels a little bit surprising. So now they got to do it on attack, which they had done a great job of, at least initially. So Friendship team, last opportunity for them to hang on here. It is map 1 of a best of 3, so plenty of siege left, but neither team wants to give up. This one, Oxygen's map pick, they want to close it out right here on round 14.
Yeah, and that's such a pivotal round for Oxygen to win as well. They had such good standing
Attackers need to locate
for
and
the
defuse
first
as many
2
bombs
minutes
as
in
they
that
can.
round, but then Friendship team with a wonderful execute towards that top floor. That's one of those set plays
Bomb
that
located
they
by
love to go
attackers.
for. Being so strategically deep compared to a lot of the tier 2 teams they're playing against in Element, that's an attribute about their team that you don't see in many of those other teams. Though Oxygen definitely a team that has that capability. Friendship team, though, they pull out that set play, they get a man advantage, and it looks like they have everything they could ask for, but they just spend a little bit too much time not quite making anything happen, and then too many people walking at the site alone rather than being able to trade off each other. Gives OXG a couple of opportunities to take some 1v1 gunfights. A couple 1v1 gunfights each, actually, out of the, I think it was 4-on-2. And what people always said about Oxygen was that maybe the critique of them, but also one of their strengths, is that they're a team of five very good players. Sometimes they felt like the issue is that they don't play like a team, but they're still 5 incredibly talented individuals. So the worst thing you can do is give up those one-on-ones in a position like that.
Absolutely. If you feed them one-on-ones, right, Oxygen gonna eat for sure, 100%. So on the side of the defense, a lot of the same faces. We're going to see a new player on the board, though, right? Thorn going to make an appearance here, and they're going to utilize that deployable shield. I like the Thorn play. I think it could be fun. The gadget's a little tough, right? Yeah, sure, they're loud. It's a sound cue. You can get a kill if it's in the right spot, but more than likely, it's just a distraction. It's just something to get them to look away so you can take that swing. But the problem is, it's Yaga on the Twitch, right? We've seen him just be incredibly impactful with this gadget all night long, just really utilizing that laser and taking away probably a ton of those Thorn gadgets.
Well, and you said it. It's a fun gadget. It's a fun operator. You're in the last chance qualifier. This is the last opportunity to make it to Boston. You don't want to go for fun at this point. And the viewers want to see fun, but the players, they want to win. It better be the perfect op at the perfect time. And they have played enough Siege to know when is the right time. I hope Eddie's making the right choice here. So it is a fantastic gun, though. I love that Uzi. Whether or not it's going to be the right one, still waiting to be seen.
Oxygen with a really interesting execute here. The past couple of times they've gone after the site, they've tried really hard to get solar pressure. This time, though, they're pressuring out both the office wall and the main wall into dining. Now with these walls opened up, and with nobody guaranteed on that half wall, you're able to get a default plant down. It's just going to be about that upstairs retake, as well as Eddie seemingly retaking some position forward inside of office that you're going to have to worry about. So you may need to manually push this Thorn out of the way, as well as the Kaid in the middle of the site, so you can properly get that bomb plant down like Hat is looking to do.
Yeah, and not to mention the pressure that Nick and Kix are still going to push on it from the piano as well, right? Leaving them open to get to that flank area, help assist from the down solar to retake side. So lots of defensive pressure here, but Hack going to go ahead and open us up as he takes Wi-Fi's head right off. Man advantage going to slip over to Oxygen here as they find themselves in a 5-4, and the trade rings out. Newer's going to take one down, and Gomez going to find his life forfeit, and Newer's going to answer back onto Nick yet again. Kicks to find Hat, but we find ourselves in a low health situation as Silent is on a 5 HP in a dream. Triple kill for Newers as now he's on pace for the potential quad piece. The plant going down, and they're going to go ahead and find it. Oxygen solidifies map number 1.
I mean, great map overall by OXG. So wonderful to be able to see a team like this bounce back after going down so much. You thought they were fatigued. You thought just too much siege today. But no, not the case. They pull it off in map number 1, let everybody know exactly why they picked Chalet. But that's just kind of getting the bare minimum done in map number 1, right? You think we go into the first map, we are the team who still is in Pro League, unlike Friendship Team who don't have an org anymore these days. But as OXG, you feel like you should be considered at the advantage. You need to do at least that in terms of winning your own map selection to start the series off. That's a good start, but we need to see a lot more going into maps number 2 and 3 to make sure that they can lock in that spot in the SI qual final.
That's right. So map number 2 coming up. It's going to be an exciting one. We've seen some very attacker heavy maps this evening, not necessarily because they play that way, but because the teams have been playing it that way. Border is going to be map number 2. And this was kind of the one that Friendship Team needed, Whiskey, right? Because, I mean, if Friendship Team takes this, they tie up map number 2, then they got to take Oxygen back to Clubhouse, and they have been utterly unstoppable there today. So
Yeah.
that's what we're looking at.
Yeah, you said it. Don't take Oxygen to Clubhouse. That's the decider. Now Friendship Team is guaranteed to make it to Clubhouse if they can win on Border. Oxygen looking to shut them down before we even get that far. So I'm going to take a quick break as we work on getting map 2 set up. And in just a few minutes, my friends.
That's right. Sit back, relax, fill your drink up to the tippy top, because when we come back, number 2 won't stop. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We are back for an exciting map number 2. I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run. Map number 2, heyo.
Let's go, my friend. This is it. We are here for the Six Invitational Last Chance Qualifier Playoffs and the lower bracket. We are into the elimination phase. Only one of these teams can move forward at this point. Only one more spot available in this part of the bracket. So who's it going to be? Oxygen and the Friendship team fighting it out. A pair of T1-ish teams, Friendship team being that XLG roster, trying to find their way in to Boston through this last chance qualifier. And it is just about time. All 10 players in the lobby, my friend. And it was a great first map. Going to overtime again with an 8-6 victory for Oxygen.
Yeah, and now we head to border. And one of the patterns that we've seen today, Whiskey, is that if it's been defensive sided by the teams, it's been incredibly defensive sided. If it has been attacker sided, it has been a wealth of attacking strats coming out that have just been incredibly impactful. And so border, being that it is going to be an attacker sided map, I mean, like regardless, it's going to start to play out that way. How is this going to favor? How is this going to favor? Who is going to take this one because of that?
This is Friendship team's map pick, so I would have said going into this, Oxygen has been the better attacking team, but Friendship team wants to do battle here, and it's time for border, my friend.
That's right. So we get into border happy. We're back for the TriCast. What do you love about it? What do you hate about it? And what are your expectations?
So overall, I'm personally a big fan of watching this map. I think it's so cool that it has so many open opportunities. Like, there are some maps that are a lot more linear, even if, like, Skyscraper is a good example of another map that's also small, like Border, but it's a lot more linear. This one doesn't really feel that way, and it presents so many opportunities to whoever's on the attacking side or defenders to make aggressive plays that you're not expecting. And so I feel like it's a very dynamic map and always very fun to watch. I know it has its haters, but me, I'm not one of them. I know you're not either, Glitter, but all things considered, since Friendship team did pick into this map and they did so well on the last one, I would personally favor them to take this. I think we're seeing him at number 3. I hope we're seeing him at number 3 because I only just got here. I want to stay here for as long as I can. But so far through the ban phase, not big surprises yet. Ying banned out by Oxygen. They're quite a fan of that ban, especially against a team like Friendship team who, like we saw last map, have so many strong set pieces with utility to play around. So taking the Ying out of their hands is going to make your life easier. Monty taken off the board by Friendship team. OXG's defensive ban is going to be Fenrir, an op that Friendship team played a lot. And this is something OXG have been doing a lot of. They do have a default ban of Tubarão, but when they don't necessarily think they gain much from that and they think there's someone the other team really likes to play, they can change it up. They've banned a lot of different defensive operators today. Last series, they only banned Tubarão. And in the first game of the series, I think they banned him as well, but they banned the Mira in map number 2 against Washington Wizards, just showing that when they see what the other team likes to play like, they will switch things up from their defaults just to make sure that they're shutting the other team down. And I love that Fenrir ban from them because it was something that we saw, not LG, Force a Habit there, but Friendship team used so much last map. And then the Valk taken off the board as well. Very good on this map. Somebody spots to hide those cameras, and so very strong ban. All things considered, very interesting ban phase that totally changes how this map is going to look, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And so when we start to get into it here, right, the standard, the primary side takes us up to the 2F. You see it almost religiously here. But one common theme that we have seen today as well has been the Ella pick, Whiskey, right? It's been Ella all day long. And sometimes it's the question, is it the comfort pick, right? Is it the gun that you love? Is it the gadgets doing the slowdown against the shield play? What specifically? What is Ella bringing to the table that everybody seems to love so much now?
It definitely feels like a strange operator pick for sure. She had not been part of the competitive, real core defensive set, and I'm honestly a little bit surprised, right? You've got Azami is available, right? I feel like she would definitely have been a better defensive pick rather than Ella in this case, but Silent taking down Hat early. Holy cow, first pick on the board for Friendship team.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Yeah, really strong opening
Attackers
pick to
recover
find as
the
well. That's an Osa dead on this site. I think we all know what that means they were going for, especially with this early offensive look. They wanted to try and walk in that Archives door, get a quick plant down behind an Osa shield. And that's not really something they're going to be able to do anymore because they don't have the Osa shield. They have no other kinds of shield. Nothing else on this attacking lineup that can do what the Osa does and actually protect you from getting shot through those smoke bolts that Capitao going to fire off. But they may still go for this execute anyways. But they're not going to have the case in hand if they want to do it because it's Silent. He's off to a burner. 2 kills to start the map off.
And just an agent of chaos here, standing alone and just preventing you to even getting close to the building. If you listen to Jess J talk about it, he'll tell you Osa is almost never the call here. But on border for a 2F push, for that push onto East, of course, yeah, you see the Osa. It's taken out early, crazy pick. Now, they do answer back, right? A zombie gets taken off the board, so no more static warfare to hold up on that East side to really solidify being able to push in, which means so they've got the body balance advantage here, but a couple people playing off-site, right? Vigil over in the security room, trying to make sure that he can play impact player here. And then the Tubrow, the one that has been feared all day long, is going to be on the board round number 1.
That's another big one that Tubrow made it through the ban phase. We said early on at the beginning of this series that Tubrow was the most banned operator in this last chance qualifier currently in the North America region. So the fact that he's here, for sure going to get played, Fenrir being the choice as the alternative being banned out instead. So Kixrow, again, the guy to be feared, and he's not running the DMR, he's running the MPX, so he's looking to take a lot of shots in quickly, stay in that battle on the Fountain side. But right now, everything happening on the security side, Wi-Fi takes down Yaga, and that's a huge pick to help out Friendship Team.
We're trying to make a play up metal stairs to see if he can find a response. Case in hand, he'll have to make something happen with it. I don't think it's very likely. We see OXG in these positions often. Man disadvantage, hoping to hit a gap and make something happen. The Friendship Team a lot closer together than maybe in rounds past. Maybe it's just by nature of border being such a small map. But Eddie able to catch Newers walking up the metal stairs and drop the case there. Has to be Diaz in the 1 versus 3, and not a clue in the world that Kix is waiting for him. Gun trained on the right angle, and that's going to make it a 1-0 lead for Friendship Team.
Okay, I did say attacker-sided map, so of course, give me some salt so I can eat my words as the defense takes round number 1. The power of Friendship coming through. Is they're able to hold 2F like they've been doing it for years, right? So now, Whiskey, we take it down to the first floor, and this is where those first big tests are going to be coming in. Already, you see Kix bringing out the castle, meaning we are going to see some extension of some sort, whether it's pushing up top to hold that vertical. Sometimes you see it holding out into that lobby, opening up that single wall into sight. I'm curious to see what they're going to bring out here. But we for sure know that vertical is going to be the play or the name of the game.
I mean, you said it. They've been doing it for years. It's 2F on border. Absolutely, it's the first place that the defense is going to go because it's really their best opportunity at winning a round on an attacker-sided map. If the place you're going to do it and win it on defense, 2F's the place. So I'm not surprised they take that win there. The combination, though, of the castle and the Azami, to me, that is a combo that has been very successful as of late and continues, I think, players leaning into it. If Azami is available, she's being played, and we talked about that on the last round, I think it's a good change up here for Friendship Team for Silent to bring out the Azami instead. That's going to help on a part of this vertical hold as she's holding on to those E stairs.
And now with that first floor site taken in, OXG tasked with finding a way into it. Blackbeard brought for the first time this map at the very least. I think y'all did bring in a little bit on Chalet, not necessarily a mainstay of the attacks, but was there to an extent, obviously. If Blackbeard goes unbanned, someone you're going to have to take into account because very strong, so many different features. That assault rifle on a shield, not something I would have thought they'd ever put in the game, but it's here and it's real. So on his signature map that came out with his initial release, Blackbeard makes his first appearance and looking to just go in towards top east really quickly. I think OXG might be trying for another very quick set play, kind of like what they wanted to do to start off round number 1 before Hack got spawn peak. This time, though, no spawn peak, so you might be able to make the play they want to happen. For now, though, just posturing outside the building.
That's right, and a little pressure as the break room. Castle starts to feel some of that heat. Is that Castle or Legion? Yeah, that's Castle. Holding up in the break room. He's surrounded, right? They've got him pushing in from security. They've got him on the break room door, and the Blackbeard now going to start to get active for that push in. Yaga has just been insane on the shields today, and with that, we've seen a couple of them banned out specifically against him. This time it's going to be the Monty, where he definitely had more of that success for sure. So a minute and a half left in this round, and no deaths to speak of. A little bit of damage, but nothing important just yet.
I mean, to see Yaga on the shield again, the fact that the Friendship team had to make the choice to allow Yaga to play the Monty or play the Blackbeard. In this case, they're going to choose the Blackbeard, and what a fight upstairs with Wi-Fi, winning versus the shield and putting Friendship team in a 5v3 with just a minute left. This is a little bit of a tougher execute now, especially that it's a 2v5.
Yeah, Wi-Fi able to catch Newers off guard. Yet again, Oxygen. 2 players left with a lot to do to get this round to go their way, and it's just pretty safe to say at this point, it won't. Unless there's a miracle here for Hat, but he won't even know who's shooting at him. Caught completely off guard by Wi-Fi, who's going to make it a flawless round for Friendship team as they go up 2-0, letting everybody know why they picked Border.
Okay, two defender rounds in a row is going to take us. There's no way they're going to pick customs. Right?
It's their map pick. They have got the plan.
Do it.
They
Please,
know it.
I want it so bad. Give us the customs. It doesn't hardly work out when we get to watch it played, but I love seeing the off sites being utilized here. Looks like they might stick it.
It shows their confidence. It's their map pick. They know they're going to run it. This is the strat, my friend. We're going to see something special here.
And always customs, something you can occasionally see brought out. I don't quite think it's on that tier of bomb sites that just never see play, although these days not many bomb sites are in that tier anymore. Even things like kitchen and cafeteria on labs fit in that same tier of a 4th bomb site that I'd imagine teams will bring out with that thought process of maybe we can catch the other team off guard with a weird one-time play. They're not expecting us to go here because this is not the kind of site you can let the other team adapt to. Once they get to, at the very least, run through it once, even if they weren't expecting it that first time, they'll probably know what to do, right? Because there are some very big gaping holes in the site, which is why it doesn't seem play traditionally in the first place. So, excited to see what Friendship team bring out here, but I would imagine at the very least that part of the thought process is that, well, maybe it's not the best site in our repertoire, but it's not one that OXG are going to maybe know how to attack in.
I like that. You don't know, I don't know. We go into it together, blind. Let's see a hope for the best here. I think that's a good strat. Really plays into kind of the rank strat that I use as well. So, yeah. So it is going to be a customs hold. We are going to see Eddie up in the armory with his castle, his extension, and Bravo going to start getting in with these gadgets, trying to steal maybe some of those cams. Not much util outside of the couple of the BPs, so really going to be leaning into stealing that intel, creating some of those opportunities. And look, they've already got the breach open, at least one of them.
Yeah, they've got the breach open, and I thought we were going to see a silent spawn peek there, running the Boss G, holding onto an angle at the top of the E stairs, but he's backed off of it and letting this this Oxygen attack. Yeah, that's crazy. What a late round reinforcement, a minute 10 into the round. With this castle barricade in place. Oh, did the nade miss it? Didn't hit it?
I think it did. I don't quite think they broke the castle there. And now Oxygen being forced into a full overside clear. The util they brought to try and deal with some of this util in the way from Friendship team, not even really effective in what they wanted to use it for. And they're kind of getting funneled here. They're running this exactly the way Friendship team want them to. More than half the round off the board, they can continue to hold these positions, forcing Oxygen to problem solve in real time. Precious seconds being taken off of the clock as these problems posed by Friendship team need to get solved. And with more and more time burning off and Oxygen yet to make a play, this is all that Friendship team want them to do. It's just waste more and more time. But Yaga finds an angle Wi-Fi wasn't expecting in the first pick to Oxygen.
Yeah, huge hit. Now Eddie going to take some damage as well, so he's going to be reduced down to that 10 HP and a dream sort of scenario, but he's still alive, and this is a one-shot headshot game, so still a viable candidate to be an impact player. Now, starting to make that push in towards security here as they're looking for that vertical play that's already been set up. Hatch is open as well, so the players have a chance to fall back. A little bit of a plan B when things start to get hairy. 30 seconds, it is going to be the C4 that rings out and takes hot off the board. Nick to find a double. Yaga to answer back onto Nick. 25 as we count down in the 3-3 scenario. Picks up the case. Got to get himself in position and ready for the plant, but instead he's going to rotate around. He's not going to go for the drop, which is a good case, right? Because you did have Vigil, who just lost his life, waiting for that hatch drop. Now it's saved. Smoked out. Put himself onto the chassis. And 3v1, 7 seconds left. They're going to be able to start to go for this plant. Could start to deny it, but they've got to get it down. He's pushing up and in, but the cross is ready, and Diaz is going to take him off the board.
Yeah, in spite of all that early time waste, Friendship Team do the absolute most to make sure that attack early and in the middle of the round. Less than optimal from Oxygen, but they just don't quite have the fall-off angle set up that they needed, and they're losing a body upstairs before they're able to fall off. There's so many angles into CCTV that, you know, you can play it early, right? We see people playing it all the time when you're holding second floor, or playing it for a little bit to delay a push. But when CCTV is the crux of your hold, and it is the vert that is essential to hold above the site, much like Office if you're holding bathroom tellers,
Attackers
or
need to locate
if you're
and defuse as
holding
many
Armory
bombs as they
Archive, or rather, holding Armory Archives to hold onto Vent and Workshop. Those two parts of the map, much easier to hold onto. CCTV, not so much, and it's for the reason you saw in the middle of that round right there. First pick goes to Oxygen because Wi-Fi is completely clueless to the angle that's being used against him, because there are just so many angles, and at the end of the day, that's why you don't see that site brought too much. Friendship Team did every single thing that they could, but the site that they chose just had so many angles into it inherently that at the end of the day, you give OXG enough time to problem solve in a situation like that, and they are going
10
to make
seconds
you
left
pay
before
for it.
insertion.
They got that advantage and never really let it slip.
5
Okay,
seconds to
so
go.
the round rotate over and done, at least for the first quarter of the map. Does see 2 to the defense, and the obvious win on customs to Oxygen here. So not going to probably be brought the second time, so we'll have to see that what sort of adaptation the defense is going to bring for their site number 3, assuming, of course, that they're going to take this first map up here, or this first site up here on 2F.
Yeah, I gotta believe they're gonna be sending it to Vent Workshop after this one. We said it was a bad site choice, and the defense lost it. Even though you said, I was hoping they were gonna bring out something special. We talked about that, maybe something fun, and really it felt like the only thing they brought was Silent running the boss G with a long angle over on the east side. That's just not enough to try to change up the flow of that game, and Oxygen wins one. But another opening pick for the Friendship Team, this time again taking down Noors. I mean, he's the guy, he's got to stay alive, keep his team in it, because right now Hat is really struggling to get anything going, and we've seen that across all of the games today.
Well, there's one, though.
You got answered to immediately.
Jeez. Wow, what a
Someone
caster
had to
curse.
scream on. Still a good kill for Hat. Good that he's on the board, and good that Megatron, or Megatronus, or Silent as he is known, is off the board. I hope he changes his name for Element. That might be a pain to cap. We're just over half the round still to go. Friendship Team able to go 1 for 1 early, but most importantly, they don't give up a ton of control in that first half of the round. We saw this from OXG last time, though. They're okay if they don't make the most progress in the world early on. Border, a small enough map to the point where any control at all is probably only a hop, skip, and a jump away from the site itself. And so they have what they want. They're just waiting for Friendship Team to give them a way in. Metal Stairs Lurk is going to be spotted, though, and Gomez not ready for the swing kick throw. Keeps the advantage to Friendship Team. What Silent started, he'll continue at OXG. You need a response.
That's right, and so Ella takes a little bit of damage, does put it, does put us into a 4v2 now as how it gets taken off the board. Y'all gonna find one. Diaz to answer back onto Wi-Fi. Takes us down yet again into a 2v2. Happy, you want to take us home here for this last 45?
Sure thing. Diaz with the case in hand wants to open up the Armory Archive, or Armory Lockers wall. But that's just a fake. They're actually going to go towards Archives, and Eddie's stuck in a very bad corner. May not be able to get seen, but surely
Attackers
can
have
get dealt
located
with
a
if he doesn't
bomb.
have the shotgun out. But they've given away that they're over here. SMG 11 close range. They know that he's here, though. The quick peek from Yaga. They could barely see any of them at all, but he knows that Eddie's in the corner, and he does what he needs to do. Great response from Nick, though. Nearly headshots the Dokkaebi through the wall. Case on the ground, and Yaga no desire to even pick it back up. He wants this fight, and Nick wants to feign away. Here's the Dokkaebi running up on him, but Yaga just better in the one-on-one. The SMG-12 corralled to perfection, and Oxygen make it work the second time through the second floor.
I was about to say, why is he running the SMG-12? I mean, you're running Dokkaebi. It's such a powerful weapon. Could have taken that fight from a little bit further back, but showed us why. You said it. He wasn't going to go for the diffuser. Wanted to get right up in the defender's face and took it with the SMG-12. What a run. Oxygen. I mean, we talked about it being a attacker-sided map, and as it started off, it seemed like Friendship Team was doing everything right to hold on from a defensive perspective, but 2 in a row from both of these teams tie it up as we head into round 5, and that was a 2F win as well for this Oxygen attack.
Attackers have
Okay,
discovered the
well,
location
a
of
little
a
bit
bomb.
exciting here, and we are going to see the Mira coming out here for this second attempt down below. Couple it up with the Boss G. Silent going to try to get active with that shotgun again, and Eddie bringing out the Warden and the shotgun. One of my favorite picks here because of all that soft breach on the walls, because of all the close quarter combat that can happen. Warden's such a wonderful pick to try to hold down.
Yeah, all the application in the world, no Yang on the board, but still plenty in the way that you'd like to deal with the Warden. Blitz being ran, so maybe another application of those glasses. You can't get flashed out by the shield and thus caught with your pants down, so to say. But they choose to go away from the second floor. Not super confident after losing it last time to OXG, instead going to Vent and Workshop, which they do have in their repertoire. Probably not considering Customs to be their straight-up tertiary site, so maybe they're a little more confident in this one than we had first thought. Friendship Team really just keeping OXG on their toes. You saw the number of switches they had to make in the prep phase. I love to see a high-level team like Friendship Team constantly switching things up, playing border like it's a map like KAFE, where you feel like every map is kind of just as viable as the last. They're not letting OXG prepare before the round for the round that is to come. They're, go invent Workshop when you don't think there's a chance they do that, and thus forcing a couple of extra seconds at the start of the round to be used on preparing the end of the round in Wi-Fi. Gonna make sure that first 60 seconds not too much better, but they're just gonna run straight in. They're getting
No way!
Down, but nobody else is alive to cover it.
User has been dropped.
Okay. First minute, it's quick, and it's over. Diaz, the last alive, alone on an island. He's going to find himself with quite the hill to climb. Got to put himself basically on pace for the ace. Now, they did get the mirror down. That is a C4 off the board, but there's still one in the hands of Nick and plenty of time in which to get it done. So the Grim Bees start to come out. See, they're making the push up the top of metal. The first potential engagement. No, he's not going to do it. He's going to take another look towards side. It's bobbing and weaving because you got to shoot, pivot, shoot in a 1v4 scenario.
I really thought we were going to see him maybe take a faux timeout here, right? It's still early in map 2. Oxygen's up 1 map to 0 against Friendship Team. They don't have to push this as hard as they are, but Wi-Fi is going to be the one that gets the privilege of the final kill, padding his KD just a bit. So there we go, a Vent Workshop win for this defense, and clearly their tertiary site, they were throwing us for a loop, and Oxygen on Customs, but it didn't work.
It looks like they want to go Bath Tellers for the last one just to follow that up. But OXG very quickly deciding, even though they didn't seem to think that, they were going to attack into Vent Workshop, so many different options that they could have had to deal with, very quickly coming up with that idea that let's just try to get to the site direct. And it's an idea they haven't really been too scared to do. Round number 1, that seemed to be the idea, at least in theory. We don't know if they were actually going to do it or not because the crux of that take got taken out so early in the OSA. But still, good to see OXG willing to make aggressive plays like that, but so far in the 2 rounds where it seems like they have been going for something like that, just hasn't quite worked out. So we probably want to see a little bit more of a full clear take from them, as Friendship Team's so good at just turning on a dime and immediately shutting down that take directly into sight. Whatever was attempted basically shut down in that last round. Friendship Team still a chance to come out starting off on their own map pick, up 4-2. without OXG choosing that attacking side first, as this was Friendship Team's map choice. So, very significant. OXG not even having it even after the side they chose to start on could be a sign of a shaky start.
Yeah, I mean, this round specifically is impactful, right? Outside of, like, everyone is, of course. But this round specifically, because if Oxygen comes up with well, that's a tough one, right? Not only is it the Azami, not only is that static warfare gone, but none of those Kiba barriers outside of the first one, maybe two, even got out to be played. So waste of an op, waste of a death, waste of a gadget. That is a huge pick if you're Oxygen. And if they win this round and they take this to 3-3, feeling good about their defense, right, has been the hallmark of their play style today. Just some incredible defensive play. So I guess whoever finds this first one, no way. Wi-Fi unplugged as his head gets deleted, now puts us into a 5-3.
And with those spawn peaks, you can go ahead, Ren. Yeah, I just spoke. You can go for it.
I was gonna say, I mean, Wi-Fi was right now the frag leader for this team, and I was a little bit surprised looking down at it how well he had been doing. Kixra was the guy that had carried this team on that first map, but hasn't had that same level of success on map 2. Wi-Fi was the guy, but now he's shut down, left up to these 3 defenders, and it certainly seems like we're on pace for a 3-3 half unless Eddie, Nick, and Kixra can come up with something here on this hold. But they've, you know, a little bit split, a little first floor, a little 2F, so not bunkered back in any particular direction.
You can see the idea already with Wi-Fi swinging so aggressively. They're going to try and get aggressive to trade out that early death, and they've already done it 2 times over. We're back to even, and Friendship Team realize this and immediately fall back to the site. No reason to risk anything. You've already accomplished the mission you set out to accomplish, which is getting that man count just a little bit closer than it was before. And OXG, not anticipating this immediate fallback, are still taking their time and taking that second floor control. So overall, mission accomplished for Friendship Team, and resoundingly so, as OXG still yet to start to leverage that pressure, which they're going to start to do now, merely spotting out some angles out of the players in bathroom. With only 45 to go, we've got to figure out a way in.
Okay, yeah, you said it. Counted down 40. The vertical trying to claim a life, but not able to get one just yet. The bar's proving to be too tough. They're getting the pings out, so they've got the intel. They know that the drop is starting to come, and there it is.
No way.
Going to take Newers off the board. That does give the body balance tipped over to Friendship Team. Here's the 22. We'll start to count down. Just can't get through those steel bars. Looking from the bottom, it's going to be kicks on the triple. Not to be denied from below. Gomez does put the body shots onto Nick. Does put us back into a 2v1. 9 seconds yet again. The Legion Goo is going to really slow this process down, and we're going to find ourselves in a it's too little, it's too late scenario, and the defense going to come up on their last one.
Oh, Kixro gets the final with the shotgun as well. From a distance, are you kidding me?
Far away.
He must have had the stream open and heard me call out Wi-Fi as the kill leader and said, "Not today, my friend." Friendship Team. What a way to finish out that half with a double, putting themselves up 4-2 onto the attacking side of this map. We might be on our way to a map 3.
I mean, I was going to get into, expecting that to be a 5-on-3. If I got the post round, I was going to talk about, OXG, it's kind of like fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, I don't even know because it didn't work with the spawn peaks from Silent. But then the comeback happens anyways. And it was all just that constant doubling down on the re-aggression to make sure you maintain that even man count at the very least. That was the idea with Wi-Fi going for that aggressive play. Just, okay, make a cheeky play and then fall off quickly, forfeit some map control. Don't risk yourself going down. Just to try and make sure you get it back to even. Taking a fight on your own initiative just to have that peaker's advantage. And that's all that everybody was doing, is they caught Oxygen moving into that map control just outside of where they were, perfectly timed a couple of swings, and then just like that, let's fall back. Let's force them to make a play, because they didn't think OXG could do it, and OXG tried their best. But those metal bars just a little bit too big, kept getting in the way. Gomez just barely not able to find a kill. Unfortunate that he didn't, because Kixro ended up completely unraveling that round. That is a monster play from Kixro.
Yeah, ended up coming up with a quad piece. Jeez, all based on the hatch play, except for that last one, which is the long distance shotgun. Absolutely huge, and it has been the Kicks style tonight, right? We watched him drop like it's like 17 or something on the previous map. Something absolutely just stupid for Chalet. So. Gonna switch it up. It's the op swap. We're switching gears now. See what Oxygen is gonna bring to the table. And one of the patterns that we have been able to see recently is that the Doc has been incredibly utilized here. Now he's gonna post himself up in security and kind of play life here. It's his job to distract, right? He is supposed to soak up as long as he can, maybe get a pick or two, but really just force them to bring multiple people to suss him out. Maybe he can fall off or rotate out. But either way, he's there to make sure that he soaks up the time. And that's been the hallmark of the Doc being brought out. Couple that with the castle, and look at this. Sens is starting to go in. All of a sudden, Diaz is going to find one. Newer's going to go in. Eddie going to respond as Diaz gets his body riddled full, but they've made their way into sight. Eddie is sitting and ready for a cross to be set up so he can get himself a little bit of an execute going down.
Yeah, he doesn't have any teammates nearby, though. He needs to wait on Nick to make the play. Good timing for Wi-Fi to show up as well, but the Keepers are going to get in the way. They will be able to rotate that as OXG back into the other objective. Eddie needs to get a good timing on the swing, but he gets caught out by Gomez. And now the post-plant spot, just a little bit unfortunate. Need Nick downstairs to be the one to hold it. And he shotguns open underneath the case. Now they can hear the drop, the double drop even. Wi-Fi gets one. The super shorty up close though is now going to enable the counter defuse. They know one's still going to be in vent. This sends to enable himself to make the cross, but they can't see
No
the guy
way.
on the kinks. And so Hat through the floorboards is going to secure the last kill. Oxygen securing the round with it.
What a round. The vertical hold, man. The vertical from Oxygen to try and prevent the plant from being counter diffused. The hatch drop, the fact that both of the defenders dropped at the same time, and the attacker from Friendship Team that only got one and enabled him to get a shotgun kill on the player holding down below was just wild. What a way to end a round, and Oxygen taking that one, shutting down that little bit of momentum that Friendship Team had built up with round 5 and 6, 2 in a row. So getting one round closer to evening this thing up.
Oh man. Boy, the synchronized what around, you could tell it got us both there. And you know what's crazy too, Whiskey, is we have seen tonight more kills from the person dropping the hatch into the engagement than we might have ever had, right? Normally somebody's watching that hatch, the drop happens, it's the easy shots, riddle the body full as they drop down and they find it. But tonight, like 4 times, somebody has dropped from the hatch and made the kill. It has just been absolutely insane. Today has been a day of first for the Siege double shot.
Yeah, that and a 100% defensive win on a map. That one is going to live on in infamy for sure. But to start this thing off, right now, I mean, the fact that we're seeing a lot of defensive wins, we talked about this being an attacker-sided map, but right now the way the teams are playing it, leaning towards the defensive side, again, puts a little bit of an advantage on the Oxygen side, but all the pressure is on Friendship Team. They are down 1-0 in the map count in the elimination game, so it's time to step it up, continue the momentum that they had. Kicksrow and Wi-Fi trying to hold on, and he had really stepped up. 10-4-2. What a change-up over just the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, perfect time to do it as well. Trying to get back into it. As he had such a good performance on Chalet, like you guys had hinted at. The French's team so far just very, very slow. Nick perhaps looking to for an opening towards this site, but ends up actually going up to that 2nd floor and preparing that radio window so they could play there maybe a little bit later on. But so far, really nobody inside the building. They've got some control on the 1st floor, but the 2nd floor hold really completely undisturbed. And that's a problem because Hats just found the first kill as well. Onto Eddie. Good flick for Wi-Fi, but a response immediately from Gomez is going to maintain the man advantage for Oxygen. Diffuser on the ground that has to get picked back up, and Nick now needs to get picked back up as well. Wi-Fi caught out around the corner by Hat. I think we are looking at a 4-4. Would need to be a valiant effort from Silent in the 1-on-4 to get them back into the picture. The pre-fire's going to give away where he is. They already had a crossfire set up for him, but Newers does the trick himself. Oxygen, 2-0 through their first 2 defensive rounds.
They have been really a great defensive team tonight. Like legitimately a great defensive team. There's been adaptations. They're responding well, right? They're being very proactive instead of reactive players, and the adaptations that they're switching it up with, right? One day one map or site you can see a completely bunkered down strat. The next they're a 2-floor extension. Like it just can be anywhere, and it's keeping these folks guessing. And at 8.5 hours of playing Siege, sometimes all it takes is just a quick miss and the round is absolutely over. So I'm feeling like Oxygen starting to get a little bit of that momentum built up, and as it's such a huge situation on the line for them, it starts to feel pretty good in this 4-4.
Yeah, 4-4, and one of the things you said for sure, Oxygen been doing a great job at adapting and trying to find ways to win. But one of the other big themes we've talked about basically across the entire day is that the attacking teams seem to be moving a little bit too slow, and Happy hinted at that as well at the end of that last round. Not only is Oxygen doing a great job of adapting, but Friendship Team just moving too slow on their attack. It was something we talked about Oxygen struggling on versus Wildcard, one of the reasons they're down here in the lower bracket. So the trick is, though, you've got to balance that with the right amount of aggression, moving not too quickly that you're giving up and unforced errors, basically. But Friendship Team, I think, needs to move a little bit faster, both in the utility clear and the push against Oxygen here.
And so far, the push starting off pretty slow. So it's not necessarily trying to make too much happen. Or Friendship Team, no, too much going on early on again. This is just kind of the pace they choose to play at. Not necessarily a good or a bad thing, but the late round plays haven't found the success that they need to really justify the lack of pace early on. They do have Kixro inside Passport, who is starting to make some progress into the building, but just kind of relying on some of these lurks to make entry into the site. And it looks like they might want to go direct here again, which, because of literally all the floor above the site being breakable, doesn't often work, and it's especially not going to work since you're now at a 4-on-5. Eddie down very early with Case no longer in control for Friendship Team.
Okay, minute 44. That clutch drone gone. Not a ton of util, right? Maybe some of those defaults, of course. But there is the Deimos ping that starts to go out. Couple that with the Dokkaebi as they're making that big push in. Deimos going to find his life forfeit, however, as he makes the push in and just gets crushed for it. I think he forgot that they can see where he's at, too. They knew exactly where he's at, and they're just going to feed him one-on-one, and he is just going to eat him up. Now a low health situation for the Wi-Fi as we find ourselves in a 5v2, a tough situation to climb back from, and Oxygen looking to claim their first lead here on Border.
What are they doing? That just seemed like an incredibly bad play there coming out from Friendship Team, from Kix and Silent together, right? Your vertical operator, Buck, making the push in through Passport and then just running into site when it was completely unprotected and not ready. It just didn't make any sense at all, right? Have him upstairs, have them clear out the top floor like Happy said, and then you've got vertical control over top of site to make something happen in a direct execute downstairs. That was just throwing bodies away. There's no wonder that Oxygen won that one and takes the first time we're seeing 3 rounds in a row for a team in this game. And right now, a ton of pressure on this Friendship Team. They're going to be out of the 6 invite LCQ unless they can turn this game around.
Yeah, and OXG not really doing anything out of the ordinary. I think more so, Friendship Team just feel like they're just a little scared to push into OXG's extensions. We've seen it 2 times in a row now, that basically nobody has stepped foot on the second floor for Friendship Team. on a site where that verticality is pretty important. I could understand wanting to go for a direct take on bathroom tellers. There are not a ton of sight lines above tellers, so if you're able to work your way in there, you can get a plant down without having that
Attackers
vert.
have discovered the
Still makes your life
location of a
easy,
bomb.
but I do see it being like, you know, I consider it pretty fair. But on a site like that, that's just what happens. There are vert setups, vert angles set up to counter whatever you want to do, and even still, there are site players, 1 or 2 of them, who could easily smoke you for trying to walk in anyways. And I feel like for Friendship Team at this point,
10
you've seen
seconds left.
plenty of rounds go by the wayside because you just didn't take into the
5
extension.
seconds left
Maybe
before
try and make a
insertion.
play on the extension this time. Just go at the setup, try to force OXG to make
Attackers
more
objective
mistakes than what you've been forcing out of them so
Defender
far,
has been
because
discovered.
so far it feels like OXG are just able to set up, post up on angles, and make the plays that they are pretty comfortable
Defender
making.
is exposed.
Yeah, and they're bringing along a couple of players each time that is going to really help facilitate that. The Azami, the Castle, and the Mute specifically, right? Take away that intel, take away those sight lines, put yourself on some of those off angles, force you to bring in that gadget and that util to take out those Kiva barriers and those castles. It's just a good defensive setup, and with all the soft breach, it makes it incredibly cheeky, the angles that can be set up. So the first minute starting to tick by. We're going to get Nick in there on the Twitch drone, try to get some rid of some of these mute jammers, a couple of those default cams, but not really much utility that the Twitch is going to be able to get rid of here.
They're relying on Newers playing over in security, playing the dock, playing a little bit of life, holding on, and this is definitely a dangerous position for Friendship Team to be in. They allowed Oxygen to win on that vent workshop and giving away now the 2F, the best opportunity the defense has got to win here on this site, potentially putting Oxygen on match point. You got 1:45 left. They're moving again. It feels like too slow. 5-5 stacked, and then finally Wi-Fi going to catch one, take down Gomez, and that's the Azami. All those Kiba barriers that he had unplaced are going to die with him in pocket.
And that opening kill doesn't feel like it's something that Friendship Team have had to go their way, and Wi-Fi gonna make sure it's the first 2 to go their way. And that is exactly what Friendship Team have been missing this entire half. Just a good opener, right? Because now OXG feel like they're on the back foot. Maybe you can force them to make a play. And Friendship Team, very disciplined. They'll be able to respond. You just saw Wi-Fi get his second kill of the round, just waiting for someone to get aggressive, trying to trade back that man count and get it back to a 4-on-4. And now OXG, they don't feel like they can go for these trades because that's exactly what Friendship Team are expecting, but they're also 2 players down. Really uncomfortable here in the last 50 seconds.
It's droned out in the office area, but no pressure to come from the bit of the rotate. Maybe a couple of pre-fires. And look at this. Here's the swing. Some siege timing going to play out, and he's going to lose his life. Silent going to catch a double as the Hat and Yaga go down. So got to put yourself on pace for the aces. Warden is the last one alive here. Does get droned out. And the Deimos ping to follow it up. That's going to make it even tougher. A couple of pre-fires through is going to do some damage, reduce them to that 3/4 health. And they're just going to push in, hold the cross, get the plant, and this is as good as over here. Now he does find one. Diaz going to take the headshot onto Silent. Looking for that vertical play maybe. Sends the C4 down there. But I think, does it get shot?
He threw the floor and then got shot. What a toss.
Aim Labs pays off today.
I mean, talk about not being able to catch a break. You're in a 1-on-5. It's like one of those card games where like you're presented with a situation and somebody else has to make it worse. You're in a 1-on-5. You're playing against a Deimos. Like it gets even worse because now they know exactly where you are, and they can also just stick the plant. It's just not going to be winnable at that point. And it's all about that opening pick there. I don't remember exactly if Friendship Team had gotten an opening pick yet, but I remember in round numbers. In the second and third rounds of the half, they didn't get an opener. They were definitely down early. And then in the first round, they were down in a 4-on-3, and they got one into the site and started sticking the plant. Maybe they got the first kill in that round, but generally the theme here is that early on and often through the rounds, Friendship Team are at a disadvantage. So being able to just get the upper hand in that one early fight was so essential because OXG looked like a completely different team when they're put on the back foot. They maybe lose some of the communication. These very confident individual players might get too confident and make plays that they get punished for. So that's going to be the key here. Who wins that opening duel, and how confident are the other team through the rest of the round to make plays that may end up getting them killed?
Bathroom Tellers, the next site we're going to take a look at, and there's that uncomfortable Tuberow back on the board. Maybe to slow it down, maybe it's the gun. Either way is going to be incredibly impactful. They're going to bring out the Goyo, stop some of that quick action that Wi-Fi's bringing with that Blackbeard, Eddie's bringing with that sense, right? And of course, Ram to be utilized for that vertical, but also for that quick entry. Should they decide that because there's only one person down on site, we want to go site direct, Ram's going to help them facilitate that. A little bit of damage, however, as Newers finds himself in a bit of a pickle. A little bit of damage done, but enough that he's able to survive and walk away.
I feel like we almost cast or cursed it on that previous round, saying that Oxygen should be winning and put themselves on match point because they were playing the second floor, and that's the best opportunity. Then they go ahead and lose it. Friendship Team takes advantage of every mistake that Oxygen make, in addition to that opening gambit. So now as we're nearly 1 minute into this round, 30% down, still no opening pick yet, so still no advantage yet for Friendship Team, but they've got the players in the right places, and the EE1D is coming out from Nick, feeding all kinds of information available for, I was going to say, for the rest of the team to use, but with a double going down, putting them at a slight disadvantage now.
Yeah, and that's that opener. That's what I was talking about, that early disadvantage. Friendship Team at the wrong end of it once again. They need to find a kill back in, but OXG, they're too disciplined to give you these fights. Instead, Silent gonna die, seeking out a good fight. Everybody gonna die seeking out those one-on-ones. And OXG will absolutely punish from the 4-on-3 to a 4-on-0 and a 6-5 lead. Oxygen stand one round away from booking their ticket to the NASI qualifier finals.
Ooh, that sounds nice. That sounds nice. What a position to find yourself in. One more round, and that's either going to decide overtime or that's going to decide the end. Whiskey, we're here.
That's right. Match point, map point, series point, and now lower bracket finals point. So this is it. Friendships Team's last opportunity. We're going to do battle downstairs. First floor vent workshop again. We saw Oxygen win that back on round 9. Other than that, hasn't been played. So did Friendship Team learn something? This is the round that we watched Kixrow and Silent just run up into site and immediately die. I don't expect them to repeat that same unique strategy this time around because they have been very good on attack, and this is their map pick. So expect that if they can settle down, right? I'm not sure whether or not that was like a frustration kind of a play or just an impatience kind of a play. But now that it's match point and at the end of the road point for this team, I imagine that we're going to see them play it a little bit slower. They just need to be careful it's not too slow.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Okay, so let's get started into it. Onto the side of the defense, we're bringing the Vigil back out. One round to claim them all. It is going to be the Mirror to force them to bring some gadget and util to deal with it, mainly those Ash charges or the Selmas potentially. They are heavily invested in the roam game. Yet again, only one person hanging out down in sight, and that's going to be Diaz, the lone survivor, or the lone soldier, should they choose to do a little bit of site direct action here.
Looks like they could. Putting pressure on that site early on.
Defender exposed.
Not quite committing to a push just yet, though, as they're only 45 seconds in. So still waiting to see what the best course of action would be. C4 prepped for the jump in the window by Hat to possibly deal with a Blackbeard coming in through security. Very wise of him, because there is a Blackbeard on the other side. Whether he knows that or not sure, but still a good read into what Friendship Team are likely to do. And OXG peeling the layers back from this defense. They've already given up security. A minute into the round, that's a good amount of time wasted. So I like this fallback. Just make sure you maintain an even 5-on-5, because when Friendship Team have to have that man advantage, and when it's even just been even, they haven't seemed like as good of a team as we know they can be.
I feel like they identified that C4 on the window. That's going to make it a little bit tougher to be able to use that, and probably clear it out at this point. And a lot of real estate being taken by this Friendship Team. They've got control of security. They've got control of the hallway top east, and all they got to do is push into office. But Diaz slows that down, taking Nick off the board. Not the opening pick. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's a tough one too, right? Explosion, detrimental to the mental, especially now that you've lost your body balance. The man advantage is gone. Now they are gonna start to open up this mirror window so they can put some pressure on it from the backside. But the hold on to Fountain gonna solidify those Selma charges as not gonna be able to get that mirror open. So instead, they're gonna have to try to make the play potentially from the window onto the breach or push it together. A C4 rings out as they're trying to find it. Flashes, no damage done. Does except for onto the mirror. Now, oh my lord, Hat is gonna
What a
find
miss.
Silent off the board, and that's gonna be a tough one. Answered back on Diaz, and now we find ourselves into a 4v3. 30 seconds. Destiny starting to right itself now as the last 20 go through. 2 left, Eddie and Kicks, to try and find a way to get an execute down, try to find a way to get the body balance in their favor. Only one person downstairs. Now, Gomez is able to find Eddie, but it's answered back, so into a 3v1. This is a situation we've seen Kicks in before, but he's only got 7 seconds in which to do so, and it is not gonna happen. Newer's gonna bring out the shotgun and say, good night, sleep tight.
Outstanding effort from Friendship Team, all things considered, but they just can't hold on to the lead for the second map in a row. They got off to a hot start. We saw them up 4-2 after their half there. I believe they started off with the same exact half, last map even being up 4-1. But they just can't hold on. As they get into the later halves, maybe they're overthinking and they're taking too long. Maybe they're just not confident enough to push into OXG's executes. Maybe they just so happen to always be stuck on their least favorite half to end off these maps. But whatever it was, they always just felt like they just fell off a cliff towards the end of some of these maps, and unfortunately, just not something you can afford to do against a team as good as Oxygen. They'll take it in a clean 2-0 fashion and lock in their spot in the top 4, making them, I believe, only the 3rd team to get there, since I think Cruelty and Wizards are still playing now, but still, very significant mark to be able to get back there, let everybody know that as good as some of these T2 teams can be, it's still those T1 squads reigning supreme in this case.
Yeah, that's the absolute truth, right? I mean, that's the big part of it is on the other side of the board, it's still Oxygen, right? Yeah, we're in the last chance qualifier. We're at the lower bracket, but it's still Oxygen, right? So, I mean, great attempt, valiant effort. Not going to come close today. It's a 2-0 whiskey. We did it.
Yeah, loyalty is scarce, winning their upper bracket game against Team Cruelty. Wildcard obviously securing it against Oxygen earlier tonight. Oxygen now winning their lower bracket game, taking their position. So just that one spot left between Cruelty and the Washington Wizards. We'll check up on that game and see whether or not we can send you over there. Jesse was covering that game, so we're going to see whether or not it's
He's
still happening.
Live, it looks like.
Oh, excellent.
I pulled his stream up. He should still be good to go.
Perfect. We're going to send everyone over there, but we appreciate you all joining us today for what is 9-hour stream, 3 best of 3s for this team, and we appreciate everybody that joined us early on. Hi, Bear, Nomical, and then thanks, Happy, for coming in to be an analyst and a TriCast with us here on this 3rd best of 3.
Yeah, it was my pleasure. Happy to be on the Siege Double Shot stream for the first time. Hopefully the first of many appearances, but this was a great time. Got to watch everybody get to the LCQ, but I will be hopping over to Jesse's chat along with everybody else to see the last team that sneaks in. But I had a great time. I really appreciate the invite to cover these historic matches with you guys.
That's right. Okay, folks, you know what the deal is. You know what the vibe is. We have reached that part of the evening. We just want to say a quick thank you so much to Blast for letting us be a part of this and getting these community casts out here for the little guys to start to take it on and try to make their footprint out here. It's been an absolute blast to cast some of the best players, that we've ever watched on the Siege Double Shot, and it has just been so cool. Thank you so much to everybody for the subs, the follows. We hit almost 100 extra follows today, which is just incredible. And it's just amazing that so many of you would choose to sit here with us for 9 freaking hours and watch some Siege go down as people try to make their own mark on the world. Whiskey, we made it. We're here.
That's right, my friend. I really appreciate everybody joining us, but it is time. We're going to send you over to Jesse's stream to catch that final one. And tomorrow, the seeding games will be happening. The final four will be decided. The only open question is going to be what is the seeds and who is going to be playing who when it comes to that final bracket. So we'll bring you some of those matches tomorrow, but seeding games between those top four.
That's right. If you like us, if you love us, if you hate us, why don't you add us? We're on Twitter. I'm at glitter_whiskey. He's at racing ENGR. We just want to talk some Siege. Join the Discord for some fun competitive gameplay. We have copper to champ and competitive and everything in between. Just come hang out with us. Cool. So for the evening, we have made it to the end part where we must, alas, bid you adieu. So as the lights start to dim and the jukebox starts to sing closing time, as always, my friends, you don't have to go home.
But you can't stay here.
Heyo.
Let's go.